It's going. Hey everybody, welcome to I guess Backstage Speakeasy after show. We just finished we just finished watching a movie called Snowpiercer that's from 2013, and we might have some spoilers we'll talk about in here, but it was kind of interesting. I mean, I thought it was pretty good overall, entertaining. What did you guys all think?
Pack your snowshoes and don't get on the train.
Yeah, don't get on the train. There's the takeaway.
And as far as spoilers go, we guessed a lot of them before they happened.
Yeah, we did. We really did. We'd like mention something and then it would happen like just a minute later in the movie. Yep. Hey Dank, good to see you. Backwoods, thanks for being here. Thanks for everybody who came by. Yeah, a lot of eating the
Snook.
bugs that happened. It was interesting to see like how this was made in 2013, but there were a lot of like agenda pushing that's happening now. I thought that was interesting. But that's kind of how I see, most movies these days. All I see is the agenda.
Right.
When you're a kid and you watch a movie and you're like, oh, come on, you're rooting for the kid and wish the parents would understand where the kid's coming from. And then you rewatch the same movie as an adult and you're like, oh, come on, kid. Why can't you see that this is important to the parent? That's how it
Right.
feels watching movies, like when you know things versus when you didn't know things. So like I know we had talked about this backstream, but I watched this movie when it came out and I was like completely unimpressed by it. I thought it was kind of dumb and didn't enjoy it. But it stayed with me, or certain, key parts stayed with me. And I've thought about it, seeing the news and, it's just interesting, like how far fetched this seemed when it came out and how, yeah, well, here we are. It is watching it now.
Mm-hmm.
I find it funny how when that one came out in 13, it was the climate thing and it was we were all going to freeze thing. And then in about 17, I think it was, because it was right as Trump was coming in, we were doing the heat wave.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Crowder
Feel like
actually did a good little compilation of that. I thought it was real funny. He probably did that about a year ago, maybe a year and a half. And his team went back like Clinton days and showed this little, oh my God, we're all going to freeze. Oh my God, we're all going to cook to death. Oh my God. And it just shows them going after a few years up and
back
down,
and
up
forth.
and down. Cold,
Yep.
hot,
Good to see
cold,
you,
hot.
Tom. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, a
Lucky.
lot of agenda pushing, that's for sure. Yeah, and Lucky pointed out there's a series from 2020 of this show too that I have not seen, so I might be interested in watching that.
I think the
Good to
lore
see you,
in this.
Neil. Zach, good to see you. I'm going to go ahead and put the link back in if anybody wants to come up and join. You are more than welcome. This was just kind of an impromptu tonight because my husband's working and my kids are still with my in-laws, so I had a chance to just go live and decided to do this. Yeah.
What's up, Tom?
Yippee!
Well, you heard wrong, Gmo Merkel. So you're not supposed to listen to the voices in your head.
I think the lore in Snowpiercer is that not that. I think it's still the global warming thing, but then, or at least there's people pretending to believe the global warming thing, and then they did a big spraying the skies idea, and then it backfired spectacularly or was successful, depending on what the intent was.
I wonder if the TV show makes some of those issues a little more logical.
Yeah.
With the story.
There was definitely a lot that wasn't explained very well. We were saying, we wish they would have gone into more detail on some of it.
Or
Yeah, a lot
right?
of
Exactly.
Deus Machina.
Yeah.
Just hand
Budget's
waving
super
away that some of the logistics, or quite a lot of
Yeah.
the logistics.
That's true.
Now I like
Neil,
Ex Machina.
You like
what was that?
I said, now I liked Ex Machina.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I should watch that again.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Hi, Snooks.
Neil, can you go ahead and show yourself backstage just so I know that's you?
Hello.
Perfect.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yep.
hello.
I guess I've good ought to quit yelling then. Hi, Bran.
thanks,
Indy. Hugs and
thanks for coming up,
love.
everybody.
Rescue. Unspecified. Angel voice. Neil.
I can
And hello. Hello to the chat. Woot woot.
Yeah.
Woot woot.
Yeah, thanks for everybody being here.
Oh my
Gma, I
God.
love you. Good to see you here. Thanks for being here.
You feeling okay, Indy?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I sound horrible. I'm still a
No.
little congested, but I feel okay. I just don't sound great.
No, you
Hey, Chris
sound.
Hero, thanks for being here.
Benster. Bon. Bon. James Bon.
hmm
Doug. Please speak
Oh,
up.
that's the worst when they cancel it before it's done.
Wait a minute. Am I loud enough?
Dragon
Yeah, you're loud.
Slayer.
Okay.
So we don't get to find out what they did with it then.
You're right? That's the
One of
worst.
my
I hate when
favorite
they do that. Hey,
one of
Lady
my
Smith.
favorite shows was Terra Nova, I think it was called. It was excellent, but they canceled it.
Is that like a sci-fi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Terra Nova.
Tiff.
When was that?
What's up?
Good to see you, Wallflower.
This is fun.
Lady Smith, you have some kind of. Oh, wait, maybe it stopped. I think I got it. I turned on. Oh no, you've got some kind of fan or something that is making a background noise.
Sorry about that,
Doug,
guys.
good to see you, Doug. Wallflower, thanks for being here.
I am not going to do
Rebel.
gullible, Doug. Don't get me in trouble.
Hey, Nini. Good to
I don't
see
even know what
you.
that means. Bon is
Right?
Bon is my Australian mate.
Yeah, good to see you, Bon. Thanks
Your
everybody for coming
Australian
by.
mate.
Jerry
Might.
Lee, good vibes to you as well.
Might.
I'm getting better at
Oh,
it.
sorry about that, Dragon Slayer. Thanks for coming by.
What's up, Dragon Slayer?
Hey,
Hey,
David.
Doug.
Calm down. David Devine is
Everybody just
here.
calm down.
Oh,
Well,
Lauren must have seen it. We are the back of the bus. Yep.
David knows I never calm down. Hi, David.
That is a trigger for me when people tell me to calm down, especially if I'm super chill and everybody's even at like, whew, I
Yeah,
don't know.
can't tell Tiff to calm down. That
I was
funny.
calm. I was calm until you told me to calm down, and now I'm livid.
Right?
You tell me to calm down.
Tiff,
Yeah, I
please
feel
don't
you.
ever. Please don't calm down, Tiff. Get very excited.
Yep.
Highs and lows.
Not
You
fly.
that is.
I know, Bon, I've missed you too. It's been hours. Well, maybe a half hour.
Yeah, we all run into each other on these YouTube streets pretty frequently.
Indy, did you get to do anything fun for your birthday?
Yeah, we went to bed and breakfast for the weekend.
Oh, cool. Is that the same one
yeah.
y'all went to last year?
Yep, this is our 4th year going, and we love it. It's just a really cute little place, and pretty private, and it's on one of the San Juan Islands, and so it's very, you kind of feel like you're away. So we had a great
Nice.
time. Yeah. Yeah, our kids are with my in-laws on the Oregon coast, and they had freezing rain and lost power for 2 days. But
Mm.
Grammy and Papa did really well with the kids, and the kids handled it well. They thought it was all an adventure. So they
Aw.
made pillow forts and hunkered down and
Had a little adventure.
yeah. But they have power back now, and they're having a great time.
Good.
The Oregon
Mhm.
coast is so like mind blowing to me. It's like another planet.
Dude, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
Well,
How
it is
so?
beautiful.
why? Yes.
How is it different? Thank you, lady.
I've
I've
never been
I've
west.
only seen a little bit of the Oregon coast and other people's videos, but there's like neighborhoods falling into the ocean, and it's like
Oh.
it's just unreal. Like I don't
Mhm.
know, they have rocks in the ocean or the at the beach area that you just don't normally see at beaches. I'm used to southern beaches on the Gulf.
We
Mhm.
don't have solid
G-Mom.
landed like rocks.
G-Mom
very-
Merkel works out that way. She lives actually on an island. You ought to ask G-Mom Merkel about her. She lives like on an island out over there on the coast.
Well, would
It
it
looks
be
like another planet.
similar to like
Yeah,
the
it's
coast of
beautiful.
Maine?
No, over
No?
there off the Oregon side.
No, I know. I just mean it's rocky up there.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
know she's on an island. I
Yeah,
didn't realize
that's what
that,
she
Gmo.
said. That's what she told me. She's like in her own little island or some shit.
Oh, that's nice.
That is
She
Yeah,
does
the
it.
Oregon coast is gorgeous. Oregon's like our, we kind of say vacation state, but my family owns a cabin there, and then his family owns they call it a cabin, but it's like it's a house.
Mhm.
It's a house a couple blocks from the beach, and so we both grew up like going there, as vacation time, and so we just, it has a different vibe, but I feel like Oregon just has that vibe for everybody. I don't know. I
You
love
could
I
be
love
looking up
Oregon.
pictures of Oregon.
So when
Yeah.
Landon said that the house is falling into the ocean and whatnot, is that like for real, as in erosion from
I can
surfing?
look up images.
That's what I'm
Hey,
doing
Larry.
now.
Hey,
I've
Steve.
never got there.
I've heard of
Oh, it is
houses
pretty.
in Southern California that happening too, but not in
Wow.
Oregon.
Right, I've seen that.
That's
Well,
beautiful.
That's right. My
we've
bad.
had
G-Mar Merkel's inland. It's Silver Girl that lives off.
Oh
we've had
yeah.
that happen.
She's on the peninsula. Mm-hmm.
That's
Wow.
right.
I'm sorry. We've had that
Yep.
happen in Florida too, where after hurricanes, they have to build up the sand dunes again, and the houses will start slipping onto the beach.
It's
Yeah.
worse than that.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
rain, Jerry Lee. That's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad in Florida as it is on the Oregon coast.
I don't know. I've seen a whole neighborhood get wiped out in Pensacola, Florida, from a 20-foot storm.
St. Augustine's been hit pretty hard a couple times.
Hell,
Well,
Crystal Beach
Pensacola,
got taken out.
I'm sorry, Pensacola got hit by a tornado just a week ago
Oh, wow.
and got torn up pretty bad again.
Hmm.
See, that would be
Yeah,
a
the
no
neighborhood I
thank you.
grew up in, half the houses are, after I think it was Hurricane Ivan, half the houses
Oh,
are gone.
Aloha,
that's
Steve.
true. That's very true.
Hey, Unbroken.
And they're not allowed to rebuild them, so it's like open, vacant lots where a neighborhood used to be.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
cool.
you're right. You're right. It's bad. You buy a house on the beach that close,
You actually
that's you.
on
That's your
Pensacola
wasted money.
on Pensacola Beach, you're not allowed to buy. You can only do a 99-year lease.
Cherokee.
Oh, I see.
It
You're
was
right.
That's how they do in China and Korea. Like,
Yep. That's how real estate is done. You never buy any.
Yeah, it's they made a law a long time ago on Pensacola that you can't own. Well, not only that, it's a barrier island, so it moves. So
Right,
it takes,
right.
in 100-year time, the soil that you purchased is actually like 2 neighbors down.
Hmm.
So you can't actually own it because it's mobile. Just moves slow. It still moves.
The word
Looking up-
reminds us to build on a rock.
That's right.
Yeah.
But they also have very beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I
Good
looked
to
up.
see you
I looked up the
holistic
pretty
and safe.
pictures.
Yeah.
Beaches
I
don't look
don't.
anything like this here where we are.
Yeah,
It's
I
just-
don't know if they are insurable.
Mhm.
No, Florida's getting bad for that right now. Everyone's getting dropped for flood insurance and hurricane insurance.
You build a multi-million-dollar home to send it to the ocean. That's almost
It's stupid.
Pretty
yes.
much.
I'm just going to say it. It's stupid.
Very
Sense to me.
stupid.
Oh,
Beautiful, temporarily.
Yeah.
Thanks for pulling up the pictures there, Landon. That's great.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's
that
really
looks like
it's
Southern
heartbreaking to
California right
see.
there.
Yes,
it's eerie. It's definitely got an eerie.
Yeah.
See, like these
Yeah.
people did not build super close to the beach, like it was, and it's just like it's creeping up on them.
Mm-hmm.
but it is
Well, there's
sand.
It's kind of counterintuitive to build near a cliff and not think that it's going to continue.
I mean,
the
that is
cliff
Mother
kind of got
Nature.
formed at some point. It's not like just stopped.
Yeah,
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
it's a cliff on the ocean for a reason. It stops waves and then it falls in and then it stops more waves and then it falls in and it stops more waves.
Yeah.
it just
I-
seems close to me to build that way.
Well, like I said, that's Mother Nature.
That's
You're
foolishness.
going to take your chances. It is foolishness to me.
Yeah, especially in earthquake country.
Yeah. I mean, I
There-
love the beaches, but I don't want to ever live on one and have to suffer like that.
yep.
Imagine these folks, like their neighbors still have, they
And
even still have
and they can't
access.
sell.
At some point, it should be prohibited. I mean, but the common sense should say that. Frankly.
Well, obviously, there's no common sense, and you're 100% correct. It should be at least make it to where because I know in Florida, a lot of times taxpayer dollars went to rebuild these houses and these roads on these exclusive beaches that were privately owned and stuff. And I think they put an end to that because it's like, I know like on the Escambia River, there's a lot of people that had houses, and like every 3 to 5 years, you'd have to rebuild them new with their insurance, and people's insurance rates start going up because these few houses are built in these exotic locations that keep getting destroyed. And they made a law changing that. Now
I noticed that too, Jiba. Some of those were in Oregon, right?
And that's
Jerry
good because you
Lee,
shouldn't be able to do insurance, and you shouldn't be nobody else should be liable. If you want to spend
Yeah,
your money and build
self-insured.
that house and it fall in, then that's you. Matter of fact, we're going to charge you for cleanup
Yeah.
because you're now polluting. So
I just want to, Jerry Lee, hurricanes cannot be diverted.
Neither can tornadoes or earthquakes.
Well, and that's very true.
Perhaps that depends on the equipment you're using to divert.
I was gonna say, well, I
What?
think
Kind of
that
up to debate.
have a good way.
How can you divert a hurricane? Because I'd like to have that over my house, please.
I don't know.
Like
Don't
seating.
throw any ideas at our government. They're liable to go out there and try some shit.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's
Dropping nuke in front of it. Sure, we can try that. Let's see what that.
Mother's
Good
seating.
advice.
There was
Oh.
a hurricane in 1947 that was gonna harmlessly go off into the Gulf, and they seeded it, and it
Took
Yeah.
a hard
it
left.
dogleg back to Florida,
Yep.
and this is back in the 40s. So I mean, they've had this. This is it's not new.
I'm going to say it was Claudia. I don't remember, but I do remember
I don't know.
the
Oh, Jerry Lee, you'd have fun with Bushman. I can see that right now.
Hi, ladies.
Right.
I don't know if I
That's
said
what I was
hello.
thinking too.
Yeah, I mean, hurricane season, you move to Florida, you know you might get a hurricane. Luckily, I
Yeah.
live in the middle of Florida, so I'm kind of protected. I have coast here, coast over there, but they're far enough away. But, I may lose my electricity for a day. That's not as bad as everybody else gets.
I remember years ago we kind of underestimated. Starts with an A. The storm, and
Andrew?
absolutely, yes, Andrew, and wiped out. I mean, we lived inland, Plant City for that matter.
Are you in
And
Florida?
I was at that time,
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry.
and had 3 feet of water in the barn.
Hurricane Ender, they're still doing cleanup from that.
I lost a lot of all the things that you can't replace that I had
Yeah.
stored.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
but
hardest.
So
it was
I've
devastating.
been very, yeah, I've been lucky.
It's still
Mhm.
costing $1 billion an acre to clean up after that in Everglades from all the unindigenous life forms and plant forms that got taken out of the Miami
Avery?
area and the zoo and deposited in the swamp there, and it thrived and took over. Lots of indigenous plants and wildlife are pretty much killing the natural ecosystem of Florida because of that. And
Well,
it
a
costs
lot of
like
the,
$1
I'm
billion
sorry.
an acre to clean up, or a
Yeah,
million or $1 billion, something like that. It's quite a bit.
yeah, a lot of those animals down the Everglades are pythons and boa constrictors that people have raised, and when they get too big, they dump them.
The
And
iguana
they
are
have
one of the
just,
real problems because they
well,
Yeah.
burrow in
no,
nests.
the
Oh, I
iguanas,
know. I love it.
the,
Do stuff with Nikki. She used to tell us all kinds of stories
Yeah.
when she was out there with her airsoft pop
That's
off.
another indigenous species that's invaded
Mhm.
Florida because they got released from when the Hurricane Andrew went through Miami. And Miami Zoo was a beautiful zoo, no doubt. They had a lot of exotic plants and animals, and all of them got set free due to that hurricane and got deposited in the Everglades and are thriving.
I don't know
What were
that
you
the
saying, sir?
iguanas are so much down in the Everglades.
They
They're
are.
more like I thought they were more in the neighborhoods.
They're
I
everywhere.
Well, yeah, see, people get iguanas, they get too big, and then they just dump them. Then they
If it
climb
is
Mhm.
trees.
attached to the
Then they get
canals, I've heard.
well
And there's
that
canals
too.
all through Florida.
There is. Yeah, I live in
There's
Florida.
more
If you live
canals
in
in Florida
Florida,
than roads, actually.
you
Good
live
to
in
see you,
Florida
Falco.
too, Neil? Is it Neil
I just
talking?
Yeah, that's Neil. What's wrong? Sorry.
Oh, do you live in Florida too?
I lived in Pensacola from 71 to 73, and then we moved back there in 78, and I was there until like 89.
Oh, okay. You know that area well.
Yeah, a lot of the
I think it's
cops
just you,
are
Doug.
friends of mine.
Oh,
I went to school with them and shit. Down
I
there,
was
if
going
they,
to
like,
ask.
you get a good job as with the sheriff's department, Pensacola Police Department or something, you keep it for your whole life, and then your kid gets a job there, and so I still know a lot of people there. I haven't
Soda
lived there
County.
in years. But it's very
Well, I was going to
family
ask
oriented.
if you knew the cops well because you got in so much trouble, but I guess that's not it. That's
No,
how
I
I'd
got in a
know 'em.
lot of trouble down there, but
Yeah, first name basis. There she goes. Get her.
I have a sister down there not far from BB, and they battle all kinds of critters.
Hi, Gary.
Iguana. And they're right there at the Everglades, so
Yeah. See, I didn't
Lady
know about the
Campion
iguanas
and
that
hold
good.
on, Snooks. Snooks, hold on
Sorry.
a second.
Sure.
Lady Campion and Landon and Tiff, I saw you guys have to go. Thank you so much for coming and watching the movie and hanging out.
No
This was
problem.
fun.
Thank you. I was going to say, not that this is an airport, but I'm going to announce our departure.
Yeah.
We're going to bed for the night.
Yep.
Thank y'all
Have
so
a good
much for
night,
having
guys.
us. Andy, that was a really good time. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks,
we'll do
Andy.
another one soon.
Have a
Alright.
good
Have a
night,
good night.
guys.
Bye, Snooks.
Sweet dreams and
Night.
gentle slumber to all of you.
You too.
How poetic. How
Yep.
poetic. I'm going to drift off to sleep like a baby with that.
I hope so.
Night, y'all.
Right.
Good
Night.
night,
Yep.
y'all.
Night.
Much
rest
love.
well.
Good night, guys. All right.
I couldn't have watched a movie with you. I can't keep quiet.
Yeah, this time we muted. Sometimes we kind of talk over it, but this time we just kind of stayed in the chat.
Do you know what that would have done to me for all that time? My mouth would have exploded.
Mm-hmm.
Teeth would have flown out.
No, what you do is you just mute your mic and then you talk and say whatever you want, and nobody ever knows a thing. And then when you want something to actually hear, then you unmute the mic. That's what I do. I talk all the
Yeah.
time. I just mute the mic.
I talk all the time with it unmuted when it's supposed to be, with it muted when it's supposed to be unmuted, and then I forget.
It's better than the other way around. Hey,
But that's
Yankee.
true. So good
There
to
was
see
one
you, Rick.
stream, thankfully nothing bad. I mean, it wasn't anything that I needed to not say on panel, but there was one stream where I thought I was using my microphone, and so I kept muting my mic, but I wasn't using that microphone, and so every time I thought I was muted, I wasn't.
Did you say anything bad?
Yep. No, I
You did?
didn't, thankfully.
Oh God, I was going to
Amazingly.
say I was
No.
I would have been so
It was
proud
like
of
me
you
clearing my
doing it.
throat or something.
I would have been so proud if you'd been cussing.
I cussed.
Thought you had it muted.
That would have been pretty funny though. Yeah, I was kind of glad nothing like that happened though. Hey, Pennsylvania, right? I know. Something about the fire.
I have my
It's good to
hands up
see
at the
somebody
screen and
here.
I'm warming my hands now.
Right? Well, I have a space heater blowing on me, so it kind of feels about right.
I can't say anything. It's really not bad here in Florida. Just like
Hey,
I got
Got?
nice things.
Yeah.
Hey, Peppy Two Bears.
Oh, that's awesome, Gma. I hope that you can do that. That's living the dream right there. Yeah, good to see you, Peppy. Yeah, what are the temperatures like where you guys are?
Cold.
Yeah, it seems like it's
40,
kind of everywhere.
49 tonight.
Yeah, it's about
Don't yell at me. I can't help it.
it's about the same here in the mid
20,
40s.
29 right now in Seattle area, 29 degrees.
Oh, wow.
25 with it feels like 12.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
just a
That's
step
not normal. That's not normal. It's Southeast Texas. We don't usually get that. It's been probably a good decade or better since we've been like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Well,
Now,
Ryan
Houston
Hall
had the
does.
freeze,
Oh, sorry.
ma'am.
No, please go ahead.
No, I was just saying Houston had that bad freeze, when you heard that all on the news and stuff. But up here where we are, it didn't get that bad.
That was a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had no electricity for like I think 3 or 4 weeks or something.
Yep.
Because I have a friend who lives up there.
Yeah. See, it
Ooh,
wasn't. I'm up
zero.
north of Houston about an hour and a half, and so it's a little. Plus, our power is on co-op, so it's different than that ERCOT shit down there.
Oh, I thought the co-op was the one that went off.
Oh no, ours was rock
Oh,
solid.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was that ERCOT all down there where it's like, oh yeah, here we'll just, you know what? You can tell that electricity went corporation when you can go shop around to these vendors to get electricity. You know that the corporation is taking over because that's just not the way it should be.
Okay.
And that's,
Well, I do like to learn.
I love our co-op. I mean, we've been out. What hurricane was it? There was not the last one, the one before. It was pretty bad around here with all the pine trees, and so it knocked it out. And I think we were out for like 26 days or something like that. But it wasn't like they weren't doing anything. It was just that much damage.
What state do you live in?
Texas. I'm in Southeast Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, Holistic says it's been rough taking care of the livestock. Yeah, I know you were worried about your chickens rescue.
Yeah, I brought the water in tonight and I shut the door on them, and so I've got a
Hey,
tarp
lovely
wrap.
stars. Sorry, go ahead. You have a tarp wrapped around?
Yeah, I blocked the north wind from hitting on them, and
Yeah.
I guess all I know to do tomorrow is I'll go out every 3 or 4 hours and I'll knock the little rim of their water bowl so it won't freeze over.
This is how you stay warm. You put a 101 degree blanket around your neck. That's a kitty cat, by the way.
There you go. Oh, Larry,
that's
you
so
got
cute.
16 and
Yeah, hold on a second. We gotta
You have a
see
neck
this here.
warmer on.
So cute.
That's so
He likes that's Silver.
sweet.
His name's Silver, by the way.
Oh, of course.
Sorry about the
He has
What a
your own built
sweetie.
neck warmer.
Yeah, a little neck warmer. He loves sitting there too, and I don't mind.
Hey, Kat, good
I
to see you.
just love it.
I've got 5
Okay.
below and
Look at what?
I have 5 below and snow
I
presently.
think you might be the coldest.
Yeah,
It's pretty
that is cold.
stinky. But once
If
it
you
gets
look
below
at cold,
60, cold is cold.
Pennsylvania Preparedness says, I hear if you lick a flagpole in this weather, you get 3 wishes. Yeah, good luck with that. You'll need 3 wishes.
Yeah. I'm not falling for that.
Yep, right? I know.
I was just wanting to know what was going to be your first wish, Pennsylvania.
Wish that you hadn't done that.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's what I figured it was going to end up being.
A double dog dare you. Eimer, you need to get back up here and talk.
I know. I noticed Eimer slipped down into the chat pretty quickly.
You have a slide backstage. That's what happened.
Yep.
Coward.
Bon, you did go swimming in the river. I went on a video date with Bon. He was in Australia.
Yeah, we see you, Eimer.
He took me through his town and showed it to me. It was so great.
Yeah, I know. Got it all toasty warm over there.
Very exciting.
I've heard that too, Unbroken. Triple dog dare. Be right back. I do want to address something really fast. Cat without the hat. He did not show up. His comments did not show up in my birthday live stream. Snooks, I know you've had all sorts of problems with this with YouTube, where you get like it's like somebody. It's almost like the channel hid you, but they didn't hide you. And then I know, like Cat didn't show up in my hidden list, and I could see his comments in StreamYard, but nobody could see his comments, including him, in chat. So it's not any of my mods. It's not me. Nobody's hiding comments or deleting things or hiding people or anything like that. If you go missing, please contact me and let me know. Either like leave a comment. I think a comment would still show up. I don't even know. But my email is in my channel description. So if anything like that happens on my channel, please just let me know so I can try to bring you back from YouTube, whatever, the upside down. Wherever you go.
Lady Campion's been helping me. If I get modded, then I can be seen. But I don't want people to feel they have to mod me in order for me to be seen in their streams. Valerie Bott, I think, is going to mod me because I wasn't being seen in her streams, but then Pookie wasn't either for a couple of days, which was very unusual. So it'll work
Oh,
out.
I heard about that. Yeah, I think that if you get modded and then are unmodded, it sticks. It's like modding kind of resets you on the channel, from what I understand.
Yeah, but see, Pookie wasn't getting seen, and she's been modding Valerie's for a long time. She went 3 days not being seen.
Yeah,
So,
it
but
can't be a
Valerie
rogue
knows that.
mod unbroken because if okay, so for those of you who might not know, I think most people do know this, but we've put a lot of thought into this, and we've seen it happening on a lot of different channels, so we're trying to figure it out. But I do think it's a YouTube glitch. But anyway, if
Hmm.
if a mod hides you or times you out, then all the other mods in the channel can see it. They all see who did it and that you were timed out or hidden. So nobody's seeing any of the comments, then it's YouTube. It's not a moderator.
Well, thank you for that. That's good info.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was any of the stream people. That wasn't my
Yep.
concern. It was just very
Yeah.
odd. But then
No, it
sometimes
is odd. It is odd.
I'd show up for a
Hey,
minute
Karma.
and then it would stop showing up completely. So,
Yeah.
karma.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I shared you out on quite a few discords, so that was nice.
Oh,
Get
thank
some
you.
people in.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's
Yeah, it's
31
great.
watching. Y'all can hit that thumbs up. And oh,
Yeah,
you
thanks
can
for
hit the
everybody being here. Kind of pop up last minute. Appreciate you. It's kind of nice that I'm all caught up in chat this entire time with.
It's like, wow, that's what it's like.
Yeah. Hey, I get so much crap for my chat, but I tell you, I keep up. I would like to see some other people try to keep up like I do,
I
and
You're
do.
still
no
and
worse than
still
anybody
follow,
else.
the
Other
whole
people,
chat. Oh no, worse. Yeah, okay.
well, that didn't come out right, did it?
I
Okay, that
have
was an
good days
oopsie.
when I can accomplish that.
No,
Yeah.
you
Glad you're
do
back,
great.
Doug. Take care, Kat. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Snooks. Appreciate all your support.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah,
Love.
maybe it might be an update, or sometimes updates might be what's causing it too, for that matter. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's some different theories I've heard. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. It's too crazy there. I mean, but it's happening to too many people. There's something going on. Maybe.
What is strange? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Nope. Go
What
ahead.
is strange, Indy, is that it's happening in the indie community only for me.
Yeah, I have seen it now in other communities, but we're all
Oh,
kind of connected. So I don't know.
I don't know.
I've
In the
definitely
land,
seen it most in the indie community.
in this land of no internet, I'm fortunate just to be able to stream at any point.
Yeah. Right.
well, if mods are sabotaging their channel creators, the channel creators need to take care of that.
Well, absolutely. But that's what I'm saying.
But I don't think that's
Some
what it is.
that's definitely not what it is here, because everybody
No,
can see
never.
it. So yeah, but I mean that everybody can see it. Yeah. Where was that comment? We know. I mean, I think everybody in here probably knows of at least someone who has modded on a channel and sabotage. And I'm not going to name names, but I know I've seen that in the prepping community. I know I've seen that in the indie music community. That does happen.
Really?
But oh yeah, but that's not what's happening here. And that's not I mean, like where you're not showing up on any channels, that's not a mod thing. A mod would only
No,
be able to do that at one channel, you know. Anyway, yeah, just clarifying.
Thanks for the info. I mean, I've been struggling with it. Others have too. And it's nice to know something.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks for being here, Holistic. It was nice to see you here and welcome. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Well, I mean, with the mods, I don't think that happens that often because like I said, I mean, if you're modding, you can see when somebody does that, so it doesn't last long. But um, I don't think that's what's happening for the most part. It's some kind of YouTube glitch or hack.
See you again, Bon. Good luck with your nephew.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe unbroken. Maybe just updates. Right, Cherokee? She's up here. Although she's kind of hidden behind comments. Sorry, Lady Smith. Here, I'll put myself down there. Everybody knows I'm here. Thank you, Holistic. Yep.
What a nice surprise you coming on tonight. We missed you.
Heck yes.
And we didn't have to
Oh.
wait till Friday to see you.
So
Yep.
glad
Well,
you
my
had
regular.
right away.
Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah, my regular time will be on Fridays, but this is just kind of a impromptu, and I'd been wanting to do a backstage movie for a while, so I thought it made sense, and it kind of worked
And
out well. To
you're coming on Friday at 9, not 10.
Yep. Mhm.
So that's nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Then we have 15th on Thursday, so we're heading
Oh,
into a good weekend.
hey Taylor, I don't know what happened on Lou's channel. Did something happen today? I don't know about that. Oh, usually modding is just dropping links, being able to drop links, or being able to, if you have a wrench, you can like hover over other people's channels and go to their channels more easily. Like I guess you used to always be able to do with YouTube, but they took that away before I ever, really got involved.
And you welcome people in. You kind of, help hostess it, and you just
Yeah,
act nice to everybody.
yeah, connect
And if the
people.
channel's big
I mean,
enough,
people
you
do it different ways.
remove links.
And ask them to please donate money through the super chats.
Hey,
Right,
Cherokee, good to see you.
I know. I want to sit around a fire right now.
Me too. With marshmallows.
I have
Yep.
a fire going on the front porch. I have a heater running on the pipes on the back porch. Just trying to keep everything nice and flowing.
Well, you are the
That's weird,
coldest.
Taylor. I haven't heard about that. I haven't heard about that before. I see somebody's trying to come in, but it's looking like things aren't connected correctly. So sorry about that.
Well, all a
That's funny,
streamer has to
Virginia.
do is kick his mods out and get his show back.
What do you mean?
Because
Oh,
A Taylor is,
for that. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna go there.
yeah. I mean, I won't say I don't get feisty. I just try to apologize more.
Yeah, Scars had a premiere today, a beautiful song. And one thing I really love about Scars is that she always puts, I mean, a lot of things, but she always puts the lyrics in the description. And I'm a big lyrics person, so I always love to go and look at the lyrics while I'm listening.
I think that's a nice thing to do too.
Just kind of a nice touch. Yeah.
Yeah. Bran, are you staying
Hey,
warm up there in
Joe,
Canada?
good to see you.
Layers. Layers is the
Layers.
key.
Layers. Yeah, I've heard that. Hi, Joe. Mike Carrera. Oh, God. If Dev saw me, he'd say something. Mike Carrera. I can't say it. Mike Carrera. I can't roll my R's good. Mike Carrera.
Oh, that's what was happening.
Yeah, no, I wasn't spitting up a fur ball. It's going to sound like it.
Hey, Sean, good to see you. Thanks for being here. The link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up and join us. I think it's still
Thank you,
pinned at the
Neil.
top. And I
Hey,
think I
Indy.
missed, Mike, thanks for coming
Indy,
in.
I'm fixing to hop down. I got my stream in the morning, so I'm going to go lay
Yeah.
down. And,
Yep. Get some good rest. Thanks for coming in, hanging out, Rescue. This was fun.
oh, yeah. And it was a cool movie. We'll have to do that again.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Thank you,
Good
brother.
to
Love
see
ya.
you.
Gentle slumber.
Hey,
Have a good night, and I will see y'all in the morning.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night.
If somebody can drop, maybe Imir, if you could drop Rescue's link, he'll be live. He usually goes live at 6 a.m. Eastern. Great place to hang out in the mornings. Good way to start your day. Thank you, Neil. Neil says, buy silver and platinum. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hi,
Oh,
Clennis.
see? 15th. He just knows.
Yeah.
He usually
Glennis,
gives
this is
good advice
Snook.
to follow.
Hi there. She's from
Nice, staying
15th.
all nice and cozy there, Joe. Yep, he is. Yeah, I know, Clintus. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Still waking his covers.
Oh, good night, Cherokee. Yeah, I know that happens. The cold is killing his battery.
Mm.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Glennis.
Be safe,
Yeah.
Cherokee.
Thank you, I'm here. Yeah, go check out, set a notification and check out Rescues Live. I usually go there like I'll catch the first hour maybe as I'm trying to go to sleep.
I
But
try
for
and say
most
hi to
people, it's the
Rescue.
morning.
He's got such a great show.
Yeah, he does. Pennsylvania Preparedness says, I'm starting my day tomorrow with a cold, frigid run. Good way to make sure the day can't get any worse. Nice.
All right, I'm out of here too. I just stopped by to show support since you do the same for me.
Oh, I appreciate you.
Hey, not a problem. You guys have a good
Yeah.
evening.
Thanks for coming up.
Sweet dreams
Not
to
a
you. It's
problem.
nice seeing you, Neil.
Yeah, Silver says hello.
Yeah, so cute. Here, let's go full screen one more time here. Now
Yeah.
that you have the back. Yeah, there we go.
That's
What
a
a
good image
cutie.
to say goodnight to.
Yeah, I walk around. He stays like this. He's quite
What a
comfortable. He's
sweetie.
actually pretty cool.
How old is your cat?
This guy is 8, 9 months, maybe somewhere around there.
Oh, he's a young
Oh,
one.
yeah, baby.
Beautiful color.
And then,
Beautiful color.
Oh, teenager.
this one here is his brother. This one here is his brother. He's a little dwarf comparatively. This is Striker.
Good name.
He's a little bit
Aw,
shorter. He's a little dwarf guy,
Oh,
but he likes
good
giving hugs and
sweetie.
kisses.
they're so loving. They're
Yeah,
so
they
Hey,
loving.
are.
Avery.
Oh, look, he's trying to
Yeah.
get him.
Yeah, they fight on my neck all the time. Who gets up there? This guy does the same thing as the other
Oh
one.
my God, look, he is.
That is so cute.
And they're
There he
brothers,
goes.
so it's like a trait they have. And
Yep.
they're both
I
their
had
mom,
I had a cat that did that once.
their mom's
Named
feral.
Casper. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I picked these guys up
Aw.
off the street.
I bet they're pretty
Lucky
smart cats
cats.
then.
This guy's a little retarded.
Good to see you, Eric.
He's a
Thanks for
dwarf.
being here.
Anyhow, you guys have a good evening.
Yeah, thanks,
You
Neil. Thanks for
too.
coming up. Thanks
Have a
for
good
being here.
night.
Appreciate your support.
Hey,
I
Eric.
know.
I don't know if I said hello.
Those fur babies are always fun to see.
Well, these are so sweet. I mean, it's like they know that he
Oh,
saved their lives, you know?
yeah. Rescues. I feel like rescues are usually really sweet animals. They do. They just know.
Critters
Aw,
choose their people.
Fran. Yep. Yeah. Our last dog that we had was kind of a rescue. We got him from a family that couldn't keep him anymore, and we met up with them at a dog park to meet him. And there was another dog that I really wanted, but we were like, okay, well, let's still go and see this one, and just then we'll go and see the dog that we think we really want. And we didn't even go and see the other dog. As soon as we met him, he like came over and he did this thing where he would like lean into your leg and just like snuggle in.
Oh,
And as soon as
Why?
he did that, yeah, as soon as he did that, I was like, oh, okay, that's my baby. And he was a pit red heeler mix and the sweetest dog I've ever had.
It's just
Such a
I
sweet
can't picture it.
I've heard that
dog.
mix.
Oh, I'll send you a picture. He was
Yeah.
so cute. Yep.
I've heard
Awesome.
they're very sweet.
Yeah. We named him Scrappy. We got him. I mean, he was pretty young when we got him too.
Scrappy.
Yep, like Scrappy
Not
Doo.
Scrappy Doo? Scrappy
Uh
Doo,
huh.
yeah.
Yep. Nice. I don't need a weighted blanket. I have a 130-pound shepherd who doesn't understand boundaries. Yeah, you're staying nice and warm.
That's cute.
Hey, Hobbs.
What?
Good to see you.
Who blocked? What? Who? Faith, you're saying why did you block me? Who blocked you?
Faith,
Fuego.
nobody's
Andy, you'd
blocking
like
you.
to take care
It's
of this.
saying, yep, it's saying that it's not, something's not connected, so you're not able to come up. So I can see you're back there, but it's not letting you. I can't like let you up. I don't know if it's a StreamYard glitch or something on your end's not connected.
I
That's what I
struggle,
was trying to
but that's new for me.
say.
Yeah, Indy would
Right?
never
Yeah, it is
block you.
fun. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Nobody's blocked.
No, she wouldn't do
But
that.
that is a little different. I mean, that is a little different than what I was saying earlier, though, because Kat wasn't trying to come backstage earlier, or that last stream. He just couldn't comment in the chat at all.
You've screenshot this block. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Faith, I don't know what that means either. It's just not letting you up. Oh no. Yeah, you need some mousers. Right?
Where I live, Scars, people will drop animals off all the time that they don't want, or strays or whatever. And so it seems like I always have a litter of something going on, whether I initiated it or not. And it is tough to get rid of cats. And I say it like that because if you don't pass them around or send them to another good home, you have a jungle of cats and a cloister in a short period. It is tough to pass them on.
Yeah. Yep, it is.
Best you can do is just keep putting the word out.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing more and more strays, I'm guessing, as people are having problems financially and more homeless and all of that, you know?
Right. Well, the shelters won't take them. There are private rescuers that are, everyone's overloaded. I mean, it's kind of already revealing.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I know.
It breaks my heart, but I know, I mean, it's just, I certainly can't keep up with that kind.
No worries,
Especially when
Joe. Go ahead and listen. Relax.
I put signs up, I've put boxes out, like take this for your wayward critter or whatever,
Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Faith, I'm telling you, you're not blocked. We can see you in the chat, but when you're trying to come backstage, it's saying something's not connected. So you're getting kicked, but you're not blocked. It's just it's StreamYard is saying you have something that's not connected, so I can't let you up.
I can assure you, Faith, that Indy would not ever not let you up if she could let you up.
You're gonna hang out by the gum wall. Probably radiates its own heat or something, Mike. Right?
Gum wall.
I got booted a
Yep.
couple of times, Fuego, trying to come up. It said that I was not close enough to the Wi-Fi, and I have zero internet where I live. I mean, it's not even offered. I would have to satellite, but
Yeah.
after a few tries, I did figure it out. You may have to tap your settings,
Yeah.
like go.
Well, there's no point in getting upset over it, though. It's not anybody's fault. And what
Right.
is a gum wall?
Oh, so in Seattle they have this gum wall, and it just started randomly. Like I don't even know, probably 30 years ago. I have no idea, but I'm guessing around then. And it's like by Pike Place Market, which is pretty well known. It's where they like throw the fish, and whenever they do anything in Seattle, they always show Pike Place Market. But anyway, and so it's just this wall where people go and stick their gum, and it's outside what used to be like or I think there's still a comedy club there, and it's this little alleyway. But then like several years back, they actually cleaned it and they power washed and got all the gum off, and people were so mad because this gum wall was like a local, spot. And so it made it almost like more infamous. And so then people went and redid it. So there's this huge, disgusting gum wall in Seattle.
They went and re-gummed the wall.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's a medium, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool in a weird, funky way.
It's like the tag or Banksy. I mean,
Banksy.
it's kind of like that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Banksy went and gummed walled and graffitied the wall in the dark of night. Nobody saw him.
Art.
Art.
Yeah, well, Faith, I don't know what the deal is, but I'm here
Art.
I can do it, but
Any.
you can
Truly.
take a break for a little bit there.
I want to say hi to a good friend of mine, Anthony Richardson.
Thank you, Amir.
Happy past, well, might be Monday where you are. No, well, anyway, happy Monday, Anthony. Anthony's from Jeff's chat.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, good to see you.
He's just a very nice
Yep.
friend, and he comes in
Yeah.
15. Very good man. Nice to see you. Hi, Joe.
Mhm.
Sorry
You're
I missed you.
Catwoman. I like that, Joe. That's a good one. That fits Scars. Mhm. Love it.
So you knew the gumball. Anthony knew the gumball wall. Oh, it's not just the gum wall; it's the gumball wall.
No, I think it's just the gum wall.
Gum wall. Okay. Thought they were getting fancier.
Yeah.
Huey.
Right, Scars. It's happening, Lauren. It's always happening here.
Okay. Faith is not in the chat right now, so it's okay. It's okay.
Well, just keep going.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
She's thick skinned. I mean, when she figures it out and, understands that it's not a hit.
I'm just saying it doesn't need to be discussed anymore in the chat. She's not in there right now.
Yep, we're
Right.
just moving along.
What was
Yeah.
gnarly? Oh, the gum wall, I guess.
Yep.
Wonder if anybody ever picked gum
Hey.
off out of desperation and chewed it.
Oh, good Lord, I hope not.
No, but I bet.
I heard it's actually one of the most like filthy places in the world, like legitimately. There's
Imagine.
tests that have been done. It's like that, and the Wailing Wall, I think, is like the only place more, it has more
Slob.
like bacteria present than the gum wall.
You think the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem is dirtier?
That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not. That is just what I heard. Is that because so many people touch it? There's like a lot of, it's just a popular site. So
Well,
kind of like
you
the
could
gum wall.
that makes sense, doesn't it? I had never thought of that.
Good one,
Heard
Joe.
him yet.
Yeah, that's just what I heard.
Well, you hear a lot of right things.
Yeah, there's a lot of wrong things out there too. But
Yeah.
I mean, that was something I heard a long time ago, and I heard it. I mean, it stuck out to me because of the gum wall, and that being here.
Mardi Gras is the dirtiest I've ever seen. Might be.
I've never been to Mardi Gras.
Bike
I
week
don't
take
want to go.
back in the day.
Ooh, that's unfortunate, Pennsylvania. The Blarney Stone. Yeah. Yeah, we just went there recently, Anthony. The Fremont Troll, the Fremont Bridge. And they actually just put in a garden there pretty recently, I think within the last year. It's called like Troll Hollow or something like that, but it's this really cute little garden that's right next to the big troll. And there are a bunch of like huge wooden trolls that are carved that are in like different areas in Washington now too. My family has Norwegian heritage, so does my husband, so I kind of love all the troll stuff.
And then are they using like stumps where they've had to remove or cut and then carve the stump?
No, these are large. Maybe. I mean, that might be. It sounds like something they would do here in Seattle, but if so, I don't know about that. But
I
it's
was just
definitely
curious.
one artist that has a bunch. There's like, I mean, I think there's probably like four that I know of, and they're
Oh,
probably like, oh, I don't know, maybe like 12 feet tall or so. Kind of, and they have like
oh,
kind of a totem, sort of like a totem look to them. I mean, they're just carved. I guess is the
okay,
easiest way to
gotcha.
say it. Yeah, but they're really kind of cool. There's a
All
I
right.
can never remember his name, but there's a Norwegian artist who carves trolls that are really well known. And it's I mean, I don't even think that original artist is still living, but he's, passed down his art to others who now continue it in the same
Right on.
style. And these look a lot like that Norwegian artist. So I like them.
Yeah, so the flare is there.
Yeah.
This gift.
I don't think I've ever
Me
seen
too,
carved
Mike.
trolls.
Yeah.
I must be missing out then.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, it's part of my heritage, so that's what I love about them. And it's funny. Like my family always had little carved trolls all around.
So do you
But
collect them?
we have a couple. My in-laws have gone to Norway twice in the last few years, and both times they brought back trolls for our kids.
I
All
think
right.
that's
So
great.
yes, we have a little. But that was the funny thing is that in my family we always had them growing up. We had one in my house, and then like each of my aunts and uncles had one or two, and you know what I mean. They were like always around. But then it was funny because when I met my husband and started hanging out with his family, it's the same thing in his family. Like almost every different family member has a troll in their house. In their house. So it's a Norwegian thing for sure,
Well, I think
or
it's nice to carry on
Scandinavian.
traditions.
It's not Orbeez, it's
Yeah,
not X-Men. I like the
right.
troll idea.
Yeah, they're probably like demonic or have some negative agenda or whatever. But it's
No, no,
nostalgic
no,
for
no.
me,
They're
Yeah,
all
they're
angelic. They're all angelic.
right?
Yeah.
They're like hobbits.
I don't know if
Hmm.
hobbits are good. Well, no, hobbits are sweet. That's right. I collect fairies. I collect
Chima,
Hallmark
I love
fairies.
you. Oh yeah, okay.
Yep. I just call them my naughty fairies. They're hanging on my palm
I
tree
don't doubt it,
Christmas tree.
Chima. Yep. Yeah, they do. I'll send you some pics, Doug, of the little troll garden. It's pretty cute. They had this little like statue of a turtle that had moss on its back, and then they had a rain barrel with a little like a spout and a little watering can, and it was some little ritual where you could like go and take the water and pour it on the moss and make a wish or something. So the kids did it. It was pretty fun. It was cute. It's very Pacific Northwest. All the like outdoorsy stuff in the troll garden. It's pretty cute.
right on. I do it.
Shima, I just love you to pieces. You crack me up. Keep being you.
Growers,
Yep. Good to see you, Essie. Thanks for being here. Wolverines. Now I got to remember who all I'm sending pictures to. But yeah, I will, Doug. Yeah, I'll put
Can
them
you
in
put them
my
in
I'll put
your?
'em in my Discord.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say that. That'd probably be
Yep.
easier for you.
I will. Yeah, and there's a good time to plug my Discord. Okay, so I don't talk about my Discord a lot, but it really is a great way to stay connected with people and communicate, and still have maintain privacy. So you don't have to give out your phone number, not even your email, but you can direct message on there. And then we do sometimes do movies and things like that, back kind of like the backstage idea, but in Discord. And then mine is kind of like a library of links, so it's like all sorts of information kind of by topic. But the best part I think is the Live Now channel, and that's where a lot of people, including Snooks, help drop links to things that are live. And so it's a good way to you can kind of catch things if you don't get your notifications in time or whatever. Or you can see where other people are headed to hang out, and it's a good way to help support everybody.
Am I
and
able
like
to drop your
So
link?
nope, I
Oh,
don't put it out. But if you
okay.
there's too many, yeah, there's too many people out there that I don't know
Okay.
that might grab it. But if
Right.
you are interested, please, if you're somebody I know, I know you by name, I've known you, then please reach out to me. My email is in my channel description, or just leave a comment and I can get a hold of you and send you the link to get to my Discord.
Nice.
Yeah,
It's the
Yeah.
he
only way.
has great Discord.
Honestly, I have, the network keeps me aware. I cannot rely
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube, and there's always a lag because I don't have internet. So
Yeah.
it's nice. That whole network is a blessing, really.
This chat is cracking me up. We have somebody on Shine, somebody on Meds kicking in. Yeah, it is a great way to stay connected for sure. Hey, Mr. Bill. Good to see you. Let me
Where's
switch
Mr.
this up so we
Bill?
can see you.
I'm here.
Did you let that man on the panel?
I sure
Crazy.
did.
It's Bill Tifa here.
Hi there,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bill. Woot woot.
Hey, Snooks. Hey, how
Aw,
you doing? Nice to see you.
thank you for that, Doug.
I miss you, Mr. Bill. I never get you when you're on. You're on at a late time.
I know. I almost. Yeah, I usually come on about this time. But I saw you guys
Yeah, I
on here, so I
know.
figured I'll pop in here, see how you guys are doing, enjoying the fireworks. It's like 10 degrees where I live, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It's
Too
great to
cold, too
see
many
you.
places.
it's cold up there. Yep.
Are you staying toasty inside, I hope?
Warm it up anyway. I'll get under the blankets here in a bit, or maybe I'll throw a blanket over me in a second. But yeah, warm enough. Don't have any
Mm-hmm.
water at the moment, but or no running water. But
What do
I
you
got
have?
my
Mountain Dew? Got Mountain Dew there?
no, cherry Coke actually. But
All right, that's okay then. No Mountain Dew.
hey, nice to see everybody in the chat there. Doug, what's going
He
on?
doesn't like it because I fussed at him about drinking too much Mountain Dew, so he'll
Night,
change the
Eric.
subject.
We got to change it up a little bit, just throw people off.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So, how have things been with you, Mr. Bill? What's going on with
Oh,
you these days?
not much. It's cold lately, but when it warms up or whatever, we'll get back out there and do some flag waves and
Yeah.
maybe see some school board meetings, things like that. That's what I'm focusing on lately
That's
or whatever,
great.
seeing what's going on in the crazy world of public schools.
Yep. Yep. How are things going that you as of last you saw in with the school board? How are things going with behind the scenes in the schools?
Uh, Pretty much the same as last year. If there's nothing big happening in a school or something like that, books or bad behavior that parents want to go to, nobody will show up at the school board meetings, and
Mm-hmm.
then a whole bunch of them will show up for 1 or 2 weeks if there's conservative school board members are being attacked or whatever, they'll go to defend them or something like that. But I wish people can be more steady and kind of go as often as possible, or at least be more in tune
Yeah.
with what's going on in their own school districts.
Yep.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
area
Go
where I'm at
ahead.
or whatever, in the area where I'm at, it's usually situations about,
Good
certain
night, Eric.
things that people put in books. There's a big thing. And in the Tiger Twalton area, a few weeks ago, you might have saw a video of a middle schooler attacking another middle schooler and not getting any consequences. So a bunch of people kind of showed up at a school board meeting, tried to anyway, but they made it virtual as soon as they knew that we were coming.
Good night,
And
Scars. Much
Of
love.
course.
eventually they changed their rules or whatever to start
Mm.
to go after bad behavior, but parents are still
Mm.
not happy with the results of the tolerance level that the schools are saying we just can't do anything to sort of stop kids from bad behavior, basically. And a lot of the schools around here,
Funding that they receive for attendance. So if they allow all of these things to occur all the time, or are lenient with them,
yeah,
then they can continue that funding. If they put their foot down and do what is right, that they have a greater possibility of losing that funding. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that being aware and being in tune and keeping at it is the only solution in that.
Yeah.
yeah. Although what I sort of wish would happen behind the scenes or whatever is if somebody's kids attack somebody else's kids or something like that, and then if the student who attacked is not punished by the school, the parents of the kid that was attacked should, in my opinion, get a lawyer and go after the school district at that point there for I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what they would call it at that point there, but accessory to an assault basically if you're not going to do anything about the assault.
Hmm. That's an interesting thought. Wonder if that would start getting people to be held
Yeah,
accountable, you know?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
hit him where the pocketbook is, you know.
Or, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that personally.
Yeah, I
I don't
mean,
have any people.
yeah,
Mine are all grown, and my granddaughter's grown as well. But I see what's going on. I mean,
yeah.
and the chaos spillover because the kids are going to react quicker than we are to situations
And there's
and
even
whatever.
another. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, there's even another local school nearby or whatever that has a TPUSA chapter that used toward the beginning of the year they had 47 students in this conservative chapter. They were meeting on monthly or whatever, but there were teachers and advisors, not advisors, but staff or whatever that went to these meetings not to help out with the meetings, but to make mean faces at the people and kind of sort
Good
of
night, Doug.
scare them and throw them off. I'm like, and then now they're down to like 5 people because they're, you know,
It's the
everybody's
time.
been kind of scared off by the leftists, for lack of a better word.
Hmm.
I'm with you, Gmail. I mean, but we're in a time.
Go ahead. No, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
No, you go.
I'll go.
Yeah,
I
you go.
think that with it, when we allow the kids to fight it out, if you will, it always it's come to the point in time, according to the way that they've grown up, the environment they've been in, they're going to react in that manner. They have no coping skills potentially.
Yeah.
So you have a couple of high school boys that get pissed off at each other, and then the next thing you know, it's packing, and they're sitting outside, just outside of bounds, So it's turned, and we lost that grip a while back. We're not going to gain it back without working through these scenarios, and the only way to do it is to be proactive and get in there and do the work. I agree. Yes, set them up a ring. Let them have at it. That'll change things in a hurry.
There are some states that have that mutual combat law, but I don't know about schools. But it would be
But there's more incidents.
Realistically,
There's more incidents happening where it's 5 kids on 1 kid. You
Mm-hmm.
can't say let the kids work it out. That's bullying.
Exactly, not anymore. And they've learned that behavior. They've learned that group mentality where we gather together and we attack what we don't like.
I know. So, but what I'm saying, it's not kids squabbles, it's bullying.
Oh, yes, but that's a learned behavior. So we can't change the way those environments were for those children, young people.
But the good people need to meddle in it and try and get it resolved so it doesn't keep happening with the school boards.
That starts at home.
Well, I know. I'm not sure I'm getting my point across.
Okay. No, I know what you're saying is that you can't allow them to beat each other to death and what have you, and because then it turns into, one school against the other as we were speaking.
I don't.
Mm-hmm. I think I see both sides. I think it needs to be a balance. I think there always was kind of a natural balance. I mean, obviously, if one kid was getting bullied and picked on and fought repeatedly, that then adults need to be looking at what's going on there in that situation and intervening. But I think what maybe the initial conversation or comment was about, like Gma said, I think there's something too. Can't remember where I was where some guys were just talking about this. Specifically, it was men. I don't know if I can't remember what I was watching or who I was talking with, but I've heard this come up several times. People used to be able to just go and go to blows, and as a female, that's not how I dealt with things. You know what I mean? I was always the one, honestly, like breaking fights up.
I
But
was too. Yeah.
I do see that there's value, and I think honestly, and probably get flack for this, but I think especially for men with all the testosterone, I think that like there is a benefit to that where they would, and this is what people were saying, that men were saying that they would end up becoming friends with that person because they had a mutual understanding or respect that they gained from that. And nowadays it goes right to a weapon, or it goes right to going to an authority, like calling the police or whoever, if it's at school, whoever the authority may be, so that those things no longer happen. And then because there's not that same kind of level of conflict that's allowed, they also don't get that resolution.
Thank you for
So
articulating it for me.
yeah. But I think, I mean, I see both sides, because, and being in the schools, um, for as long as I was, there is so little accountability for children that it's literally to the point that teachers are getting assaulted and have there's
Re-
nothing they can do about it. There's no recourse they can take. Or if they do, it's literally filing assault against the child. And who wants to do that? I mean,
Yeah.
there are a lot of kids dealing with a lot of, it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
So
And
something's
the
got
other,
to change though.
yeah. And all the kids have cameras on their phone or whatever for the schools that allow them to carry it around, and so they're quicker to take a video
Enjoy,
of
Lauren.
a scuffle than try to stop the scuffle from getting out of hand. It's the other thing that keeps bugging me. I'm like, back in my day or
Mhm.
whatever, if we saw something bad happening like that, we'd, hey guys, break it up, take it outside, But
Yeah.
nowadays it's like, no, I want to put this up on Instagram, whatever.
Well, and that's not just kids. We're seeing that with
But
adults,
adults,
on
yeah,
subways where, to the point of people getting raped in front of others and nobody intervening. Like, it's
yeah,
Yeah.
disgusting. I mean, that
It's
is the downfall right there.
yeah,
the exposure and desensitization is astounding, frankly, for
Mhm.
me. Maybe because I'm old,
Yep.
but it just amazes me that the coping skills and the lack of respect for human life.
yeah.
Well, that's something I've seen even amongst those who are awake, so to speak. Um,
Yeah.
and I understand, like there are people who, when they're dealing with heavy subjects, or we see this in like police or firefighters or, first responders, that people have built up and need to, in some cases, an ability to laugh at things that others wouldn't find humorous. I get that, but I'm seeing a lot of streamers making jokes about things that have to do with like, pedophilia, and it's like they don't even realize they're doing it, I don't think. Like it's,
Mm,
and maybe it's a coping mechanism. I recognize that that might be the case, but it's also desensitizing because it's allowing people to think it's okay to find things humorous that should have no humor in them. So,
agree.
there's my little soapbox for a minute, but yeah.
No, I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah.
I have a
Yep.
tendency to go and cope situations, afterwards. I
Yeah.
think that's it's almost a resilience mechanism.
Mhm.
It's how you cope
Yeah.
all sometimes,
Yeah, I can see it both ways, that's for sure.
right? But I don't find those things amusing at all.
I don't either. I think I'm gonna step down. It's getting a little bit late for me, but thank you so much for having me
Yeah.
up. And
Thanks
it
for
was
coming
great
up,
to see
Snooks.
you. It's nice
Yep.
that you're back home, and I hope you get to being better. And Lady Smith
Yeah.
and Mr. Bill and Bran, it's always nice seeing y'all. So I'm
So
going to
Yeah.
say goodnight to the chat
Yep.
and loves and hugs to everybody.
Much love,
have
Snooks.
a
Thanks for
good
Nice
coming
little
up.
text.
And I will see you Friday night.
Yeah. Take care.
Going to be a nice week.
Yeah, for sure. I
I
know.
got to
It's
leave
nice.
here.
We've been in like relax mode the last few days, but then we have a little bit of time today without the kids here and got some stuff done and got to be a little productive too. So it's a lot. It's amazing how much you can get done when you don't have a 7 and a 5-year-old
Oh
running
wow.
underfoot.
You said they're time consuming. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and attention. They're it's where my focus
Oh
is.
yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yep. I know, but I have to say I miss them so much. This is like the longest I've been away from them probably ever. So maybe one other time before for this song, but yeah, we're both my hubs and I are both like ready to see him, ready to have him back.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike Herrera,
Yeah.
what are you drinking there? What are you drinking, Mike?
Yep. Well, Mike, I think, was cheersing Lauren, who's having some shine, some apple shine out by his fire.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't have any shine. Ill prepared.
Yeah, I haven't drinking any alcohol in quite a while. Just have it for
Yeah.
caffeine.
Yeah, I'm not a big drinker, but every once in a while I like a hard cider
Yeah, that's usually what I would drink is that or
or like a stout.
seltzer type thing.
Yeah.
Or what is twisted teas if it's summertime.
Yeah, I'm more of a smoker than a drinker.
Yeah.
Or an RSO taker. Not even a smoker that much these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're starting to come out with some of those anti-vape commercials or whatever for kids. I'm like, finally.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten into vaping more recently, and it's just vaping THC, not nicotine. But I'm sure it's probably horrible.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever smoked, but it's just when kids are kind of allowed to get into that habit or whatever, they see their parents smoke and then they have to follow
Yeah.
suit. Like,
Well, vaping is so convenient too. I mean, it's much
yeah,
more convenient, I think, than smoking. And I mean, whether you're talking about cigarettes or weed, and that makes it a little bit easier to just continue the habit.
yeah,
So I could see how it'd be very challenging for kids not to get into that.
yeah.
Both are dangerous. I mean, there's just all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know the long-term effects of the vaping thing. I mean, other than popcorn
Right.
lung, of course, most
Yeah,
likely.
exactly.
And I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me, I don't know.
I always like to see it back when everybody was wearing masks and people would just vape and then let their breath go through the mask. I'm like, oh, I think you start proving my point.
Yeah. I remember seeing some of those videos pretty early on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm watching TOS. There's definitely.
It's kind of nice to just have this fire going for a little bit. Kind of calming.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that off of YouTube or it's your own video?
Yeah, no, this is off of YouTube. Anti found this video a while back, and I've stuck with this one. I like it. It has a good mix of the fire sounds and some nice background music and
Yeah.
the eternal flame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably dozed off to it a couple times. Not tonight, but
Right? Yep.
What else have you guys been up to?
Yeah, we've just been kind of, spent the last few days away and got some stuff done around home today. Nothing, I mean, that's about it.
maintaining warmth,
Yeah.
flowing
What was that?
pipes.
Say that again, Lady Smith.
I said maintaining warmth.
Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, we're, kind of staying close to the space heaters.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah. Kind of
Hmm.
down in the basement area here, but I should put a space heater here. But as long as I have a jacket on, I'm usually good enough to get by.
Yeah. Bran, that's not as rare as I wish it was around here. I've seen those people this entire time. It seems like there's actually a little bit of a comeback maybe with masks, but not too extreme yet at least.
I was going to say I've
Yeah.
noted quite a few more in the last
Mhm.
several weeks
Yep. Yeah.
around here.
I'm seeing more.
But presently, you know, we don't have but a dusting of snow, but our temperatures are sub-zero, so you know, people aren't out and about quite as much as they were. I
Yeah.
noticed, but still, I'm seeing more masks each time I go to the grocery. It seems.
Mhm. I'm seeing
Yeah.
specifically more people with masks in cars, by themselves. That's kind of my barometer. And
Well, that's so many. So that 2 years ago, like whoa,
mhm.
made a flag wave or whatever, and then somebody in a mask is actually yelling at me with the American flag as they're in a car alone with a mask. They go, "F
Yeah.
Trump" or whatever. You're like,
Hi, Jam.
okay.
Yeah.
My immediate thought is that is so sad, and then I think, and stupid. It doesn't make sense to me, but you know, maybe I'm missing something.
You be you, I guess.
Health wise, I know there are absolutely, you know, health issues that require you to be extremely cautious, you know, but
Yeah. I understand that. But I
yeah,
think, I know for some people, especially youth or, young teens who have gone through this, it's like almost like a security blanket. They
I
don't feel
think,
comfortable. They don't feel as comfortable without the mask, which is really sad to me.
yeah, it is. The
Mhm.
effects of all these things.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen the behavior in all age groups change. We've seen in some
Right.
form or another, you know, it's been working very well. But I have,
Yeah.
because people are so becoming more aware, any with
I
hope, I
think
think.
so. I really think so. Yeah. I've had a few conversations in the last couple weeks with different people I just hadn't really, sat down and talked with um face to face as much recently, and they all seem to be coming around. They're kind of waking up to different parts of reality, and it's really good to see finally.
I think it's refreshing, yeah. And that
Yeah,
there that aren't directly saying, you know, I was off the mark or I misunderstood. They're not necessarily saying those things, but their
right.
behaviors and other words.
Yeah, and or even, they're bringing up things that, I've been saying for like 3 years, but they'll bring it up like it's something new, which is fine. I mean, that's great because to them
Yes.
it is new,
I like
and
that word.
if they needed to hear it from somebody else to believe it, fine, as long as it's getting through, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was
Yep.
getting exhausting there for a while.
Right.
It's
As
nice.
long as people are seeing the truth in my opinion, that's great. I don't care what's bringing them to that. I'm just glad they're, on board.
Right. However
Right.
it works.
Yep. Yeah. Right. No, right. Exactly. No socialism masking. Yeah. Tempting sometimes, Gma. Yep. Mhm. Yeah. But I mean, it's not going to help anybody for us to be like, for those of us who knew to be rubbing it in. I really do hope that people will have grace for those who are figuring things out a little behind everyone else. I
You
mean,
don't
I'm not
know.
that far ahead. Like I really was, I've said this a million times, but I'll say it again for anybody who might not know. I really wasn't paying attention and I was blind to a lot of truths that I now know, even just 4 years ago. So, I think that was a pivotal time for a lot of people to start waking up or to figure out more, more of reality and start it, and not like I have the answers now. I think most of us would say we don't have all the answers. We're here trying to figure it out and, ask the questions together. But I do
Listen,
I do feel for those who are still waking up because I do think, whatever point they're at, we need more people to be aware of what's really happening.
indeed. Well, you know, Ayn Rand spoke of these things. This has been
Mm,
many, 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 many years.
yes,
This is nothing new.
absolutely.
It's just the mechanics have gotten sharper, if you will. I
Yeah,
think.
I agree.
and funding.
Well, even, I mean, we were talking about even watching this movie that we watched tonight that was from 2013. You can see a lot of the agenda being pushed in that movie that we're still seeing now, but it's also some things that are, we're much further along in that process than we were just what is that, like 10 years ago?
Thank
So,
God.
or 11 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a it depends on which parts of it you're talking about, I guess. But it's good that we can see it now. If yeah,
Yes.
that's good. But it's not great that we're like further along and that they've had these plans in place. I mean, that's a more recent example, but the next movie I want to watch, I think in our backstage, I think I'm going to do is Metropolis, which I believe is from the 20s. And if you haven't seen it, it's an old movie that has a lot of symbolism, and a lot of the plot has to do with very similar plot as this movie about the train. It's about a class system, the upper class and the lower class and the middle class, and all the different levels in between. And um, yeah, it's very, very interesting, but interesting to see how much of that agenda was already in place and being pushed way back then. So
Well, I think that's where the dream of this equalization has come along, that I say come along, but
hey,
is
beautiful tea.
faddish presently with young people. The idea of not being, shoot, I can't think. The idea of
Yeah,
not being ruled by another, that's, where someone's in, and they're doing it in a different way. They're not
hmm
expressing it in a way that it is that, we have ruling classes. They just want everybody to be equal. Well, that's not likely, I don't think. We just aren't.
that's
People
like
are different.
the utopian
Yeah.
idea that never pans out.
Yes, it's, but as they
hmm
grow, of course, that changes.
Yeah.
Once they start living life and pardon the expression, but paying dues and doing the things, then they start to realize, so I don't have any ridiculous hopes that young people are going to be aware entirely, but once again, the role model thing, what we see and how we react and our behavior spills over into them.
hmm
That's where they learn. I
Yeah.
just,
True.
I do see good things because of what's happened in the last few years. People kind of rearrange their priorities in that manner.
hmm Yeah, I think, it's kind of a catch-22 because, we don't like that so many small businesses are, have been lost because of the last few years, but also there are so many people who are now working from home and able to spend more time at home. And I think that's part of the agenda, but it's also a positive in a lot of ways because people are spending more time with their families.
Yes, ma'am. But the spin
Yeah.
on the equality thing is what, is a miss. So, how do they derive their idea of equality, and how do you, other than growth, maturity, if you will,
hmm
to understand what equality means? It isn't that we all have the same things necessarily, but we're all treated
Right.
with respect, yes, and respect one another. I don't know.
Yeah, and that gets into the equity versus equality,
Yes.
um, and the difference between the two, which
Yeah,
is subtle.
And
kids
the
are going to
micro,
grow up.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, kids are going to be growing up, with the DEI, the equity, as they're thinking through that or whatever, trying to find a job and things like that. Some of them will be happy about it. Some of them will say, "Wait, I didn't get the job because of what?" That kind of thing. It's like
Right.
they'll sort of slowly wake up. I
Good
think
night, Hobbs. Thanks for being here.
maybe
Good to see you.
maybe my teacher wasn't right about that because it doesn't seem quite fair. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, maybe when they see it kind of playing out, they'll get a better understanding of it.
Yeah, like
Maybe.
maybe we should
Yeah,
treat
here's
everybody
hoping.
the same, no matter who they are. Not just
Do unto others. I mean, that's
yeah,
a good old,
yeah,
Golden rule there. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
But if you ask
Love your
kids these days, they don't even know what the golden rule is.
yeah,
No,
love your
they've
neighbor
grown
as yourself
Yeah.
also. Mhm.
super exposed to the greed and glamour of faux life. They
Well,
don't
what's funny is that it's they're made to believe that that's what they're doing. They're made to believe that they're loving their neighbor when really they're putting them in a box that they don't belong in.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just unreal expectations, and a lot of that comes from our behaviors as well. At my age, as my children were growing, we were so busy hustling, trying to get the things and have the things and provide the things, that
Mhm.
uh, that's what it was, and they don't want to be working themselves to death to enjoy anything in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because I was just watching like I'm not on TikTok, but people share them on YouTube or in Discord or whatever. But I saw this little TikTok video that was of this, Gen Z. I guess it's been going viral, so maybe some of you have seen the same one. I know I've seen several like this anyway, but it was a young girl saying that she didn't want to work a 9 to 5. She was saying I don't want to work 40 hours so that I can pay my taxes to maintain the roads to bring me to work so that I can work like that kind of cycle. And it was
Yeah.
interesting because the way that it was shared, it was through a very conservative site, and the comments were all kind of ripping into this girl, but I agree with her. I mean, it is a broken system. We are paying taxes we shouldn't be paying. We have money getting taken out that shouldn't be. And it's not a complaint or not a willingness to work hard, which isn't how I took what she was saying either. It's that she's identifying this rat race, this, hamster wheel we're all on and we've been on, and that kept so many of our focus off of these other things going on in this bigger plan
That
at
are
play
priority lives, like our
behind the
family.
scenes. Yeah. Yep. So I had kind of a different take, and I don't know if it was because of where it was presented that it was taken the way that it was, but I've heard a lot of people on kind of across the board in agreement that we'd like to see things changed in that manner. But it's how we get there where all the trickiness comes in.
There you go, Gina. Forfeiting their future for their lifestyle, not. I mean, it just is. It's backwards.
Yeah, but I'm talking more about the idea that we could have a different kind of future. I mean, I think, we all, I think, have realized at this point it's a reset one way or the other. We're never
Yes,
going back to whatever our normal was
good.
pre all of this. Yeah. But I think like it'd be good if we could try to keep an open mind to where others are who are also seeing that there's problems that need to be fixed. Hopefully we can hear each other out and the different ideas for how we can go about it. Because I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think we have a lot more in common than we don't with each other in general. And I think sometimes we can get it's too easy to fall into like a hive mind, whether it's relating to your political beliefs or your religious beliefs or your socioeconomic group that you're in, or whatever the case may be.
And I do
um
believe that we have more
yeah,
common ground than uncommon.
yeah, I do too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why, like, when we
Yep.
go to sports games, NFL games, or wherever you go to sports games, everybody in there, somebody might have the box seats, but you're all kind of there for the same purpose. And when you head for the cashiers to pick up your soda, whatever, you
Sometimes
don't
jam.
care, you know, how
Yeah.
rich somebody is or
Yep.
how poor somebody is. You're just all enjoying each other's company.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I heard about that, Mike. Yeah, we do have a lot of common ground, I think. Yeah, Jima, I think there's something to that too, being fiscally responsible and putting the work in. But I also think Um, well, I just think it's harder. It's harder for people to be able to make it, and it's by design that it is that way. It's, back in the day, I it was a lot easier for families to get by on one income, or even if they had two incomes, then they could live pretty well. And now that's not necessarily the case. So, it's not the same. They're not working on the same game board anymore, if you want to think of it that way. But I do think obviously they need to be taking personal responsibility.
Well,
And
what we are certain of is whenever there is a crisis, we come
yep,
together, irregardless of political belief, um,
yeah,
religious thoughts, whatever. I think we
yep,
innately come together when things go sideways. And I'm hanging on
yeah.
to that. I mean, just because that's who we are. It's innate,
Hi,
if
Diane.
not sure. Yes, there
What
are
do you
those
mean
that
by
will say,
Sorry, Lady Smith. Diane, I didn't know what you meant by, or yeah, by Vivek out. Has
Ye-
he dropped out? Did that happen today?
Yeah, yeah. I guess he dropped out or something like that. I saw a
Real?
video of it. Yeah,
well,
I
he
hadn't heard
provided
that.
a period.
and Trump said something nice about him at his acceptance speech or whatever. So
Hmm.
take that
I'll have to look into
8% will
that.
go to Trump.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Charlie.
he's rallying behind Trump now.
Yeah,
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
Diversion.
Right. Yeah, I have different views than most on Trump, so I don't know.
Had to have something to, look over there. Pay attention to that. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of things we're being distracted by right now. It's hard to like sift through it, right?
Yep. So
Yeah, interesting, T. Yeah, apparently, Mike, that's what they're saying. Good to see you, MLP. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Nana. It's a long-term plan.
hi, Herrera. I didn't say hello. I'm sorry. Good to see you.
The link is the link is pinned at the beginning or at the top of the chat if anybody wants to come up and join us. Just letting people know you're all welcome to come.
all right. Trivia question: what city does Disney's animated version of Oliver Twist take place at? You guys remember the?
It's in Switzerland somewhere. I don't remember. Is it Zurich?
No, it's an
Um,
American city.
oh, well,
Yeah, I don't know.
Oliver Twist.
Yeah, I never saw it, but
Me
Okay,
neither.
so
I've seen the
Boston, maybe?
one scene like over and over again.
New York
Yeah.
City, New York City.
Yeah. Hmm, didn't know that.
Of
Maybe I should. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly, JM. Yep, if they throw enough stuff out there, then everybody's going to be too busy to see what's really going on. Yep. Yeah, so what do we think the really going on is? I mean, there's all this stuff with, the lists that were supposedly coming out that really were not very different from the lists we've already had from the flight
Right.
logs, which aren't really their actual client lists. It's more like
Yeah,
alluding to them. So that was kind of a big nothing, not a nothing burger. I don't want to say that, but you know what I mean? Not what a lot of us hoped it would be. But there's information about that coming out. There's a lot more, I think, coming out about these whole the juice that a lot of people got and the problems behind it and what it's causing. I think a lot of those truths are coming out that, things
Indeed.
could be distraction from. Well,
I think it's deeper than
that's what
that.
they do. There's a lot of trickling going on. That's what
hey,
everybody seems
JM.
to do is, rather than, letting it all out at once, making somebody
Good
look
to see
bad.
everyone.
If they trick let little information out, little by information out, then they can later on say, See, that's old news. Everybody knew that, but it's just kind of coming
Yeah.
out little
Yep.
bits.
Yeah, like the Hunter Biden laptop, that
Yeah,
they
yeah, exactly.
disclaimed at the beginning, and now people are like over it, but they don't even really know. A lot of people don't really know what it contained. A lot
Yeah.
of people do. Yeah, a
I
lot of
know.
people do know. But
It was just,
what was that,
they
Lady
say,
Smith? Sorry.
The conditioning is well choreographed.
yeah,
Yes,
that's a good way to say it. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Go, Diane.
we're fighting on multiple fronts right now,
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
literally.
And I think that's all by design as well.
That whole releasing of the documents, and sorry if I'm interrupting, but
You're good.
was one of the most massive distractions that I've ever seen. And I know, Indy, you saw me actually reviewing page by page by page by page, and there's almost nothing in there that we didn't already know, and there's no list. So how many millions of hours of time have people wasted watching all these videos and live streams with thumbnail? Oh, we've got all the information now, and it's just the same stuff over again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only people that really know are the victims, and
Well, look over there while the crimes of humanity are ablaze.
Right.
It just is, I don't know, it's stunning to me.
Diane, I didn't hear anything about this. NASA just announced purple alien lights incoming. What is that? You got to tell me a little bit more about that one.
I think it's probably drones. There's been some wicked, amazing drone light shows recently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there have been. Hey, Brian, good to see you.
They did one of the football game the other day. Was
Brew. Yeah, for New Year's, a lot of. Say that again, Lady Smith.
How many will fall for it when the time is nigh?
Right. Yeah, I think a lot will. Yeah, Mike, I don't know. Is it Armageddon, or are they just trying to make it look like Armageddon? I don't think we're there yet. I think it feels like that to some of us who've lived, in a different reality, for a long time. But I don't know if we're really there.
I think they're trying to accelerate it. They're trying to bring it up as quick as possible and incite.
Yeah.
If you can, the two number one in psychology motivating factors for human beings are fear and greed. And I think the greed cycle was through the 80s and the 90s. And ever since then, let's say 2000. Well, there was the.
A lot of people think that, Mike. That's true.
Yes.
What was the year 2000 glitch with all the computers were going to go out?
Yeah, Y2K.
Yeah,
right.
That's it, Y2K, and then 2001 right after that. So I think they're pushing the fear now.
Yeah, thank you, Diane.
Well, the biggest fear is they of we. Secondly,
say that again, ladies. Sorry.
Their greatest fear is they of we.
Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
So
100% on that.
Distracted all the time, continuous chaos, if we're constantly distracted, that subsides that fear because we're too busy being concerned about all this instead of paying attention to what's going on. They have less fear that way. This machine is going to continue rolling. This year is just...
You get the little people to look at each other and call each other, "You're bad. No, you're bad," without kind of looking above their heads at what's really going on, so to speak.
Yep. It's divide and conquer. Divide and conquer.
I mean, it's age old.
Yep. Yeah, Gma Merkel says you name a time when it was different. And I think that's the hard thing, is that looking back, it seems like these plans have been in play and that this has been happening definitely all of my life, but I think a lot longer than that. But what I think we need to keep in mind is that even though there have been people who have been pushing these agendas, the people in general have not been on board with them. We were blind to them for the most part. So even though these agendas have been in play for a very long time, maybe forever. I mean, if you really want to go to the root of it, I think it's a battle of good and evil. So if you really get to the root, it's an eternal battle. But the people, and I don't just mean here in the United States, in general, the people of different countries, it's not that they're on board with those agendas that have been in play. They've
Right.
been along for the ride like we have been.
Global.
That's right.
It's
Indy
global.
knows. I put it in the chat earlier, and she does. It's true.
Good to see you. Thanks, JM. Good to see you, Devil Dog.
So prior to W2, everyone was having these conversations.
I hope so.
Yes. As we are now.
Yeah.
On a different level, of course, because they didn't have the networking that we have.
Right.
And we know what's here. We know what's occurring. I want to think that within 10 years we can be beyond this and have a better way in place. But I think that's, my Pollyanna Rockwell thinking, hoping.
Yeah, but I think we need to have hope too, because that's what they want to take from us. They want us to be in fear. And, as a Christian, or which it's so weird. I say that and I feel like I have to like say a disclaimer for it, which is really ridiculous.
No,
But
you
to
don't.
me, Christian means Christ follower. So as a Christ follower, I do believe that like it's important that we are seeking the truth and that we're trying to have grace and that we're following the example of love, but also that we're holding on to hope because we know how the story ends.
Well,
It's
so
just the
much
getting
better than
there.
it always have. So, is that,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's spiritual, and I am a spiritual person. That's not a big secret, but
Yeah.
I think it's always been in me that this is not the way it should be. This, in
Yeah.
my mind, not the way the Father, it just isn't. But I think we can do it. We just have to put the work in.
Yeah. And that looks like, reaching across the aisle sometimes and having grace for people who, are like we were talking about earlier, the people who are just starting to see through all the facades. To me, I think it's important that we're doing that.
Well, I've been in that classroom for a good year now, and
Yeah.
I think I'm starting to figure some of it out. I sometimes can be pretty. I don't know about closed-minded because I don't think we're closed-minded at all. But like you
Maybe
can't see
Shima.
this. It's so obvious. How can you not see this? And
Yeah.
have a little more understanding. Age and experiences.
On a lighter note, just for the heck of it, here's another trivia question that chat might like. What Mel Brooks movie features characters Lord Darkhelmet, President Scroob, and Barf?
Spaceballs.
Oh, yeah.
It's chat.
Yep.
I mean, I knew someone would get
You beat me to it, JM. Yep.
I closed my eyes while he was asking the question, and it popped right in my head right away.
What's funny to me is I was picturing Rick Moranis, and then all of a sudden I was picturing Craig DeHunter, which there's been this ongoing thing about comparing Craig DeHunter to Rick Moranis, and I can't unsee it. He's actually always reminded me of him, but yeah, it's
I
and their
guarantee you,
senses of humor.
if you ask 10 more trivia questions like that of Indy and I, she'll probably get 7. I'd get about 3. And I figure that just from the words game, right? Indy kicks butt at that.
I
Yeah.
am really good at words games, but I'm not always great at trivia.
What's your favorite category in trivia?
Oh, I don't even know.
Entertainment,
Don't just ask me specifically. Go ahead and I like how you're doing the general. We can all
Okay.
answer.
Let's see if I can find something here.
Indy's Trivial Pursuit night.
Yeah.
80s Trivial Pursuit night too. What computer and printer outfit is watched over by Seiko?
No idea.
By Seiko.
Seiko.
Epson is the answer there. Yeah, might have got it. Let's try another
Yep,
one
nope.
here. Oh, here you might get this one here if you're old enough. What
Seiko.
Dallas star, as in the show Dallas back in the day, the original star, attended 16 private schools?
I don't
Nope.
know Dallas. I know of it, but I don't know it.
He was also in the show I Dream of Jeannie.
I like that, Diane.
Yeah, I didn't want to watch a lot of TV growing up.
I'm too old. I'll see if I can find something a little
I
bit.
still don't. I've never watched a lot of TV.
You know what that feels like? It feels like, Mr. Bill, when we go to our cabin. Our cabin is like a time capsule. So all of the games that are like trivia games are from like the 80s and 70s.
Yeah.
Feeling
I'm an 80s guy. Larry Hagman, yes.
I like that.
Larry got it, but I'll take Devil Dog's answer also. It was JR from that.
Right, Lauren?
Good question.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Jima, I think I see where you're coming from, but we do need to have hope. That's for sure.
I have to take a quick break, and I'll be back right after these messages.
Sounds good, Jam.
Give me a couple minutes.
After these messages, he'll be right back.
Nice. Well, do you guys want to listen to a song or anything?
Sure.
I always have some I've saved from the week of different people who have put out new songs that have stuck out to me. Okay, here we go. This is a good one. This is by Porchboard Pinch. He's been doing live streams recently. And let's see, Bran, are you able to share it if I put it in the private chat?
Sure thing.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll take down that fire for now. Yeah. But Pinch has been doing live streams recently, and he's just really fun to go and listen to. Very talented. Has a lot of originals, and then also does some covers and takes requests. Sometimes, I mean, I can't say always, but really, really fun stream. So go check him out when you get a chance. And the song we'll be playing is called Little Birdie. And one of my favorites of his that I've heard so far. Let's see what I'm missing here. It is Open Panel MLP. I would love for you to come up. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, and that would be great. I've wanted to talk to you for a while. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay. All right, here we are with Little Birdie by Porchboard Pinch.
You always had your head up high. You were the pretty one in the room, and everyone sang along as you were whistling your siren's tune. I never thought to chase you around, and then I painted myself your clown. I should have listened to the talk in town. Sometimes it's better to be lost than found. Ooh, ooh, she's an empty nest. What do they want her for? Now, now. Ooh, you fly so high, but those wings don't work no more. Hey bird, where'd you go? I thought our feathers were just the same. Well, I fell down and out, 'cause you were playing someone else's game. I searched for you through the clouds. I saw you, baby, I took aim. The look of Lucy in your eyes brings me pleasure, brings me pain. Ooh, ooh, she's got a pretty face. It's one they all adore. Now, now. Ooh, you fly so high, but those wings don't work no more. Cause I bang, shot her with my 44, and I pow, Birdie wasn't aching no more. Bang, bang, a man come knocking on my door. I may be going away, Birdie's flying no more. I may be going away, Birdie's flying no more. Ooh, I'm still feeling something, but not like before. Now, now. Ooh, you fly so high, but those wings don't work no more. Cause I bang, shot her with my 44, and I pow, Birdie wasn't aching no more. Bang, bang, man come knocking on my door. I may be going away, Birdie's flying no more. I may be going away, Birdie's flying no more. I may be going away, Birdie's flying no more. Ooh, used to fly so high, but those wings don't work no more.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that one. Oop, sorry, Lady Smith. And MLP, good to see you. Thank you for coming up.
Hi, everyone.
Good to see
Good to
you.
hear you.
Well, I'm normally not up this late, but of course I had to watch like everybody's stream on the Iowa caucus. So it's
Oh,
like
yeah?
double
Keebler?
timing everything.
Right, Charlie? Yep.
But I think people don't real so I live in New Hampshire, and what they did this year that people don't realize, I'm an independent voter.
Mhm.
And it used to be that if you were an independent voter, you could go in and switch your vote so you could get a a Republican ticket, a Democrat ticket, or any of the third party tickets. So they re-register you, and then once you're done voting, you can switch back. So that's what's called same day registration. You can't do
Hmm.
that anymore. So as of last year, tell me how shady this is. And
Sorry to
the
interrupt
shit.
you. We got a couple comments that just said your mic seems a bit
Yeah,
low. Right up a
Oh
bit.
wait, hold
Great.
on. I gotta put myself up. Hold on.
I'm turning it up. Try now,
I
MLP.
Oh God, you're gonna hear my Puerto Ricanness. Hey y'all, can y'all hear me? Wait,
That's better. Sorry, guys.
is that better?
much better.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I always get frightened because I hear like people talk on some of the streams, and I'm like, oh Lord, I need to lower my, because some people come out loud and some people
I
come
come
out
out loud all
soft.
the time. Yeah, I hear what you're
So I'm
saying.
like,
I'm at work.
yeah. So I'm like raising and lowering it. Okay, so what I was saying was, so I live in New Hampshire, and as of this election cycle, this is super new. Um, we used to have same day registration. So you could switch your party affiliation. So I'm an independent and I vote based on policy. I don't vote based on candidate. And a lot of people in New Hampshire are independent. I think we're one of the smallest states, but we have the largest independent voter base, especially with the new Liberty Movement and the Free State Project that has come on board. We have a huge um, libertarian movement here in New Hampshire. So, what they did last year for Republicans only, you cannot have same day registration. So what that means is normally when you go and vote, you can switch your party affiliation and get, if you're an independent, you can get a Republican ballot. If you're a Democrat, you could get an independent ballot. It didn't matter. Once you were finished voting, you then can switch back to your normal party affiliation, or you could stay. It depended on what you wanted to do. That's changed, but only for the Republican side, which I find I,
Odd.
I find yeah, I find it odd for, and then I don't find it odd. So what happened during the 2020 election, which was super strange, was that we had during the primary election, we had an influx of Democrats voting in the Republican primary and trying to cut Trump's lead. And so you saw people that had, you know, no vested interest in who the Republicans, were going to have as the primary candidate, but decided that they were going to throw their weight behind somebody that they thought Joe Biden can beat. And so I think that's
Mm.
why they did it. Um, But for independent voters like me, that means like I don't know, and I don't want to give people the incorrect information, but I thought it had to be 2 weeks. Like you needed to have a lead time of switching your party before you could vote. So if people aren't aware that you can no longer switch, you're going to have a lot of people going in and thinking that I can vote in the Republican primary, and they can't. They're going to have to turn away people because there's no longer same day registration. The other thing
Hmm.
is that, like, I think they're trying to curb people from switching, but all voter registrations are
Hey, V.
public.
Good to see you.
So you
Okay.
can actually go and see people have, there's like now it's so strange. If you go and see the voter registration, it's like you would think that this is not a purple state. You would think that everybody's a Republican because now there's like a bunch of people that decided, hey, I'm going to be a Republican for this primary. So I just want to caution people before they look at New Hampshire's primary and think that this is an indicator of what's happening, like in Iowa. That's Trump would have won a lot more because, a lot of Democrats basically crashed the caucus because you only needed to be an Iowa resident and have a, a valid
I
residency,
see.
right?
Okay.
So that's going to be the same thing in New Hampshire. His lead is going to be huge. But what's going to happen is you're going to have all of these candidates that are voting for Nikki Haley, and there isn't going to be a true representation of what's going to happen at the polls. And I think that's really disingenuous of people to do. But I understand the gamesmanship. Like, people do this because people look
Mm-hmm.
at these first poll districts and they say, well, you know, he didn't win as much in New Hampshire. What does that say? So I don't know if he's going to win a lot, or, who's going to win. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that that gamesmanship has really been, we saw it in 2020,
Hey,
but now I'm
hillbilly.
like, oh my goodness, this is going to be bananas.
But yeah.
Why
Well,
hasn't
I mean, I think independents can't vote during primaries either,
No,
and
that's
that's
not
kind of
true.
messed up
You
in
could you
Washington
could
State.
switch you could switch your party affiliation. So, like, I can be an independent voter, and I could vote, like, I could switch. But
That's what
now
I said.
you're right
Yeah.
in that, like, if you're an independent, you can't just go in there and take a ballot. You have to be in that part. You have to have that party affiliation. But, like, New Hampshire, it was great because I didn't have to change my party affiliation except for voting day. And now I need to do it like 2 weeks or a month ahead of time. I don't know what the
Okay,
new
I see what you're
regulations
saying.
are.
Yeah. Yeah, but
So,
that's
like,
because you're an independent that you would need to do that even, which is is to me that's ridiculous. Like that's a something that we
well,
let
they didn't
slide that
get the
shouldn't have
word
gone
out
through.
either. So, like,
Yeah.
unless
I think it's
unless you
both
know
sides,
s-
Diane.
yeah, but unless you know somebody, or somebody's talked to, like, it's going to be very confusing
shouldn't
for
that
people. It's
Mhm.
going to be very
should be
confusing.
addressed immediately? I mean, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think that they could do it now. Um,
Not
and I
prior to.
don't know if they're gonna switch it back maybe later on, but I think they saw how 2020 went. Like, if you were here during 2020, you're like, I see my neighbor and I know that they're a Democrat. Why are they here? Like, and then you start to realize, like, oh, this is super corrupt. Like, people are just trying to, sabotage any way they can. It's not an honest vote. So, like, 2020, I think, I don't know for anybody else, but for me, it kind of opened my eyes because I don't know. And, like,
Yeah.
people have heard me before. I'm like super naive, right? Like, I think good people are just good people. I think everybody's good. And then I saw 2020, I was like, oh, I was like, wait a minute, you can do that? Like, I was like, my
Well,
mind
I
was
think I think
blown.
a lot of people I think had trust in a lot of our federal and state level officials, and it was misplaced. I think that a lot of us were blindsided by what we saw from 2020 and beyond. And some people had those, many people already had those moments earlier, whether it was during Y2K or 9/11 or whatever it was that was their waking up moment. A lot of people had those earlier, but there were quite a few who didn't until 2020 or around that time. And so I am just glad that more and more people are beginning to question those authorities. And, I mean, with everything that happened, though, like there are so many places we have to see that we can no longer trust, like the education system. We see what they're doing right now and the powers that they're holding on to that they should never have even had. But we can see that in across the board. I mean, all of the CDC and the FBI and all the acronyms. I mean, do we trust any of them? You know, I I'm kind of in the no. I don't.
I mean, I
Um,
never trusted
anyway,
authority. Like, I was always suspect
yeah,
on people, and, like, I was just like, well, I have a God-given right? But looking at my neighbors, that's what really freaked me out. There were people that were so, and that's why I got off all social medias. Like, I saw my neighbors arguing with each other and, like, spilling out, like, people's dirty laundry, people that they've known for. I was like, wow, I cannot
thank
believe, like,
you,
people were
Cindy.
calling people out, and it was just really derisive. And so now
Hmm.
going into this election, and I see that they're trying to mitigate it, but we have, absentee ballots and all of that. The good
Right.
thing about where I live is that they do both mechanical, so you actually put your ballot in and it counts it, but they actually do hand counting of ballots, and it's not
That's what's
just
needed.
one person that counts it, it's everybody.
But wait,
And the other
when you say, hold on, MLP, when you're saying hand counting, are they hand counting them? Do you mean they're hand fed into a machine to count them, or they are completely without a
both
machine, hand counted separately from the machine count? Okay,
both
that's great.
both
That is great.
yeah,
Yeah, and that's
so
new.
they do
That'll be
both.
new this year.
No, 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 they've done that because our community, like, I live in a town of 5,000 people, and I think the
Okay.
most I ever seen ever was maybe like 800 to almost 900 ballots cast in any like
Hmm.
election. So, and there's like a lot of people that volunteer. No one obviously gets paid, but like they're really small communities, so the people that you're like the person across from you could be your child's teacher, and the person across from that's it's a triple check thing. So you get your ballots that are counted, people divvy them up, one person counts it, another person checks it, and another person tallies it. So there's not a lot of chicanery going on. The only place that there's a lot of chicanery going on are college and university towns. And the reason for that is that you could have students that come here, and because they put their residence as, and this goes for anywhere in the country, it's not just New Hampshire, but you could have the students that put their residence as their dormitory, and then they could
Right.
vote in this election, but they're still getting
Okay.
they're out,
Absentee.
they pay outside tuition, from a different
Right.
state. So it gets, that's where, for everybody in the country, that's where it gets hinky. And I voted in Massachusetts, for a long time. I was never, not once asked ever in Massachusetts, I was asked for my ID. I was never asked. Here, you
Hmm.
have to have a valid form. Even like my neighbor, she's one of the poll people that checks you in, and she's like, "I know who you are. Can I see your ID?"
Right.
It's like it's
Yeah.
very, I think maybe it's a small town, so it's different. In Massachusetts, I lived in a big city, and oftentimes I have to correct the poll people, not the poll people, the registrar people, because I'm bilingual, and I'm saying, no, that's not the right information. Like, no, no, no.
Hmm.
But I think people should be aware that this New Hampshire is generally where the country moves, and I think with these last two elections, it's been very um there's a lot of chicanery going on. Like I'm surprised. Like I look at my neighbors different, and that makes me feel some type of way. I'm like, it makes me really uncomfortable that people feel like they have to go through some, different lengths to get the outcome that they want
Yeah.
versus, I don't know. That just makes me
Having a
feel
free and
weird.
fair election, yeah, because that's not how it should be. It should be that it's a one person, one vote, that we count them that night. It's not like this week-long dragged out process. I mean, even all these polls that they do ahead of time, that's a lot of that is manipulation, because if you think that your person's numbers are really low, then you're not going to vote for them. You're less likely to vote for them. Like there's a lot of manipulation that happens across the board in so many ways, and that's part of why it's hard to prove. But also, with all of the censorship, there's a lot that has been proven in court, that people aren't hearing and aren't aware of because it's being censored. So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence for our elections being more selections, like JM said. um, but if you don't want to see it, or you're not willing to scratch the surface to look either locally or across the nation, then you're not going to see it, and you're not going to be told about it, because why would they?
Yeah, but it also opens up like I don't know for anybody else, but at least for me,
How it
like
should be, Brian.
yeah, like then you start to think like, oh, our politicians don't really represent us. They represent lobbyists and special interest, right?
Exactly.
That's right.
They
Exactly.
the only reason why they come to back to the state, for campaigning is because people are like, "Oh, I forgot what you look like," you know? And I remember Matt Gaetz said this last year on a podcast. I can't remember which one, but he was like, in order for you to get on a committee, on a Senate, like any congressional committee, you have to put, depending on the committee, the really good committees, it's a $500,000 to $1 million that you have to put in their war chest for, the RNC or the DNC for their general fund. So that means
Right.
if you have somebody that's super knowledgeable, right? Like maybe like they're a Nobel laureate and like super great with finance, or maybe they're like the next Supreme Court judge, who knows? Like they're super smart. And in order for them to affect any change in our country, they have to raise money so that that pool of money can be dispersed amongst other candidates. And then that same candidate has to worry
Right.
about getting reelected. So now you have lobbyists and special interests instead of like real people,
Yeah.
like that's
And
why they
that
say
is
like,
a huge part of the problem because yeah, they are supposed to be our representatives, and now we don't have anyone representing the general public, the general population. They're all owned and
it's
operated.
scary. It's scary. It's really
Mhm.
scary.
Yep.
And then come to find out, like I remember, what was it last year, Madison Cawthorn said that basically Congress is a cesspit of like really nasty
Mm,
stuff. And then now there are
yes.
like videos coming out, and
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
we all find out that it's all blackmail. I'm like, okay, so I got my neighbors that I'm looking at funny, and now I'm like, I've still been giving
Mhm.
like politicians a side eye. Like none of this was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be free and fair elections. That's a
Right.
lie. Like,
Yeah, I
no,
agree.
you
Yeah,
know?
I have to say, Mutt, I do think that the machines are a big part of the problem. I do think they're a part of the issue because there are algorithms that are placed in the machines and they've been proven to be hackable and connectable to the internet. Although for a long time they were saying that they couldn't be. That was one of the things that was proven. But they are able to take fractions of. I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of like in Office Space where they take like fractions of a penny.
Yeah.
That team, that's pretty much what they do with the voting counts. So,
Well, I wanna be, I wanna give correct information. We don't have machines that have a screen where it's still a paper ballot that you fill out, and then you feed it through a tally machine, and then that all of those votes then get retallied twice over, physically retallied.
mhm.
So, and the
No,
reason
that's
for that is,
great.
yeah, they don't rely like on the machine because stuff can happen, You could have a black marker and it not go through. And then the great thing is that they post the tally vote, at least in my little town, and I don't know any other town that doesn't do this. I know the surrounding towns, because we're such a small community, like our rep is like our
Mhm,
rep for 5 towns. But what they do is for each of the polling places, those counts are then they're counted up. The tally is counted up for, Democrat, Republican, third party. It's signed twice and notarized by the clerk, and then it's posted online. So it's in a physical pen or pencil, and they take a picture of it and they put it online for everyone to see. So,
mhm.
I mean, that's the great thing about having small communities. I don't honestly,
Yeah,
when I lived in the city in Massachusetts, I don't know. I mean, 100,000 people. I don't know. There have to be a lot more. And we have a lot of people that work. during election season, but there would have to be a lot of people. But it's feasible. It's not like it's not feasible. Like, how many people have sat there and tried to roll some quarters? If you need to get some gas money, you're rolling those quarters, you're going to the bank, they're giving you the $20, you have to go to, you know what I mean? Like, it's possible. If one person can roll $5 in change, and like you can count ballots, like it's not that hard.
I like that
I know
analogy.
I know people that will take
Well,
a
have you ever tried to roll? Like, I remember being little, my mom would be like, "Here's all the pennies that we got all around the house. Just sit and roll some pennies." And your little hands trying to stuff it
It's
in, and
all about your motivation, right?
right. So it's
Yeah.
possible. It's possible. And then
Yep.
the other thing was, I like Vivek. I do. I just think he's 100% disingenuous. I was like, everything he's saying. Did you notice everything he was saying? I was like, Obama said that. Obama said that. And let me tell you, first time around, I voted for Obama. I walked in there and I was like,
Mhm.
yes, I'm a vote for Obama. So, and I
Mhm.
stood in Boston in line for 4 hours. My sister flew. She was in med school. So she flew down. We had friends from all over. People were like, it was the great. I can't even tell you what people, it felt like, yes, we have moved to another pinnacle as a country. This feels great. There were
Mi-
people buying people
Michigan.
coffee. It was amazing.
Yeah.
He was there with Ted Kennedy, Caroline Kennedy. We watched him speak. It was phenomenal. When I saw Vivek, I was like, wait a minute, he's wearing that same type of jacket that Obama had. I don't know if you remember, Obama had that jacket that he wore to all of his campaign speeches. I was like, hey, that's the Obama jacket. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm a skinny kid with a funny name." I was like, "Obama said that." And I was like, "Nope, sorry, I can't vote for you. This is, 2008 all over again, and this makes me feel uncomfortable because now I feel like the stock market's gonna crash or like something's gonna take it. No, no, I'm good. I'm good." So I think people now, because, and I could go back and look at snippets of speeches and verbatim compare what he said
Yes.
exactly
Well,
with what
somebody
Obama did.
somebody did that. Yeah, I did not pick up on that so much. I did pick up on in general, um, there's a polish to him that's similar to
Mhm.
Obama. And yeah, and that to me, I feel like he is a plant. But I don't have any evidence of that other than my instinct. You know what I mean? But
If
I
Obama
think
picks him, I mean not Obama, if Trump picks him as a running mate, I can't vote for Trump. I'm sorry. I cannot, because here's the thing. Trump is already a rhino. He's a Republican in name only. I know people are going to hate me for saying that. You can hate me. He
I
is a
don't.
New York Democrat,
no.
right?
I,
So,
I agree with you.
he's
I'd
done
say
the bump stocks
he's
ban.
not a
He's
politician.
done, a lot of things that I don't agree with. He's a moderate, which is why as an independent, I feel okay about voting for him. But my problem with Vivek
Mhm.
is this is what makes me feel super uncomfortable. How are you going to tell me that you are going to take out the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Education, the DOJ? How in the world do you think you're going to take the next breath after Trump gets elected? You are not going to be here for that long. I'm sorry. Look, if they can take JFK out, and Tucker Carlson said this is what they did. You don't think that they don't have your phone number? They don't have your iPad camera on? Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I just feel like it would be way too traumatic for the country to have something like that go down. I'm like, no. And then, like, you're not going to do
That's how
anything.
to me, that's almost like the direction I think it is going because that's exactly why they want us to be in a civil war, as far as I can see. So, that what better way? Nothing's worked so far. I mean, really, like there's been a lot of division in different areas, but like nobody's out. There's crime. Crime rates are up, but you know what I'm saying? It's not a civil
Well,
war at this point. But
here's
I
the
think
thing. They
something like
know,
that to bring it to it.
but I don't. Here's the thing. Civil war ain't happening. Americans are not gonna fight. I mean, I don't care how much you don't like the next American. We ain't fighting over shit. What we are going to do is watch our politicians bus in people who don't like us, and that will create conflicts. Because if we have stayed for 8 years with the media and all of these hoaxes and, distractions, and look at here, and nobody's done anything, and then they have to like prop up J6 as something that was nothing like the summer of love. People just,
Right.
we're not going to be doing that to each other. But what I feel, I don't know about anybody else, and I'm conspiracy minded, and I link
Yeah,
stuff, and
that's
let
what
me
we
tell you, I
heard,
link
Brian.
stuff that shouldn't be linked. Maybe I'm the only one, but if you're going to bring people here and you're not going to properly vet them, that's sus. That's real sus. And it got me to thinking. Ever notice that, they talk a lot about our statues and taking down our monuments and our famous paintings, and they're boarding up museums, and they're shutting down police departments, and waterworks are being, shut up, and ever wonder why they're doing that? At first I was like, oh, it's because these people are going to attack monuments. Nah, I don't think so. I think what they're doing now, hear me out. I think
I
what
want to
they're
hear your
doing
ideas.
is I think what they're doing is trying to preserve the things that we have and shutting them. Have you seen how beautifully they preserve this stuff? I know they've melted. They've said
Hmm.
that they've melted down some stuff. That's probably true, but that's probably because we ain't got no zinc for pennies anyway. Like it's not backed by copper, so they need some of
Mm,
that. But a lot of it is like boarded up and, shipped off to like the Smithsonian, and it's shipped off to this
Isn't it just
museum.
a thought?
What if they're, what if, like, think to me, if you're boarding up all these places, taking down all of these artifacts, if you're having no-go areas, if you wipe out Hawaii, is that because, you need planes to land? Like, you need ships to invade? You need some space? I don't know. It just like I'm like they're preparing for something, but I genuinely, if Tim Pool, this is why I had to stop. I stopped, I didn't watch him all that often. But whenever I did, and he said Civil War, and he kept saying Civil War, I'm like, look, when we're talking about predictive programming, and in the same breath, he's talking about predictive programming, and they've done everything. They've taken away your rights with the jab. They've called you every name in the book. They've gotten people canceled and fired, and no one's done anything. But now you're leveling like half an island, and you're letting almost 7 million people, 8 million people in the country, and you're boarding up financial institutions. Like if you look at New York, New York no longer has a beautiful Main Street. There's no Manhattan. Everybody's gone, right? So
Well, to be
businesses are
honest,
boarding up, grocery
Right.
stores are boarding up.
Yeah. Go ahead, JM. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say I'm okay with financial institutions shutting down. I think a lot of them are a big part of the problem.
Yeah.
Someone
Oh,
to
I definitely think so. Yeah. I don't
Wait,
know.
I
I
didn't hear
think it's
JM.
interesting.
How
Oh, go ahead,
how
JM.
Yeah,
Can,
what I was saying was I think that the shutting down of a lot of the major financial institutions is a good thing.
Oh,
You
I
know,
agree.
but I do also hear what you're saying, and I do think that you have to follow the money, right? The money will be the root of all evil, and
Bingo.
it's always been the central bankers. They fund. This is not medical advice, by the way, but they've funded both sides of pretty much every war since the beginning of central banks, and they they have a grip on almost every country in the world. And so it's all about the money, it's all about the power. And what they're doing is they're motivated by the greed, the power, money and power, greed. That's their
Right.
motivator. And what they do is they dispense the other motivator, which is fear, on the people, and they use divide and conquer plus fear, and they've got everybody scrambling, and just like a farmer, it's easy to round them up when everyone's all confused, trying to
hmm
digest the next download of CNN.
Right.
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. That's my thoughts. Sorry.
No, it's
No,
good.
I
It's
I
good.
agree.
I think it's good to be hearing different ideas and perspectives. I mean, that's what we want to be able to do is hear different ideas. And obviously, I'm seeing in the chat too, we're not all going to agree, and that's fine. You know, I don't know. I think it's interesting to think of how maybe they're trying to preserve. I had never thought about that they're maybe trying to preserve some of the things they're taking down. But I see maybe a different agenda at play than you do, MLP, but or maybe just playing out in different ways. Um, but I do think that Trump is involved in the agenda. I don't believe that he's as separate from it or above it as many people believe. So I have my own
Well,
unpopular opinion.
if you think about all of our wars that we've had, and I'm just saying world wars, I'm not saying like World War One or World War Two. I'm saying like areas that have had wars. What have they done before we've had war? They have taken the most precious items that the country holds dear, whether that be paintings, whether that be actual edifices like buildings, and they have preserved them before the war has started because they know that conflict is going to arise. If you look at, World War II in Germany, they were taking down paintings and beautiful artifacts, beautiful stone monuments. They had the bronze statues. They boarded them up before anybody ever invaded, years
Knowing.
before anybody ever invaded. They did the same thing in Egypt. Greece, they did the same thing. India, northern
Mhm.
India, which was Persia, which is now Iran, they did the same thing, right?
And
They did the
yeah,
same thing in Russia, Japan, China, and what are we doing? We're doing the same thing. And right before all of those things happened, there was an influx of people that were not from that area, right? There were
Mhm.
refugees from some conflict somewhere else. And all of a sudden, a couple years later, things start to get really tense. So that's just, I'm not saying that like that's fact. I'm just saying I'm a conspiracy minded person. Sometimes I, string along dots together that might not be string alongable, but that's
But I
just,
mean,
I
I
was just
think
like,
as long as
wait.
you're keeping your mind open, I think that's part of the process. We're not going to get it right all the time. We have to have some grace for ourselves too. But I think as long as I'll just speak for myself. As long as I'm keeping an open mind, and I'm not holding to something as an absolute truth, although I do believe in absolute truths. I'm keeping it open, and because unless it's something I can verify independently myself personally, then I need to have some level of open-mindedness around it because it's something I've been told by someone else, and that could be shifted based on their own perspective or their own understanding, or you know what I mean? It's like
Mm-hmm.
unless it's 100% on your own that you can clarify something, you've got to keep a level of open mindedness. But I think that means sometimes you're going to maybe believe in something that's not true for a little bit, and then you learn from it and move on.
Yeah, I just find all this talk of civil war and now they have a movie coming out and I'm like, I'm sorry.
I'm
Like I'm
hearing on
sure
that.
there's going to be some conflicts, but if they did all of this stuff to us and all we could muster was a fake FBI plot to
Right, Diane?
kidnap some governor somewhere about something and it all be a bunch of feds, like, I think the American people have much thicker skin. They're worried about their families, their kids, where, their food's
Mhm.
coming from, how much gas they have in the tank, what tomorrow's gonna look like. They're more focused inward. They're not really looking at their neighbor going, you know what? I don't like you, so I'm gonna do something bad to you. I just don't see
Right,
it.
exactly. Well, and like, we've said on here a million times, but a lot of us think that there's a lot more that we have in common than that we're divided on. So we're not looking at our neighbor in a way to judge them. But at the same time, on social media, I can say there are times where I see people saying horrible things about people on the other side of whatever the issue may
Mhm.
be. And, I think when I see that, I try to address it as much as possible because otherwise, I mean that's dehumanizing. That's part of the division and that's not helping anybody in my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, there was something on here I wanted to say. Oh, okay. So somebody had asked, should the border be closed? And I'm seeing a lot of different responses in the chat. So I thought, let's go ahead and talk about it. Somebody said it's not possible to close the border. The economy would crash. That's what Pinch said. Bonnie said, yes, the border should be closed. Yes, the border should be closed. Here, this is what I was going to say, Bonnie. I think I think that we need to have a border, and in order to have a border, and actually to not maintain a border is an act of arborson. um, I don't even know if I can say the word on here, which is so ridiculous. But whatever, treason. It's treason. Like that's part of the job and the responsibility is to maintain a border. But I do think that we should still have legal immigration, and I think that there's probably ways that that needs to be changed so that it's not such a horrific process for some of the people who are trying to come here legally. So, especially now, that might be something that needs to be compromised a little bit for people to have access legally to come in. But what's happening right now, in my opinion, is trafficking. So it's an invasion and trafficking.
Well,
Um,
okay, so I'll give my
being done by
perspective
agree.
our government.
I agree.
Yeah.
as someone who is married to someone who was not a US citizen. And the process by which he got his citizenship is like a 10-year process. Like it's like I don't think people understand how difficult it is with someone who has like a PhD, who works in the sciences. Like you could have everything and you still have to go through all the steps as everyone else has to go through, and it's rigorous. When we got married, I had to show up at the immigration office and like sit there, and there's an interview
Yeah.
process, and they're like, "We're not worried about people like you. You're fine. Like we got a lawyer just in case." You know, it's a huge process. You have to have documentation up the wazoo. And
Yeah.
when he
For
became a
years.
citizen, yeah, when he became a citizen, it was a beautiful day. He was excited, you know. Now we're married. It was fantastic. Here's the thing that I don't agree with. And I don't agree with it because maybe because I'm Puerto Rican. As a Puerto Rican, I was born here, thank God. But on my soil anyway, because you know, most of the eastern seaboard is Puerto Rico. But I was born on what's, you know, the lower 48. So
Yeah. Hey,
my view on
Benjamin.
it is different because as a Puerto Rican, you are a constitutional citizen, which is backed by Congress, and they can revoke your citizenship at any time. As someone who was born here, and that's for anyone who was not born here and doesn't have a parent, that doesn't include people that, you know, were born on army bases or whatever. You're a full birthright citizenship. But birthright citizenship is backed by the Constitution. You have a birthright. Puerto Rico citizens have, you know, congressional citizenship. It's not the same type of citizenship. So
Right.
if people's whose land has been occupied for nearly 800 years and there's no uproar, you know, in the streets like you see about Palestine or Yemen or whatever. No, we've been here for 800
Right. Good
years,
to
have
see you,
been
Bobby.
occupied by somebody, and, you know, people have done the right thing. They have brought up families. You know, it's fantastic. Yay. But if you have somebody coming across the border, there's no ties to this land, you know? There's nothing tying you here. And so
Right.
my
Yeah.
heart
Bonnie makes a good
breaks.
point here too. Yeah, like I mean, kind of like what you're saying, but yes, Bonnie's saying the neighbors that she has went through the process, and they seem to be more pissed than us by the invasion, and that's what I've heard too. I have several friends who have married or have come over legally, and they're pissed off because they did that whole process like you're talking about. They
It's
did it, and
years.
yeah, and now there's people that are coming through illegally and they're getting free rent for 2 years in some places. They're getting money on a
No,
car, they're
you
getting
get
health
no, you don't
insurance, they're
understand. You
getting
get free
food.
rent. You get free
Yeah.
food, free clothing, you get free phones, free healthcare. This is a
That's
tax on
great.
a system that's already maxed out. Now, does my heart feel bad for people that are coming over here? Absolutely yes, because people are looking for a better way. Except they pass through. If you're coming from Africa, China, Russia, you've passed through all of Ecuador, you've passed through Guatemala, you have passed through Mexico, you have passed through basically everywhere. If you're coming from Brazil or Argentina, you have passed through an
Mhm.
entire different continent to come up here. Why didn't you stop at those places? So that to me, there's an ulterior motive. But what people also need to understand is that United States is basically financed and backed by the cartels. I don't know how people don't know that. The reason why the 2008 crash was it like the 1930s
Right?
crash is because
Yeah.
we have an underground system of black market money that is propped up by the CIA. Go look at Daniel Webb. When he's the guy, he's the reporter that first brought to the American public that crack came from the CIA and it was brought to the inner cities. And all that money was funneled back into the system so that we could have, Obama come with the Fast and Furious and the guns, you know, 20 years later. So I'm not worried
Exactly,
about
Bobby.
the United States having no money because if we can go through an '08 crash like we did, and people lost homes, people lost jobs,
Schools,
people
man.
went bankrupt. Like
Mhm.
if we could go through '08, we're fine. We are so fine. I think the reason why we have people come in, and I could totally be wrong, but this is just me, we need people without documentation because if they're the baddies that are going to be starting conflict in this country, we need somebody to point the finger at, right? So we have to be able to say, like, oh, you know what? These are the people that are doing X, Y, and Z, and we don't know them. They're not in the system. It's so much easier for them to be used as pawns in the system that's going to take advantage of them. That's just my opinion.
Well, because
And for,
because we've been the pawns. We've been the pawns for
yep.
forever in our country, and now with so many people waking up, so to speak, there
Yes.
are less pawns able to be used. So they need replacements for that. And but the thing, I mean, I do have some hope that people won't fall into that trap so easily because this isn't just happening in the United States. It's happening globally because it is a global
Hmm.
agenda. So there are people coming in who I think will not necessarily toe the line they want them to toe. Here's
Okay,
hoping.
so I've been saying this, I've been shouting this from the rooftops. A lot of people that are coming over have Christian values. They grew up in countries that had values that were antithetical to the left. And so that's what gives me hope. The other thing that gives me
Mhm.
hope is that I have a thread in my mind that's like, why are they emptying
Yeah,
out
thank you.
people from all of these places? Is it because we're going to have a world war in Europe and we're trying to get as many people out of there to safety without saying, hey, we're getting like this goes with that thread of like us boxing up institutions and statues. What if we're getting people out of, you know, awful situations as a safe harbor for us then to have the ability to move
Thank you, Rue.
without harming people? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. Like there's something missing. I know I'm wrong somewhere. There's something missing, but it can't be that we don't have enough people. We have 320 million people. Half of those are kids, and
You
the
have
other
see, okay,
half,
here's something I'm noticing, MLT. You are seeing some things a little differently than I do, and I think it's because you are seeing them in a very optimistic way. You're assuming people are still trying to do something positive. And I'm very black-pilled. And I'm like,
well,
no, they're out to get us. And so they're doing it for these reasons. But I like that you're giving a different perspective because it's helping
I
me to
think
like reconsider some things. Like maybe, okay, maybe there's a little bit more hopefulness at play than I initially thought. I don't know. I'm going to consider it. Really
well,
fast
here's
though.
the thing. Here in the
Hold on.
Bible,
Hold that thought.
okay.
hold that thought. Don't lose it. Hold that thought for just a second. Moose, I saw that you clarified, but I wanted to address this and it's kind of slipping by. But Pinch, you had made some comments too. I think when we're talking about the border right now, we're not talking about trade. We're not saying that goods shouldn't be passed, going through the border. We're across the border. We're saying that like imports and exports, we're just talking about people right now, illegally coming across the border versus legally and things like that. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit. Okay, continue. What were
And
we going to say, MLP?
in
For Lady
fact,
Smith.
Oh, so what I was thinking was like, if you remember in the Bible, like this is what got me thinking about it. When Joseph
We'll
and
go to you next,
Mary
Lady Smith.
had to come
Go ahead.
and do the census that they did, once every 20 years, they had an influx of people that came, right? So I'm thinking, maybe that influx of people that are coming to the US is because they're preparing the land so that we don't have mass casualty, starvation, and death. Because if you remember what happened in the Bolshevik Revolution, people, millions of people under Stalin died. And we're talking 20, 30, I think it was 30 or 40 million people were either executed or died of starvation. And it was like they literally wiped out a race of
Yeah,
humanity.
okay, but
They
just
were
to put that
gone.
in perspective for now too, if you look at the number of all-cause mortalities across the board in different countries over the last 3 years, which lines up perfectly with something that, occurred at that time, they are through the roof. Last I looked, they were at 40% above the average of all-cause deaths. So those numbers are actually very high. And so if you think they're being done with for a nefarious purpose, or that those things were done intentionally, then we're looking at this as something similar to what you're talking about now with the Bolshevik Revolution. You know what I mean? It is something that's happening. It's just not something that's in our faces to the point that most are identifying it or wanting to acknowledge it.
I think I agree with you, but I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about the mass
Yeah.
migration to places. Like they're emptying
Yes,
out
I'm just
like
talking in general about numbers of deaths across the board when we know that there's, eugenics has a part to play in this. You know what I
oh
mean? I'm just
eugenics. If
that's
you
how
look at
I kind of jumped,
Oh, I agree.
right
Here's
there.
here's why I agree, because Puerto Rico, we have the lowest rate of cancer except for uterine cancer and breast cancer. Do you know why?
Damn,
Aside from the
Brisbane.
fact that we were the first people that had radiation tested on us, the reason why is because of the testing for birth control. Everybody that's used birth control today can thank the Puerto Rican people, because there was mass casualties on our women
Good
for,
to see you,
you
JS.
know, quote unquote preventative care. But
Hmm.
what I'm saying is that, like, if we were to have war like we did in, World War II, or even what we think of as World War II, we're going to have a lot of displaced people. And what's smart, I think, is, and
Exactly, I'm here.
super nefarious, is that the people that we're accepting here had enough money to come here. That's what scares the crap out of me. And that's why I agree that it's human trafficking, because we have people that are coming
Hmm.
from Africa, South Africa, Sudan, Jordan, a lot of people coming from China, Russia, the Ukraine. How did they get here? Somebody had to fork over that money. There was a story, a
Well,
Chinese
and
man
there are
came
people,
with his
yeah, there are
son.
people documenting this, that there are, there's a lot of money behind a lot of different groups they're recruiting basically, but they're helping them get over here for
Well,
all
the
different purposes.
NGOs, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree, but the NGOs predominantly work in South America and the lower half of
Mm,
North America. The NGOs that work in Europe are generally Christian-based NGOs. So I think there's a difference there. But what I'm saying is that there's people that are paying thousands of dollars to coyotes to come here. And so that's what breaks my heart. You have people being ripped off, the women and the little girls, they go through horrific stuff to come here. Those are the things that, like, breaks my heart. So, should we have an influx of people here? No, we have borders for a reason. But And the other thing is, like, a lot of them came with their own money, like their life savings, everything that they had, to come here. So it's like, oh my goodness.
The other thing is that countries like that did well under
Mhm.
capitalism and under free market. Look at Venezuela; it was one of the wealthiest countries in the Americas
Right.
until socialism came in, and then boom, hit
Well,
hard.
Good
that
night,
you can
Diane.
thank the United States for that. The United States actually propped up the last like 4 tried presidents over there. So they were doing well, and they actually managed the flow of their oil. They were extremely prosperous, but
I wouldn't.
they were basically cutting Saudi Arabia in the market. They were undercutting Russia in the market. So what ends up happening? They get a target put on their back, right? That's our fault. I don't mean us as people, because I
That's right.
think the
I was
United
going to
States
correct you on that.
people
Yeah,
want to be left
I
alone.
wouldn't
But
blame America for
Right.
that. But the powers that be, which once again goes back to the central bankers. So
mhm.
carry on,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I
Exactly.
agree.
carry
But
on, carry on.
at some point we got to look at each other and say, why am I paying taxes? Like, I think Aloha said something that was, I think, critical to a lot of people's understanding. There's nothing in this lovely United States that is government funded. It's taxpayer funded. That's my money
Right.
that you're
Yeah, when
using
they
to
say something's
undermine
free, they
places.
mean it's paid for by us. Hold on one second, MLP. Lady Smith, thank you so much for being here. Really loved you coming up. Thank you. Appreciate you and much love to you. Thank you for everybody in the chat and all the great conversation.
How
Okay,
do
go
I
ahead,
see the
MLP.
chat? How do I don't
Oh,
know.
when you're in StreamYard, you want to go to where it says comments, and that's the
Uh,
chat. That's the YouTube chat where it says comments.
chat.
Are you on a phone or a laptop or a computer? I mean.
Uh, computer. So comments. Oh, I can see what everyone's. Hello. Hi, Lady Smith. Hi. Oh, hi,
There
Essie.
you go.
Oh, I see people. Um, wow, this is so cool.
Right?
Porch
T
Board
says, yeah.
Pinch. I love that name.
T says, I've seen some carrying their flags from whatever country they're from. Yeah. And, I mean, and some people see that and don't see that as like a threatening thing or something wrong. But it's, I,
Well,
if you're
I have
not
a problem
coming,
with it. Yeah.
yeah, if
I'm
they're not,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a problem with it because it used to mean something. The reason why Puerto Rico can fly their flag just as high as the United States flag is the same reason why Texas can fly their flag as the same height as the United States flag, because they were countries
Yeah.
before they were conquered, right?
Hey,
The reason
Kisha,
why we
much
have a
love.
Puerto Rican Day parade is because we are an occupied land, right? We're celebrating the fact that we are a people that were erased and disseminated. You cannot trace our lineage back through men. You have to trace it through the women. We only have a maternal line. So, like, I get why Puerto Ricans do it. I don't get why anybody, like Guam, can do it because they're an occupied territory. But I don't get why you don't see me, like, I rock with an American flag. Why? Because under that flag we're all equal. I don't get why there needs to be, like, you can have pride in where you came from because we're the only
I don't know
country
about
that
that,
is
Bonnie.
like this. But to come to the United States and to burn our flag and then to hoist yours up, I don't get
Yeah.
it. Like, you're just gonna have people looking at you sideways.
Well,
Oh,
apparently, I mean,
kiss
yeah, I don't
off.
know. I
Hi.
don't know. I mean, you definitely couldn't go into another country and try the same. So, you can look at that as a standard too, or a kind of
Right, but
litmus. Mhm.
other countries, the reason why they're successful is because they're homogenous. Everyone is working towards the same goal. The reason why America as the experiment worked was because people assimilated. Now we have
Right.
pockets where there's no assimilation at all. And it makes me sad because there's a lot of beauty that people are missing. Like, in the historical context, it's very difficult to
Good to
go
see you,
to like a
Pinky Boy.
to Switzerland or Italy and not see everyone working, in unity. Here, it's just kind of gotten a little wacky.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember growing up with the whole concept of the melting pot. Do you guys remember hearing that? I mean, it was
Mhm.
like, we're stronger
Yep.
together, iron sharpens iron, it's, and that whole thing. And I agree with that. I mean, I don't think that was just part of my brainwashing propaganda. You know what I mean? I think there is strength in diversity in some aspects, but we also need to have we need to have commonality, or we're not a united country. You know what I mean? So, and that's part of how our states would work too. That's how our states could be united, because even though we have differences, we had a common law under the Constitution. Well, now that seems to be thrown out the window for the most part, which I'm not accepting that. I'm not saying that as an acceptance of that, but we need to have commonality, or they're going to divide us like they're doing right now. And then, like I've said, I feel like we're already overthrown. Really, I feel like our representatives do not represent us, so our government's been taken
I'm gonna
over.
be your white pill. I'm totally gonna be your white pill. Here's the thing.
Okay.
When I go out
Try.
when I go out and I see people, I don't I don't see people being rude or mean to one another. I see people like there was I'll never forget it. I was in the grocery store and there was a guy in a
I agree.
wheelchair and he knocked over a display. It wasn't like good handicap accessibility, and I don't think they realized like people with wheelchairs couldn't do well, turn in the corner. The ones where it's just right before the checkout. Well, he knocked it over and he was so embarrassed. He had his World War II vet hat on. And I was like, without a second thought, I picked up the stuff, I
Take
put
care,
it away,
Michigan.
and he had tears in his eyes. And I said, "Don't worry about it." I pulled him out of the
Hmm.
way, gave him a little hug. This woman from across the grocery store ran over and she said, "Can I hug you?" She's crying because she's like, "That was so sweet." This is the America that I see. I see the
Mm,
America when somebody's pulled over and they need some help. There's so many bikers that pulled over and they were like, "Hey, do you want me to change your tire?" That's the America I see. I see the
yeah.
America when there's somebody in the checkout line and don't have enough money to buy the cat food for their cat. There's somebody else throwing down, some extra dollars.
Yes.
That's
Yep.
why we're not going to have a
Okay.
civil war.
I have to tell you, I cried the other day because I saw it's so ridiculous, but I saw somebody was having car problems and they were stuck in the middle of the road, going up a hill, and they were trying to push their car, and there were four different cars that stopped and about seven different people that all ran over at the same time to go and just help this stranger push their car up the
Yep.
hill. And it was something so simple, but exactly, it was like, that is the American spirit, and I think that the American spirit is still alive and well. That's what they don't want us to believe. They want us to believe that everybody's ashamed to be an American and we all have these divisive things that are, you know, having our minds against each other, or that now we're suspicious of each other or whatever crap. And that's not reality. But I also think that we need to get some way to get messages out more, more, not universally, but more across, our media is not helping. Let's just put it that
I
way. Our
agree.
media is a real problem that needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form.
But I think
Uh,
even
yeah.
the quote unquote right wing media or the moderate
No,
quote
whatever.
unquote
They're all the
media,
same.
yeah, they're all pushing the same thing. Like if I hear one more person say civil war,
Good
I'm
to see
like,
you, Tom.
where? Like, I just don't
Yeah.
believe it. I see good people all the time going to work, taking care of their kids, doing what's good. I don't see Americans going like, well, I'm gonna overthrow my government now. I just don't see it. I mean, if you saw that Ray Epps clip and everyone was pointing at him going, Fed, 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 this is the America I see. People going like, yeah, no, that guy's a problem. That I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much Bible and like not enough. I tell you, I'm
Well,
naive.
okay, like Bonnie says, that is rural Texas, not the cities here. And I will say, I think because I live in a very liberal area where there's a lot, it's a sanctuary city. There's a lot of the woke agenda at play here. There's not a lot of accountability for politicians. Like there, it's kind of it's a freaking mess. But I still see people like what you're saying. I just met a couple people recently, and they're friends of my family members. So that there's some things at play there, but they were people that were new to me, and we had some amazing conversations that we didn't agree on everything, but they were very aware of a lot of things happening. And in this area, that's kind of rare, I thought. And I'm hearing that more and more. And it's really, I've been watching very closely for a long time, and I've not been seeing that until just the last couple months. So I really do think that there are more people waking up. And some people say, well, it's too late, that it doesn't matter if they wake up now, they're too far behind, what. But as somebody who
They
woke
can
up
always be
myself only
saved.
4 years ago, yeah, exactly, that too. But I think we need more people. We need more people united. I mean, that's what my entire name's about. But that's what I think. We need to be reaching across the aisle and getting more people who are just waking up and helping them along. And and not that we have all the answers. We can agree to disagree, and we need to be learning from each other too. So yeah, it's complicated,
I
complicated. But there's hope.
I think the reason why I have so much hope
Yeah, I like that pinch.
is because people, I think, I know I'm wrong, and I'm going to say it again. I'm super naive, but I feel like most people are inherently good people, and sometimes ignorance is how we miscommunicate to one another. So instead of us being
So
able
pissed
to
off.
articulate what our issues are, we come from two different worlds, and sometimes we're saying the same thing and feeling the same way, but the way we communicate is not the way that maybe we're used to. I think the other thing at play is
True,
that no
Amir.
matter what station that you turn on, or who you watch or what you listen to, even if it's on the mainstream media, or if it's on, you know, like a bigger channel like Charlie Kirk or The
Mm.
War Room. I'm trying to think of like people I don't watch, but I know the names
Did
or
you watch,
whatever.
Salty Cracker?
No, I don't. I know the names. Here's the thing. I know the names
Subscribe
because
to
I
Salty
listen to
Cracker.
y'all, and I'm like, okay, I got to write that down. But
It's
like,
a good
this
one.
is, yeah,
Okay,
I'm
well, how
normally in
about
bed by
okay?
this
Here's
time.
one. Here's one I want to know if many of you listen to. Do any of you listen to Anomaly?
I've seen some of his clips, but not. I don't.
Haven't heard that
I'm
one.
gonna start. I'm gonna start sharing out his links more because because he aligns with what I think. But
But I
really,
like him. He's long hair. He's
I
kind of
think,
like a stick sex and
yep,
hammer kind of.
he's I think I see him very much as an independent. He doesn't he's not a big Trump fan. He's not I think he used to be more liberal if I remember correctly, but anyway, he's to me. Okay, for those of you who knew Villain Report, he reminds me a little bit of Villain Report too, where he's just very like even keel. He's trying to honestly listen to people across the board, take in what like I always say, he's trying to take in all the information that he can, and then kind of shake out what's true. And does he get it right all the time? No, but he's at least trying to ask the questions, and he's not putting himself under any one category and aligning himself with them. He's remaining independent. And I mean, I don't always agree with him, but I really like the conversations that happen in his community, and I really like the things that he brings up. And yeah, just it is nice to find someone, that kind of aligns a little more with your thinking. Hey,
Yeah,
Billy, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
oh, hello. I just switched it
I
because I saw
agree.
something moving.
I agree with that, Pinch. Republican and Democrat are just labels for the swine up top. Down here, we all are just people.
Amen. Also,
Absolutely.
I can't say it enough. I love that porch board pinch. I love that. It's like
Yep.
the best name.
We've all had that, I think. It's
Right. At Tumors. The porch board pinch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting on that old crack seat board, no doubt.
Yeah. I agree with that, Mutt.
How y'all doing tonight?
Good. Good to have you up here, Tom.
Well, I've been enjoying the conversation, and daggone, you got me so stimulated.
It's good to see you,
Yeah.
Tom. Good to see you.
Thank you,
Good to
sir.
Yeah, I
meet you.
think that keeps us off.
Good to see y'all too. But no, I want to go back to the assimilation conversation that you were having because I had a favorite uncle, Uncle Lawrence,
Much love, Fran.
um, and I'm trying to think how old that man would be. He served in World War II in his very early 20s, and that'll give
God
you an
bless him.
idea of his age. But his parents
Hmm. Hey, Cola.
came to this country from Italy, excuse me, and when they got here, they could not speak English.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know the history of that family. It was in-laws, you know how that goes. But they ended up here in West Virginia and had a boatload of kids, and most of the boys ended up working in coal mines around here. But they went from parents that could not speak English to they Americanized their name. They went from Rossi to Ross. Uncle Lawrence joined the United States Army and ironically was sent to Italy, where, you know, I can imagine this guy shooting at his own cousins.
Mm-mm.
And but they assimilated. They didn't wave Italian flags. They had their Italian festivals and the food and the community and all that, but they were American. And they
Yeah.
were proud to be American. And this is our problem with the current wave of immigrants. They don't want to be American.
Glad to
They
hear it, Billy.
want to suck off the American teat
Mm-hmm.
and take all the benefits, and they don't want to help build America. They want to take what America has to offer.
Thank
That's
you,
my
Brian.
objection.
See, okay, well, I do want to say I think we have to be careful in general about speaking about groups of people as one thing. You know what I mean? Because we've all been victim of that, you know? So while I agree with you, I think that most people are at this, especially right now under this administration, trying to come in to leech off whatever they can from this country. I don't think that's true for everyone. I think there are people who are asylum seekers, and I think that there are people that are coming here to seek a better life because they do want to assimilate and become a part of the American dream. But I think that's the minority compared to the majority of the people that are coming across the border right now.
Now,
Just to clarify.
I have to agree that with Tom here, because what makes me super uncomfortable is that the people that I see that have immigrated here legally, like did the whole process, you know, everybody's learned English, everyone's, assimilated into the culture. Yeah, you cook what you cook at home, you go to the cultural gatherings because that makes you, remember your roots. And I feel that even people who came here in ways that probably weren't the best, I think back in the day, there was an appreciation for coming here. So if you look at the Cubanos that
Chris
came
Wilson.
here from Cuba and are so ecstatic to be here, they've assimilated, right? They've created their own little culture of their own, but they wave that American flag and they thank God every day that they're in America. I think what we're seeing now is the media hyping up all of these NGOs who are funded by our US government with our tax dollars and are promising people a dream that isn't reality. And I think that,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I, I think it's okay to be comfortable in your culture. I think that's fine. But I think Tom's right. We begin to forget the beauty of this country, which is really an experiment. We have no country on this planet that is like the United States that says, come give me you're weak, you're destitute, you're poor, and make something of yourself here. I think people have lost that, and I think
Just ring the doorbell. Don't
yeah.
come in through the window.
That's right. It's the American dream, and that's
Yeah.
global. Every single person in every single country of the world, in my opinion, unless they're like way out in the boonies, has heard of the American dream and looks at that as a really good thing.
But I think
Yeah.
it's sad that we're undervaluing that by bringing in, groups of people when we can't even sustain our vets, people who have lost limbs for this country, people who have TBIs, traumatic brain injuries. We're housing people that we sold a dream, and where the people that are actually supposed to be living the dream, are in cold temperatures, sleeping on the sidewalk with no food in their belly and no money in their wallet. How do we thank those people? Right? I
I
think
agree with
what's
you 100% because
Completely.
if you cannot support your veterans, which is the backbone of the security of your very country, then what are you supporting? You've got to support the backbone.
who are we though? Who are we as a people if we look at somebody who laid down their life and then, their brothers in arms come home and we say, well, you don't matter. Like the VA is a whole type of mess. Every single one of the male members in my family have served in the military. Not one hasn't served. Even like it goes back to my grandpa who was drafted without his consent, right? For because we needed bodies in World War II. And that's how the United States, that's how Puerto Rico got its Commonwealth citizenship, right? That's how we became citizens in this country. Even he still had the American flag. When he died with American flag on his coffin. He was proud of this country. Yes, he spoke Spanish, but you want to know the first thing he learned was English. The first time he had a hot dog, he was like, "What is this?" You know what I mean? He was like
Mhm.
so excited. We have pictures, black and white pictures of him eating a hot dog and being so excited because this was American. So
That's
when
awesome.
you when I think about my family and people who have sacrificed for this country, if they were to be on the sidewalk, I would be broken as a person. So these people that are military brothers and sisters, whether or not we served, we need to treat them like family because they are. And then we have strangers coming in from outside that is funded by big money and funded by politicians because they want to get more congressional seats so that they can get more lobbying power so they can line their pockets. Who are we? We need to start looking at people like I think Steve Harlow, I've said it before, like we need to have a I'm not paying my taxes for one day, and everybody instead of paying taxes on the 15th pays it on the 16th, so we can send a message to Congress like, hey, you know what, we're going to keep delaying our money, we're going to pay because the IRS, let me tell you, don't mess with the IRS. I'm not giving you financial advice because they're the only institution that can take everything
Sad.
you got and freeze it.
This is
But
not financial advice.
yes,
Right.
but I'm just saying the thought, but think about it. The thought of that, of everybody that pays taxes and say, no, we're going to pay it one day late. Do you know how much interest they get on the money that we pay in? It's billions, not trillions, but it's billions and it's reinvested somewhere, right? So how do we send a message? We send a message by being good to our neighbors and by continuing to elevate other people like you do. You elevate voices, Indy. This is the only way. We got to get the message out. We got to break this, mainstream media thing that says that like all people are
Mhm.
bad. No, people are good. It's how they came here and how whether or not they assimilate and whether or not they're proud of the people that died for this country. That's where the problems arise. We as
Right.
people, the United States is the only country that gives as much as it does in donations. No other country. Like when they put us on a graph, I think we were 500 times more charitable than any other country on this planet. So it isn't that we as Americans don't give. We give. It's that we have politicians who don't care. So what gives me promise and what gives me hope is that, we're just look at the speaker seat, right? They're telling him now, you need to vacate because you're not America first. Keep vacating that seat until we get somebody in there who listens to us. If you don't like your congressman, guess what? You can vote for another
Vote
one.
him out.
People need to vote them
Yeah,
all out.
it's the local level is where we need to be
Exactly.
taking more action for sure.
Yeah, because it
Tribe, I
starts
want to
at
say,
home.
hold on one second, MLP. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Tribe, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I just wanted to say, I see a couple other people coming in too. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody wants to come up, it's an open panel tonight. Come and join us. Come and talk.
It's fun up here. And that's right.
You never know what's going to happen up here, I tell you.
I hope I'm giving people some white pills. Because I look at people and everybody's different, shapes, sizes, outlooks, whatever. And I just see that at the end of the day, we're all American. And y- like, I don't want anybody to tell anybody else that, like, hey, we're gonna have a civil war because somebody don't like you. No, that's like telling somebody that like we're gonna have a civil war because they don't like, the color of your skin. It's just made up. America is not that way, and I push back on that narrative because yes, we need to do a lot of growing. We're a young
I agree with
country,
that, Finch.
but I just don't I just don't see us doing that. I see people who love each other and want what's best. And if there
But
wasn't
I
such a
think that goes
grounds.
back. I think MLP, what I see is not, I'm not losing hope so much in the people. And I mean, that's part of my name on here, but also, I don't talk about it a lot because it's kind of awkward to talk about for me, but a vision that I had. I mean, I really was a message I believe I received from God that there are more of us in the middle and
Hmm.
that we need to be united. But that's not what I'm seeing. That's not where I'm seeing the disconnect. What I'm seeing is that I believe our government, like we already talked about, they no longer represent us. So while that's true for us as the American people, just like I think there could be a lot of unity in other countries as well amongst their people. It's the government and it's part of this global plan that's ongoing that we are being divided and they're not because we are no longer being represented. What we want and what we believe doesn't matter to them in the sense that they're doing what's best for themselves. So, you know, that's the problem.
Well, I
It's not
think
where the people are at, it's where our representatives are no longer representing us.
I think you're
Absolutely.
right because when the Tea
It is.
Party, I don't know if you were voting age. I don't know how old people are, but I'm old. But when the Tea Party came about, uh, back in like '06, and people really re-energized about that. Then there was the whole, we're going to go to Wall Street and we're going to protest. There was a lot of shenanigans that happened to get those, what they called back then, blue dog Democrats, people that were Democrats, but they were fiscally conservative, right? So they were in the middle and they were able to bridge both the Republican side and the Democratic side, but they were essentially what we consider now the America First people, right?
They got
Mhm.
betrayed.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did. They got betrayed really bad. I mean, like scandal upon scandal. They were blackmailed, they were pushed out, they were primaried. But now what I see is that from '06, '04, '05, '06, '08 to now is that you now see a groundswelling of Gen Xers, boomers, millennials, and now Generation Z that are like, no, wait a minute. They were right. We have people that we need to take care of and we're not. We give so much money to the government and we're taxed in inadvertent ways. It's either by inflation, it's a fee, it's a tax. Where's all that money going? And I think people are now saying, wait a minute, this don't make no sense. This isn't working for anybody. That you can no longer
Mhm.
work one job and have a spouse who stays at home with the kids. You need two people working, right? You need two
Yeah.
people that you
And that's
can't.
by design too. I mean,
It's
that's
going
Mhm.
straight
been
into
done
your
to us.
politicians' pockets. That's where it's going.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Sorry, and then JM, I see you have something you've pulled up for a while.
Yeah, I
Do
put it
you want
up
to go
before,
ahead
and
and
I
share
put
about this?
Wait, how do
yeah.
I see this? How do I get out of here? Oh, look at
Just
that. This just $34 trillion.
So that's the U.S. debt clock, 34 trillion national debt. I just wanted to cover a little bit of this. Thanks for humoring me, Indy.
yeah.
The bigger number is down here, the bottom right-hand corner, U.S. unfunded liabilities of 211 trillion. Okay. So a cool thing here is they keep doing these secret windows in the top right-hand corner, and I'll post the link for this so you guys can check it out. So now, more importantly, I wanted to show you that it's not just the U.S.
I've heard about this pinch.
Oh, I got to close that. That's why. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
World debt clocks. So while the USA does have 34 trillion in national debt and 90% public debt to GDP ratio, there's many other countries like Japan that are in much worse condition on public debt to GDP and on national debt. But I'll just quickly scroll through. I don't want to go too negative, but I just wanted to show you, like, it's not just the USA. It's pretty much every major country that you can think of.
This is how you
Yeah.
know war's coming, because people need
Also
to
has,
make
Exactly,
money.
Essie.
and
Right.
so when
Yes,
I
but
say,
also go ahead, Jam.
I was going to say, so when I say it's the global central banks, it's for the USA, it's the Federal Reserve. In Canada, it's the Bank of Canada. In most countries, it's the Bank of Australia or the Bank of Argentina or the Bank of whatever country. The thing that's different is in the USA, it's called the Federal Reserve. But
And do you know where all of those go to settle?
they
England.
all they all debt enslave their population. All of these that are in the red, like, there's no reason for any of this, especially considering all of these countries
Well, let's
tax their people.
segue. Yeah, so let's segue into what SE says here, which is where my mind went too. That's why they're preaching the digital currency, because it is all about control. So once they get us to a one world currency, which yes, it's biblical, but could also be being manipulated to be, to make it look that way. But once they get us into a digital currency, I mean, I think China is the model that they're following. They want us all to have
Mm-hmm.
that credit score. We are all Uyghurs to them. We are expendable. We are not, they do not care about us, you know? So when they're looking at this, they're looking at putting it into a digital currency so that they can have absolute control over us. We won't have access to the internet. We won't have access to healthcare. You won't have access to education. If you're not the ones towing the line. And I mean, that's every dystopian novel out there. I mean, they've been telling us for decades and generations that this is what the plan is. We're
I
just
have to
there.
ask a question. It's a stupid question, but I have to ask it. You just put that chart up there and shows all this money that all these countries are in debt.
Likewise, Pinch.
Who do all these countries owe this money to?
The Bank of Settlements in England.
The central bankers. Yep. And they ironically they hold all the gold.
And
They're
what
the
if all
ones with
these
all the
countries
massive
just said,
gold.
to hell with this. We don't owe anybody anything.
That's right. U.S. interest. Right? We'll lend money to you. We print out of thin air, but you got to pay it back with interest. How are
Right.
you ever going to do? How are you ever going to pay off the debt when I can print it out of thin air for free, send it to you, and say, okay, now you owe it back to me in gold plus interest? Who do you think is going to accumulate the gold?
And
The
I go
central
back
bankers.
to a Facebook meme where it shows all these people are bent over and this huge monopoly board is on the backs of these people.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, as soon as we all stand up, the game's over.
Yeah, so
You
what,
know,
how do we, what's the best way to stand
how
up?
do we
We talked
stand
about
up? How do we do
working,
that?
yeah, we work locally. We get involved in our school boards, we get involved in our local elections, we become poll watchers, we write affidavits. You know what I mean? Like, what more do we do? Like, what do you see as the main steps for us to stand up, Tom?
Don't go into debt. Don't
Choose
go
our
into debt
representatives more carefully.
and pay off your debt.
Okay, pay off your debt. Don't go into debt.
Yes.
Choose your representatives more carefully. Vote. I mean, I believe the system's completely rigged when it comes to voting, but I still believe that it's our responsibility to vote because otherwise we're handing it to them on a silver platter. I at least want to make them work for it. And it's a lot easier for them to steal my vote if I place it myself than it is for them to take it if I don't. So that's where I land on the whole voting issue.
So I think for me, I think I'm a little bit more um I don't want to say basic, but I think a little bit more small. So I believe in growing your own food because that's less time
Okay,
you're
yeah.
spending money at, a grocery chain that is a big conglomerate anyway that buys from other big conglomerates. I believe in, supporting your local farmer because, he's going to give you the best that he can. So he knows that cattle, he knows that herd or whatever it is, and it's coming from the land that he farmed himself. I believe in opting out of most of the system. So if you can do it by yourself, don't buy it. If you can make it by yourself, make it. If you can grow it, eat it. And yeah, a lot of people talk about, the
And that,
election's rigged or could be. I don't believe that
And
personally. I don't believe that 100%, and I'll tell you why. Because whether or not your vote counts, it still sends a message. It sends them a message that all of these people are voting for change. They're voting because, whether it be you're voting for a Republican or a Democrat, when you have that amount of people voting in block for one thing, that's letting Congress, special interests, lobbyists know that the jig is up. So I always say vote, vote, vote. And it's more critical than people understand to vote in your local and state elections than it is in a national election. Because
Absolutely.
what drives the national elections are the small people and grassroots efforts on the ground. So if you have a community of people that are growing their own food and are now upset about pesticides or chemtrails or whatever it is, you're going to
sure,
have
no
those
problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you're going to have those same people voting in the local legislature to say, like, New Hampshire just banned chemtrails. You cannot have chemtrails in New Hampshire. Guess what? You also cannot have um, a medical database. So if you want to know anything about anybody, you have to go to that individual person's doctor and you have to get a release. So New
When
Hampshire
did they
voted that in.
when did they change that?
That's positive.
I left New Hampshire in 2008, so it's been a while since I've been up there, and that wasn't the case when I
So
left.
chemtrails just passed 2023. And the medical database passed in 2021.
Okay, but
So
I
so
know that
so
they were
yeah.
really. I know that they were not as strict on it back in 2021.
Well, no, they're very that a lot. So what happened was for like 5 years, there's this huge board of doctors that came forward because they were getting pressured by the federal government to give over people's information. There was a lot of hearings on it. There was a lot of town meetings on it. There was a huge thing for like 5 years. People wrote letters. So yes, it's slow moving, but it happened. So,
Painfully
but it
slow, but it is effective.
Right, but you have
mhm.
to do it at the grassroots level. So now people are looking at places like New Hampshire as an arbiter, like the canary in the coal mine by saying, okay, people are now getting active and civic minded, and they're no longer saying that this is okay. Special interests and lobbyists are not okay. The fact that you can trade stocks in Congress and not get arrested for insider trading is not
Right.
okay anymore. People have
No.
gotten hip to that, but it started The groundswell started with the Tea Party movement back in '04, '05, and '06, right? They may have pushed those people out, but now what we have is a groundswell of people saying, "Yeah, we're not buying into this anymore." If I can go and go to my we have a farm store here, and I can get raw milk, and it's $1.99, $2.99 for a pint, and I go to the grocery store and I'm paying 304 for a pint when all this was crazy in like the COVID era. For a pint, something is wrong. Something is really, really wrong. One is better than the other, and you're charging me more for stuff that is not feeding my body. This is not okay. So people, I think, they're picking up, with gardening. They're picking up with, hey, I'm going to sew my own clothes, and they're realizing, like, wait a minute, I don't need to go and buy more clothes. I can just, refashion the clothes that I have. People are opting out of the system, getting together in communities and saying, hey, something's not right here. If we're paying so much money in taxes, why do we still got homeless vets? Why do we have people that are in mental health crises, and they're going around and they're doing, stuff in schools that they shouldn't be doing, and now we have caskets? Something is wrong, and I think that's what gives me hope. Believe me, I'm not an earthy crunchy person, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna pay $3.49 for a tomato in a grocery store and it not taste like a tomato. Like, no,
It's
that's
not
money
a
thrown down
tomato.
the
It's a,
drain.
it's a chemically enhanced object.
Yeah.
It's not a tomato.
Yeah.
I agree. Did you
I'm
what?
glad you're here.
Indy will laugh, but did you watch the tomato documentary on YouTube?
No.
I didn't. That's funny.
I didn't.
Good night, redneck. Much love.
Because that's
I have a
eye-opening.
question for MLP, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, although it may come across that way.
Right, okay.
What's it like to be that white-pilled? I'm so
Um,
black, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm so black-pilled that it's not even funny. I don't trust the government, starting at the local level, moving straight on up to the federal level. So how can you be that white-pilled?
I believe in Jesus
Oh,
Christ
man.
as my Lord and Savior, and
Oh,
He said to me, "No, this is you're asking me, so I'm
Yeah,
giving
go ahead.
you a response."
Okay.
So I believe that the world that you create is what you surround yourself with. So if I surround myself with people who are like-minded and who believe in the same values that I believe in, we may differ. We may have differing views, but still believe that human beings are good human beings. People should be fed. We should always be doing the right thing, or try and strive to do our darndest to
Mm-hmm.
do the right thing. That's what gives me hope, because I look in other people's eyes and I see the desperation, right? I'm not going to preach to people who I don't know, but I can be a good person. I could be a beacon in the darkness and say, I know you're hungry. I'm going to make you some food. I know you need shoes, so I'm going to go buy it. I'm not going to advertise it on Facebook. I'm going to do it in secret. So to me, God has blessed me because, I'm not the healthiest person. My husband's not the healthiest person. I think Indy probably knows because I said it on another stream. I won't say that here, but I look at our lives and see how blessed we are. I wake up every day and I thank God. You want to know why? Because I couldn't have woken up this morning. So my white pill comes from the fact that
Good to see
I
you, Queen.
know I'm put on this earth to be a good human being to other good human beings. And if you're broken, I'm going to try and help you. If you're doing fabulous, I'm going to jump for joy. And if I see that the government is doing bad things, I'm going to opt out of the negativity. I'm going to go look at the sunrise and the sunset. I'm going to plant my seeds. I'm going to sow my garden. I'm going to reap my rewards. Why? Because God told me that if I try, if I pray, if I look to my Bible, and if I pray to Him, He'll give me what I need. It may not be what I want, but it sure as shit will be what I need.
What's
So that's
okay?
my white pill.
I get that.
And
That's
Mm-hmm.
a
most
fellow Christian.
people
I do
are
understand that.
good.
I just
There are very few people that are not, and they're the ones that mess everything up. But I totally
Mm-hmm.
agree with you, MLP. Um, the man that says, I don't trust anybody, that man can't be trusted.
Amen.
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Why
Well,
do you say that, Tom? No,
that's just the way I
why do you
feel.
say that?
But that's the way I feel. The
No,
man that says I don't trust anybody can't be trusted himself.
Well, it's because that you know that he would never trust you. If he can't trust anybody, how can he trust you?
And he won't be loyal to me.
That's right.
So
yeah, you have to be open minded.
you
have
got to give people credit for being good, and
Yeah.
sometimes you're going to get disappointed.
There's some good people, but you,
Right.
you got to be very careful, though. That's true. Like,
Well, I
just
think the
realized
other thing.
I just realized I'm on my non-political channel. Oops.
No, I think that's fine. I think here's the thing. I know that there are bad people in this world because bad has been done to me, wrong has been done to me, right?
Of course.
But I'm gonna love you anyway. You want to know why? Because it takes too much damn time and energy in my soul to carry around the wrongs that someone has done to me. I lift that up to the Lord, and I'll tell you why. Because the gift that God has given me is the ability to say, I'm going to turn to you and you do something with it. You said vengeance is mine, so go and get your vengeance. But for me, as a little person who has a soul and has absolutely no power, but the power over my own self, I can't be harboring all of this negativity. It'll just bring you down. People have early heart attacks and end up in an early grave. That don't want to be me. No.
Hatred is
So,
so
but
corrosive it destroys the very vessel it's carried in.
Amen. But
Yeah.
here's the thing. If you're broken and you don't trust people, it's like a wounded dog, right? So I know this lady and her and her husband are wonderful people, but she's suspicious. She's an older lady. She's about 80 pushing 90. She's suspicious of other people. She was sick and every day I sent, them meals. She doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. My husband knows her husband. They go to the club and they go shooting and do, guy stuff. And she wouldn't eat my food. And I get that because I don't eat strange people's food either. But apparently weeks of me sending her food. Now she had a triple or quadruple bypass, right? So, the husband loves my food because I cook everything. I cook Indian, I cook, Spanish, I cook whatever you want. Japanese food, I can cook it. Greek food, I can cook Turkish food, but I send over food. I sent food over though because I knew she was suspicious. I sent food over and I went through recipes and I taste tested these recipes. I can't tell you how many times I made Italian soup before I was like, okay, that's what you would get in a restaurant. And I would send it over if she wants lasagna because she's Italian. So I would send over lasagna. I made my own spaghetti and meatballs. After weeks of me sending over food, she finally comes to the door and I had sent over maybe 3-4 weeks of food, right? I had come to the door just to set it down. My husband was like doing something with the key. He normally, rings the doorbell, puts it on, and then we leave in the car. So I went to go put it on the mat and ring the doorbell. She came out in tears. This woman has never met me. I have never met her, in tears. And she said, you know what? I don't even
Right, Lady
know
Smith?
you. I have no idea who you are, and you're always making us such delicious food. The husband comes out, his name is Fred, and he said, she ate your food. She said it was lovely. So that's the same thing you do with a dog who's fearful of people that have hurt them. You slowly give them love and you let them acclimate to the fact that you have a presence and you're there. You can't go running up on a scared dog and give him a hug because they'll bite you, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's the same thing with people, I'm not. I think being good, if you're going to be good, just be good, right? And if you're going to be good, you got to put yourself in the situation of the other person. If they're not willing to give you a chance, that's fine. You say, okay, I'll come back later, maybe in a couple months. My husband has known Fred for years, but I've never had an opportunity to do something for her. I would always make him food because he likes spicy food. So whenever I made spicy food, I had no idea that she didn't like other people's
Never
food, but
mind.
when she was in need, I was there. And I think that's how you start with people, little by little.
Mhm.
That's how we make changes.
Yeah, I like that.
That's
Yep.
awesome.
We say, I mean, love is the answer. That's that all the problems, love is the answer, and I hope more people will have that outlook and have that, when it comes to it, they'll act in love instead of hate. I would love it for that to be the case, Benjamin.
Well, and talking about dogs, I actually took a course on fear and aggression therapy, and so that's with dog psychology, and I think it applies to human psychology too. And that is that it can be misdiagnosed, where someone will say, "Oh, that's an aggressive person," but what it really is it's a fearful person that's been pushed into a corner too far and caused them to become aggressive, and so there can be
Mm-hmm.
crossover there.
Yeah, and I think if you do stuff with like an open heart, like I've definitely done stuff for people and they're just like whatever. They're very dismissive. We have a friend, his wife will never give me the time of day. Like she I when I met her, she's like nobody can be that nice. And I'm like, I'm not that nice. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a normal person. I'm empathetic, yes. Like if I see somebody hurting, I'm not sympathetic. I'm empathetic. Like if your leg hurts, I'm like, damn, my leg hurts. So like that's the kind of person I am. So I don't like it's not that believe me, I have bad days like everybody else, but I just feel like sometimes I'm good at cooking, so, like, if I can make someone smile, even if it's just cookies and I have extra cookies, I give it to my neighbor. Sometimes I make too much. This is how I meet people. I'm like, "Hi, I know
This
you
is
don't
what
know me."
neighbors do.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
like, we met our neighbors. Y'all will laugh. The reason why we met our
Hey,
neighbors,
Aldo.
when my husband and
Good
I
to see
first
you.
got together was because there were older people and there was a new building, so there weren't many people around us. So I
Right.
would knock on their door and say, "Hey, I made too much food. Would you?" Because I was newly married. I didn't understand. I'm used to cooking for a lot of people, so I'm like, "Oh goodness, I'm cooking way too much food. This is gonna go bad." So I was giving away to
Mhm.
neighbors. That's how I met them. So it isn't that I'm always like patting myself on the back. I'm like, no, this is a waste of food. like
Mhm.
like I need to share, you know?
That's awesome. Yeah, Queen says she does the same. She cooks and bakes for people and puts the love in it. I like this comment that TFM's Queen said earlier. I feel like the ones that are hurting the most need the most love. And
Amen.
along those lines, I feel like people who I don't see eye to eye with, if I believe I'm right, then I need to be engaging with them more in order for them to learn from me. You know what I mean? And hopefully I'm learning from them too. But you know what I mean? I don't understand this whole idea of I don't agree with you, so I'm going to cut you off completely and put you in some other box where you'll never learn to think any differently than you already are. That doesn't make sense to me.
I also believe though that you need to protect yourself. Like sometimes,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think there's a fine line. There's a fine line.
yeah.
It gets to
Like
the
At
point
some
where
times,
you're beating your head against a brick wall and it ain't worth going any further. I mean,
yeah.
That's right. You can't let
yeah,
yourself get abused.
right.
To try to help and get 1 unit of help for someone else, it costs you 5 units of hurt. Um,
You're a
mm-hmm,
gamer.
that's not
Yes.
right.
Like I get that
mm-hmm.
reference. But here here's the thing. I think because I had such a rough upbringing, I know how bad it can get. And so, like, I try, and there are definitely people that will take
Hey,
advantage of that.
Aldo. Yeah, I can see
So,
that.
JM, I think, you know, you're exactly right. You're preaching to the choir because like sometimes, and Tom said it, like if you're hitting your head against the wall, sometimes you just need to go back and say, maybe it's not right now. Maybe I need to listen to what the person is saying. Because sometimes I can be like I get so excited about stuff and people are like, "Oh my God, you're like a little kid." I'm like, "I know." You know? Like,
Well, I'll tell you what. Anyone that spends more than let's say 2 or 3 hours a day on YouTube and social media and things like that, I guarantee you, your subconscious mind is spinning like crazy, and I noticed that too. So you're right. Yeah, you've got to get away from it all, and I love the fact that Indy got away for her birthday there too.
Yeah, it
Um,
was
mhm.
great.
and that's one more thing before I drop down is I just wanted to mention I find that the more you go out into the rural areas, you got to get away from the high density population.
Yeah.
The more you'll find there's a very neighborly energy.
Oh yeah.
The more if you've been out in the country, like way out, and you go back into a metropolitan area, you can feel the pressure even 30 to 60 minutes before you get in there. You can feel it binding and binding and binding. So to me, the true American spirit came from country and country morals and ethics and that sort of fellowship.
Well,
I think
man,
because
when
you
there
have
ain't
hear what
that
you're
many
saying.
of us, we're nicer to each other. You know, they did a study. My goodness, I read about this when I was a teenager, where you know a group of rats in a barn are very sociable animals. But if you put that same number of rats into a tiny box, then they start eating each other. So, you know, cities are a big
Perfect
problem
analogy.
too.
It's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Algo, thank you so much for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, Indy. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm glad to have you up here.
I was muted. I've
Join
wanted
in
to
this
join your.
conversation.
Yeah, I've wanted to join your stream often, but I don't. You know, the timing wasn't right, but today it is, and I think JM, what you were saying about being away from population density is energetically very true.
Mhm.
And it's a energetic feeling.
There you go, Mike.
Tell
Whatever
you,
works for you.
one of the most positive ways to really get positively energized, and I like it in Indy's thing with the fire there, is to have all four elements. If you can be by a nice lake or body of water, earth, air, wind, and fire, and you've got that fire going, and especially if you can have your bare feet in the sand or on the ground, it's amazing. And that's
Don't forget the
something that we
ether,
need
though.
to do. Most of our shoes have insulation that actually insulate from all the energy that we're supposed to be getting from Mother Earth, in my opinion.
No, for sure. It's not an opinion, it's fact, but don't forget the ether.
I know
we
it's tough.
live in
It's tough
5
to
elements.
remember. It's tough to remember everything.
No, yeah, we live in 5 elements, and ether is the one that lets the energy from the place go through your mind. Meditation, things like that. That's the ether that we're experiencing, and I think it's tough when we're born in this place, and this place is a meat grinder. And I've spoke with people around the realm, and they don't have the same kind of pressures that people born in America have. They don't have the same and forgive me, but demonic energy. They don't have the same greed level. They don't have all the things that we deal with. And we take it for granted that we're just survivors and we're doing our best, which is true. And I think when you touch on those things like grounding, being near water, just remember the ether, because the ether is the one where when you pray or when you meditate, that energy's going from there to source, to God, to creator, back to you and to your friends and to your family. And I just think that's kind of an important part of the conversation.
Yep, I'm good with that. I'm good with that for sure.
I think it's weird too, like not being able to see the stars. Like if I have to go into the city, I'm white knuckling it because people drive real crazy. And if I spend any time there, like visiting family, and I go out, maybe I'm walking on the sidewalk to go get something to eat, and I look up, you never see the stars. I come home and I'm like, I feel like I can touch them because we're so rural, So I think there's definitely something to, when people say go touch grass, and the ability to be grounded in the fact that you have senses, you have nature, you have beauty, but then not even seeing, like, you can't see the sky, you can't see the moon, like it's, to me, it's pretty devastating now. I grew up in the city and I never saw the stars. Like, it was very rare to see the stars unless we had a blackout. was I
Yeah.
able to see the stars.
Have you ever seen
Yeah.
the stars at high altitude?
Yeah, so I go
Yes.
camping and I rough it.
Yeah. Yeah. By our
MLP, can I
cabin,
ask, where are
my
you
favorite place.
generally?
Oh, I'm up in New Hampshire.
Oh, okay, great. I'm in
Hold on.
eastern West
Hold on
Virginia,
one.
so I
Hold
see
on one
stars.
second. Hold on one second. I just want to address this. Benjamin, it's not anybody here. It's YouTube that's deleting any comments, just so you know. Because we're not seeing it in the YouTube chat that anything's being deleted. So it's not us doing it, just pointing that out since we've had some issues with that even tonight.
Thanks,
But
YouTube.
yeah. Right? Yeah.
No, YouTube's horrible.
Big
New
brother
Hampshire
is always
is
watching.
definitely
Do you simulcast on Rumble ever, Indy?
No, but I actually really want to set it up just to have backup, for all my videos.
Do you still
Right.
have to have 100 subs to actually simultaneously broadcast from YouTube and Rumble? Because I know at one point you had to have at least 100 subs.
Yeah, Rumble wants 100,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
but we'll get you 100 like tomorrow, Indy. That's not.
There you go.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, I'm
Yeah.
on Rumble, but
Oh, you
I
have
mean,
to have the 100 on Rumble. Okay.
no, I
Yeah,
don't think
100
I
on
have very
Rumble.
many because I don't
StreamYard
have.
will let you do it, but you have to pay for StreamYard to be able to simulcast on Rumble or Odyssey or
Yeah.
Twitter or whatever.
So,
And
but
if
I
you're
can
already
just
paying for it,
if
you
I
can
am
do it.
just uploading them separately and not simulcasting, do I have to pay Rumble?
No, you don't have to pay Rumble at all. You just have to pay for StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
And if you're already
Oh,
paying for
okay.
StreamYard, you can live on Rumble. The one thing about Rumble, if you do live streams on there, is their stream key changes every single time.
Mhm.
So when you
Yeah.
set up a live over there, you have to go get the stream key, put it back in StreamYard, or else it won't go.
Right. Well, Algo, if you're willing, if you want to either put your email in the private chat or my email's in the description of my channel, I would love to pick your brain a little bit about that because I tried to do it once before and I could not figure out how to find the key. But I thought I understood it was because I have to pay for Rumble. But if that's not the reason,
Yeah, I
then I
don't
can
pay
use
for
some
Rumble. I don't pay for shit on the internet. Sorry, pardon my language.
You're good. Yeah,
I don't know.
that's
Is this a
why.
PG? Is this a PG?
we have the non-safe for kids or whatever checked, so we should be fine.
And you guys are all nice people. I don't know if you know,
Thank
but
you for that.
Tom, Mutt, I've seen you guys a lot on Indie Stream. JM, I've seen you once. MLP, you're new. It's nice to meet everybody. I've been like lurking on Indie Streams, and you're all really good people, is what I've discovered. And I watched you tribute a friend who had passed, and it was touching. And I didn't know the person, but I felt touched by the fact that you guys were doing that. And so I know I'm around good people. So forgive my language. I'm
You're good.
not a sailor, but
we're,
I do.
we're
cuss,
real
so
people.
I'll be careful.
That's part of
What the
that's
fuck,
part of
Aldo? No.
yeah. Right.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome, sir.
That made me feel welcome, and yes.
Well,
So-
thanks for coming and lurking, but I'm really glad that you're up here and participating and being, that you were able to come up tonight. This is great.
Yeah,
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know Algo, he has his own channel and does live streams, and I don't always catch them. I do whenever I can. But one thing that I love that you do, Algo, is he does like kind of one-on-one where he'll call, people can kind of come up on panel just one at a time and speak one-on-one with him. And it's a great format. And I've had some, really great conversations over there. You and too, Algo.
Well, thank you. That's nice of you to
Could
say.
his link be posted?
Yeah.
How do I scroll down? Like, I don't want to touch anything, but I think someone was
That's what she
asking me
said.
something, and I don't know how to scroll down on this. I'm so illiterate.
Over in YouTube?
Yeah, in the
in StreamYard.
StreamYard thing?
It scares me to death.
I think
Yeah.
It's
in
under
the StreamYard
comments. Yeah. You should be able
Yeah.
to just slide the little bar if you're on a computer. It's different on the phone.
I don't have a bar. If someone was asking me a question, could you put it again? So I'll stay on this screen. I won't look at people's faces, I promise. Hi, Garrett! Hi!
So, and right now, I think that we're getting requests for algorithms channel link.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm grabbing it right
and
now, guys.
for
Hold on.
and for MLPs. I looked for
Yep.
both. I couldn't find
Oh
either.
well,
Yeah.
Lord, you can go to my channel, but I don't got any videos anymore up. I was
I
thinking
was
of
gonna
doing
say we all need to be pressuring
need,
MLP
but
into
who's gonna
streaming.
want to listen to my like naive white pill like conspiracy theories that aren't real?
You're the
I
reason I
like
came up on
Everybody,
chat.
MLP, everybody.
You're the reason
Right?
I came up
Yeah.
on chat, MLP. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't
really
gonna come on. Yeah, really. I wasn't
oh
going to come
my
up on chat. I was watching you guys on my 65-inch screen and was, chilling. And I decided, no, wait a minute. Because I don't agree with everything you said tonight, but I respect your opinion. So I respect your right to have that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make
thank
sense?
you. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know
MLP,
I'm wrong 90% of the time. It's the 10% that I think I got some gold nuggets.
It's like
and
you were talking about why they're taking down all of the art and the statues, and you think that there's my big beef here in Virginia is that they took down Robert E. Lee's statue in Richmond along the Confederate Highway in Richmond. When they took it down, there was a family Bible that was in there that goes all the way back to the Lees, and I'm related to the Lees. It was not returned to the family. It was kept, which I don't think should have happened. I think that Bible should have. So I don't necessarily think that they're trying to preserve history.
Oh no, no,
They're
they're
trying
trying
to
to
I
destroy
mean,
it.
they've whitewashed our history. I mean, and
yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think
mean
that's
that
the
to
case
be in a
either.
racist context, but that's just the term that I grew up hearing. Our history's been whitewashed. So when you were saying that, I was just like, no, I can't. I gotta go. I gotta go debate that.
Which you should, because they're lying. They're not just whitewashing
Absolutely,
history.
they're lying. Like
They're
I said
lying.
earlier.
Well, I'm
It's,
not saying they're not lying, and I'm not saying that they're not trying to modify our history. I agree with you that there's some funky business, but I just find it odd that we get an influx of people. We're boarding up like
Take care,
monuments.
Pinch.
Oh, bye, Pinch. I love your name. I don't know if I said that 1,000 times, but I love your name. But so, like, I don't know. And I say this all the time. Like, I connect dots where sometimes they shouldn't be connected. I just know that something is weird, and I don't know why. Do you know what I mean?
getting rid of our history is the first step in trying to make us a socialist or communist country. By making us forget where we came from, by whitewashing our history, by taking away our monuments. If you look back in history, you'll see that they've done that. Mao did it. Stalin did it. It's been done before.
Taliban did it.
Yeah.
But see, you're talking to someone whose entire people was erased, right? So that's why I say, like, sometimes I connect dots that I'm like, it makes me think, right? Because there's been a precedence for this. But like my people were erased. Like there was like 11 people left in all of Puerto Rico. And we don't have they won't even give us our native designation, right? Because we are a native people. We are indigenous to a land. We are Native Americans, right? So I totally understand that
MLP,
aspect.
MLP, hold on for 1 second. MLP, can you put a comment in the YouTube chat? Not in StreamYard, but in YouTube? Because I want to share your link. Even though you don't stream yet, I'd love for people to get to sub up to you.
Let
So that
me
they do.
I don't know how to do it on here. Let me go get my phone and log
Yeah,
in
that's
because I don't
probably the easiest.
I don't want to touch anything.
There's a
I'll
message
break it.
in the
Hold on.
private chat for you.
What was that?
I said there's a message in the private chat for you.
The email?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've tried it
Got
twice and I keep getting it back. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can send you an email then. Yep.
So can I ask you all a question?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is everyone pretty familiar with Agenda 2030?
Yeah.
Somewhat, not
There's so
really.
many agendas.
Yes.
From the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Agenda?
Yes.
When I look at that and I look at all the things that are going on in the United States, Europe, Australia. Everything to me is under that background. So when and MLP was very gracious with the invasion, I mean the incursion she called it, but it's an invasion of this country. If Agenda 2030 is to work, the United States has to be broken.
Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't have to be turned into a communist country. It has to be
broken.
literally
Exactly.
broken.
Yes, you're correct, and that's part of the reason earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not, that I made the comment that we're being invaded, and the reason they're doing it is to break this country.
Yeah,
I've been watching a lot of his name's Peter Dontella, I believe it is. I'll have to double check that. But he's gone to the border 6 different times, and he's talked to people, talked to the sheriff in Yuma, El Paso, not El Paso. I'm sorry, Amarillo. A couple of sheriffs in Arizona, and they're crippling those border towns. They're crippling their economy with this invasion because there's such a mass influx that our infrastructure can't handle, and that's really what they're doing, is they're crippling our infrastructure. That it's they're working. Some of these officers are working 30 hours overtime. That's overtime hours.
Yeah, and they're behind on what their tasks are.
Yeah, exactly. And so I mean, and I've got family that work border patrol in Texas, and I've heard some stories from him, and it scares the crap out of me, to be honest.
Well, yeah, and we're at this place. I mean, everything that I see from the pandemic and the invasion and everything that's coming across our radars all fall under that Agenda 2030 umbrella. And I hope that anybody that listens to this, Indy, you do great work. So, I mean, I'm a big fan.
I'm jealous of Indy, to be honest, but it's okay.
Yeah, she rocks.
He subscribed to me, so it's only a little jealous.
All this stuff.
It's for all of us. We're all here. You don't have to be jealous. You're part of it.
Yes, I'm trying to get to the point where I can, while I'm dealing with this cancer, I'm trying to get monetized, and I'm frozen at like 216 right now.
Got it. Yeah. I was monetized for about a day and a half. And then I got my second strike.
Isn't even my political channel. My political channel is The True Celtic Mutt. That's where I do, and that's why I said earlier, oh crap! I just realized I signed under the wrong channel.
Oh, got it. Yeah, and if honestly, if you're monetized on YouTube, you're probably part of the problem.
Oh, thanks.
No, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean, YouTube promotes things that are part of the problem. They don't usually promote the solution.
Right. No, I agree with that. But
well, I mean, that's part of my. Yeah, I had always thought that I wouldn't monetize even when I could. So it was not something that was ever like a goal for me to reach 1,000 subs or whatever the cutoff was, for monetization. But when I did hit where I was able to be monetized, I had several people convince me, and I did come to agree with them that YouTube is making money off of me, whether I'm making any money or not. So if I monetize, then at least for the time, but and as I've said several times, and I think people know me well enough to know, I'm not going to walk some line though, in order to stay monetized. So I'll be monetized as long as I'm monetized. And then when they take me down, I hope, like we will have done for other channels, we will rebuild, you know what I mean? And the good thing I think about knowing so many of my community, our community, subscribers to my channel, I know people. It's not like these are just numbers or bots or people, you know what I mean? Like there'll be enough people that'll still be along for the ride if we start another channel. And, and I'll do the same for each of you if that happens. We have done that for others who've lost their channels. So
you did.
And on Rumble, Rumble will pay you.
Yes. Yeah, I need to do Rumble.
We'll I put my email in the private chat, Indy.
Yes, I got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for
Appreciate
sure.
That.
Yeah,
and I'll email you too, Matt.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've tried twice and it keeps kicking it back. So
Yeah, I did have a problem with I use Proton Mail, and I did have a problem about a little less than a week ago. It was
Yeah.
whenever I did my last stream, and then I got it resolved. So you might have emailed me like in that time where I was having an issue with my email.
It
But
was.
either
It
way,
was.
I can send you. I can
It
send
was
you
during
one.
that time frame.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was just requesting pictures of some of the painted mermaids, so that
Oh yes. Yeah.
and permission to use them in like a slideshow presentation because Captain Mutt
Yeah.
doing a mermaid hunt.
Nice. That's
Nice.
clever.
You got to have a little fun on here, or this place will drive you crazy. So,
Yeah,
No,
that's
and
true, Kurt. That is true.
it's easy to bash the place that we're at, but I will tell you, in 2020, I was on 2 strikes 6 times,
Mm.
and in
Wow.
2021, I was on 2 strikes 4 times. And in the past 5 weeks, they've deleted 6 of my live streams.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I've got the
Yeah.
emails. I mean, I could show anybody on my channel. It's like they just don't want
Sure.
you to say what you're gonna say.
It wasn't
Yeah.
YouTube that got me taken down this last time. It was a former channel partner I had who decided that it was in her best interest every time that we would do a live show, because we did one every Tuesday, and she would get completely obliterated on Paul Masson and then come on stream. And I finally had enough and told her that we were done.
It
Yeah.
happens.
And when I did that, she literally, the day that I did that, she literally
Just
put a
report
copyright
everything.
strike in on everything on the channel, including
Yeah.
my tribute to my father that I had done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
My pops passed away a year ago,
condolences.
on the 8th. And she copyright struck it and said that I was using her material.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
wow.
this channel is, yeah.
Well,
But
hey,
anyway.
if I can, I wanted to revert back a minute to what Mutt had said about the destruction of our heritage. And that is a tactic that if you destroy a people's heritage, if you leave them with nothing left to be proud of, then you can destroy their society and remake it into what you want it to be.
Yep.
And they have started that with our Confederate heritage.
Yep.
And I
As a
won't get
governor,
into
I agree with
that.
you 100%.
But you're also seeing it going back to our revolutionary heritage.
Yep.
Where our founding fathers were slave owners. Therefore, the whole thing is not valid.
Or shameful. They want us to be ashamed of the history.
Exactly.
But back then, like pretty much every country's wealthiest people were slave owners. Like that's how everybody survived.
Well, the word
World.
slave is a Slavic word because so many of the Slavs were enslaved. So,
Slavery goes back further than that, though.
yeah. So, like, white people have been enslaved long before any other race was enslaved. And we've all enslaved somebody at some point. I don't know any of my ancestors that weren't slaves to somebody. And it's the same for everybody on this planet. But I think, Tom, when you say when they can erase your hair, speaking as someone whose entire existence was erased, they can mold you into whatever they
want you to be. Exactly. You are so spot on.
Well, and in a way, that's part of the rewriting of history that they're doing too, because then we're getting confused about what's reality, and people are feeling like they have to question everything, and so we're so caught up in that new, what's it called, hamster wheel that they have us on, that we're not able to see the forest through the trees.
Well, I think what's okay, so I'm a white pill, everybody, for a second. I think what's interesting now is you have more people with information at their fingertips. Like, I was talking to somebody the other day on something totally different, and they said, "Did you know that the largest slave owner was black and they had 12,000 slaves here in the United States?" I said, "Yes." And they're a young person, right? Freshman year in college. And they were like, "I didn't know that." And I'm
I
like,
believe that was
"Yeah."
in Louisiana.
Yeah. Do you know who the second largest person was? And I said, why don't you tell me? And they said they were Jews. I said, yep. I said, keep looking into your history. That's what gives me hope. Because when we look at everybody, everybody enslaved everybody else. And so when people have information, when people are willing to look something up, read a book, go on a website. I mean, for goodness sake, you can go to the Library of Congress and get almost any book now. So that's my white pill for the moment, because I'm like, wait, this is a young person. I think that's Generation Z or Alpha, whatever they're calling themselves now.
Right now we're in Z. The next generation will be alpha, double
But I
alpha.
But I think that's amazing, right? So people are now going, wait a minute, the history that they drilled into my head for 12 years never talked about the fact that the people that we're asking for reparations from could be our very ancestors. So
It's a good kitty.
Well,
Yeah.
who's doing what?
I've said before, and I truly believe this. I think I can safely say that everybody on this panel and everybody in that chat over there,
Go ahead, buddy.
the idea that we could own another human being is the most ridiculous concept that could be presented right now.
Yep.
But 200 years ago, folks, that was the way it was. And
It's
those
still that way today.
That's
well,
right.
in some areas of the world, yeah, but I'm just talking about
Everywhere.
us civilized people here, right here in the room here. But
Well, I
when
agree
you are
with you.
born into a system, you accept that system because that's the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the system got changed. Thank God. Now get over it and move on.
Yeah, there's something to that. I think most of us understand you can't even actually own land because it belongs to God. But I want to say God bless my Carrera's ancestors for inventing tacos.
Right.
That was
Let's
in the
just take a
chat.
moment.
I mean, tacos are, you kidding me?
Thank
Right,
God for
exactly. I
tacos.
mean, every day
I
is
can
taco
agree
day.
with that.
Perfect.
Hi, Latina and Cali. Hi.
Good to see you,
So
Latina.
No, that was a
I
great
think
point, Tom, about that. I mean, we don't do the things our ancestors did, and we probably should. I think everybody here probably wouldn't mind being Amish as opposed to being a slave
Right?
to the money system,
If we had
Yeah.
electricity.
right?
Oh.
And they do. They use some stuff, but they're
Mhm.
warm and they're fed and they're communing with God in their way. And I think that's what we all do. But we are the ones who have woken to this thing, realize we're trapped in a money system that is full of mind viruses and mind traps. And when we get through them, we can't look to our neighbor or a friend over there and say, hey, this is what's going on. They say, oh, yeah, that's what's going on. They won't put on the glasses. And just like in They Live, when they had that epic fight, that fake wrestling fight,
Yeah, that's a great fight.
you make them put on the glasses, but we can't really do that now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Did you just blaspheme and say wrestling is fake? What?
Sorry about it.
No, man, it's real. It's real.
Damn it.
It's
Yeah,
real.
you
No,
can take
no, I
that to
do.
the
I do
bank.
know a wrestler. Honestly, he worked at my racetrack.
Yeah.
And Jeff Austin, you can look him up. Jeff Austin wrestled in the late '80s through the '90s.
Yep.
And he beat the hell out of his body. And they're athletes, but it's entertainment. Just like the NFL now is the same thing. The NFL is exactly fake and staged.
Yeah. They're
And
gonna be in
it's
good
an
shape.
entertainment product. But they work their ass off, so I'm not taking anything away from anybody that does that.
No,
Right.
I grew up in the same town as now I'm going to go back a ways here. Magnum TA Terry Allen, that's the late '80s, and
Okay.
yeah, I knew his dad, and I've talked to his dad, and yeah, before he had the car accident and broke his neck, his body was already wrecked.
Yeah. They're toast because they beat the shit out of themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they work hard and they're sold a bill of goods, just like, I mean,
Oh yeah.
as much as it pains me, we were born into a system of slavery, and we do our best. And when
That's
I look
right.
at this whole thing in Iowa tonight, and Vivek dropping out, and Trump
Vivek
having a
dropped out.
landslide, yeah, he dropped out tonight.
Wow,
And he
that's
endorsed Trump.
And endorse Trump.
well.
Yeah.
I saw. I kind of saw that coming, but I didn't
He's
see.
looking for a VP spot.
Yeah,
you know.
that's
Maybe.
exactly what he was doing. Exactly.
And maybe not. Maybe he was earnest. Maybe he was completely
Nah,
earnest
he was
about.
gunning. He's gunning for the VP spot.
Well, I think he's earnest, but he's earnestly looking for a VP spot.
They were, they
And
were
I can
saying
get
he
behind
was.
that.
I
They were
agree,
saying he
Tom.
was a plant like Obama, and he came up through the WEF and all the stuff they were
Well,
saying.
I
Hey
have
man,
to say,
this is my objection to Vivek and what's her name, Nikki.
Nikki,
Haley.
who's actually not even an American citizen, but
And
we're-
that's not her real name.
That was going to be my point. They're not American, and they
Nope.
may be legal American citizens, but they have no American heritage.
Just like
they
the
do
Kenyan.
not love what America is because they can't.
Right.
They're politicians.
Nikki's parents were only here for about a year, maybe two, before she was born. She's an anchor baby. That's all she was. That's what she was.
And if I can't remember her real legal name, but
Yeah,
look it up.
it's not
It's
Nikki.
an Indian name.
Namada, isn't it?
I don't remember, but it's totally not an American name. And
No, and she told her husband that she was going to start calling him Mike.
Yeah, she changed his name. It was Bill.
oh, is that right?
So did Obama.
Yeah,
Didn't
she
Obama
was.
change his husband's name?
Hey, now
So is
I
that Big
loved
Mike?
her as a UN ambassador. I loved her. She's harsh, but no, she has no American heritage. And
No.
Well, I think I see it a little differently in that Nikki Haley is a Democrat who's getting funding by Democrats, whereas Vivek used his own money. But what I don't find appealing about him is that he made his money off of, I think it's Saxo Smith Kline. I think it was them who sold him
I don't know.
a dementia drug that they had basically sewn off for $5 million because it wasn't working. He rebranded it and packaged it and went and did an IPO on the stock market saying that, this is a great, drug and we run clinical trials, but he doesn't tell you that his mom was the head of the person that ran the clinical trials, and it shows a lot of promise. And he made a boatload of money. Then he pulled the rug out from under people that invested a lot of money in it and pocketed the money, essentially. I mean, it's legalized theft. I mean, it's what people are doing with NFTs today, right? They're getting you to invest in something and then pulling the rug. That's what makes me uncomfortable. If you can lie and give people hope, if you can lie and give people hope, people who have maybe early onset dementia, people whose parents or loved ones have dementia, and say, hey, this is a promising drug, have them invest their hard-earned money and then it not work out, that makes me feel some type of way. That was the crux of it, that I was like, yeah, I know that you're copying all of Obama's speeches and you got the jacket like he has, and you're saying all the right things, but the fact that you sold people a bill of goods and couldn't deliver and weren't honest about it, yeah, that makes me uncomfortable.
MLP, you should be happy though, aren't
Let
you?
me interrupt real quick. I want to answer Latina A and
Okay,
Callie
go ahead.
because I think it's a valid question. You know, I don't mean to come off as ignorant, but if your grandparents weren't born in this country, you have no heritage in this country. And that's that's me.
Hold on, Tom.
And I'm open to any criticism.
Second-generation American on my mother's side.
Matt, hold on. Let Tom finish what he was saying first, please.
That's
Go ahead, Tom.
just the way. I mean, if your grandparents didn't serve in World War II, you have no business being president of this country. I'm not saying that you don't love the country, but we need a president with an American heritage that truly loves what America was when we were growing up.
Well, let me say
that
this.
would be nice.
100%. I agree 100%.
That'd be nice.
As a
I
second generation.
disagree 100% only because this was my land before it was anybody else's.
I
No,
But
respect that.
in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, and I disagreed with your comment about the entire East Coast belonging to Puerto Rico. No,
yeah, it belonged to the Arawak Nations. That's where we're from. That's where Tainos are from. But
as
but
somebody
my
who, hold on, please. As somebody whose grandfather got his citizenship by fighting for this country,
Exactly.
and
You
so
should be president.
my grandfather fought for this country.
And so, hold on. I'm not saying that. I'm addressing Tom's point. Because he fought for this country, they made him. He was able to get his legal citizenship. He then turned around and supported my great grandparents who were here illegally. But when they passed away, they were legal citizens. By the time they passed away, they were legal citizens. They went through the proper channels, but they didn't come here legally. Now, I'm not saying they were right for what they did.
How could your grandparents have possibly come here illegally, man?
My great grandparents? They came from Scotland. They came from Scotland and England through Canada and settled in New Jersey.
What year?
Let's see. They got to Canada in 22 and went to New Jersey in 35, I think.
Well, I understand.
Hell, that wasn't illegal.
I understand Tom's sentiment in that you want people that believe in the values of this country. Like, I get that. I get that, our Constitution says that you have to be born here as a citizen. I totally get that. And I support that because you got to have the values of the country that you're supposed to be the commander in chief of. I totally get that. But I don't look at people that are different sideways because, Vivek was born here in the United States. I don't look at people sideways because maybe they're different. What makes me uncomfortable is when they give people hope and then take it from them, or when they're funded by a different party and are using it to disrupt people's vote for what they value, what they believe in. Like Nikki Haley, she's a
Excuse me.
neocon who's.
I am really sorry to interrupt you guys. Can
Hi,
you guys even hear
Latina.
me? Hi, can you guys even hear me, or is my connection too weak?
We hear you
because of
fine.
Yes, ma'am. Hear you loud and clear.
This don't last very long on this device, and I don't have my other device. Can I just say really quick is that I don't have a single grandparent who served in this country for the military. I only have my father who fought in World War II. And I think it's God. I'm sorry, I'm going to cry, but I think God is the only one who can judge a man's heart. And I don't think it's right for me to tell somebody else that what I think is American or not, because so many people have come to this country and we don't know what they've been through.
Right.
Thank you. Bye.
Wait, don't go.
No, she's still gonna listen. She said before she came up that it's a connection issue. She's still gonna be listening. She just can't be up on the panel very long. So I think she's
Hey, I deeply regret upsetting you to that point. And I hope you'll be able to refine. Wow, it's not your responsibility to refine what I was thinking, but yeah, I heard that in your voice, and of course, your father served our country, so yeah, your kid is one of those people that has an American heritage to me.
Yep.
I regret upsetting you like that.
I think what you were trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's probably a more polished way of saying that we want people in office that value what America stands for. I don't care what you look like or who you sleep with, honestly, because you're
Me
going to be
either.
judged by someone higher than me. But I want you to represent the fact that we have people that have fought and died. We have people that are homeless. We have people that have mental health issues. And we as taxpayers are paying for those people to be on an evil playing field with everyone else, and they're not getting that. You can't look at Vivek and say, hey, he just gave people hope and just took their money and ran. And you can't look at Nikki Haley, who just wants us to go fight in foreign wars, and say the same thing. We have people here that need help. Tom, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're completely right. Nikki Haley, my problem with Nikki Haley, and an example that she doesn't appreciate American heritage, she was governor of South Carolina and ordered the Confederate battle flag to be removed from the State House grounds. That offends me to no end.
Thank you.
And so Nikki Haley has no American heritage. Neither does Vivek. But Latina, God, I'm sorry. I am. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. That
But I
wasn't.
think it's good that we're having the conversations, and these things, I mean, things can get awkward, and that's okay. Like, we're able to talk through it. And Latina, I'll fast forward here, but Latina's saying, thank you to everybody for all of the support. And,
Life's messy.
I hope, yeah, it is messy, and sometimes, like I was saying earlier, sometimes it's so easy to make generalizations or to try to categorize, and then we have to kind of see it and shift our thinking a little bit.
Walk
And
it
that
back.
only happens if we continue to talk about it, if we continue
Yep.
to have these moments that are a little uncomfortable.
And that's why I
Because if
love your show,
otherwise,
Wendy.
right, thank you. But otherwise, we're in an echo chamber, and then we're not doing anybody any good, because then we're just preaching to ourselves.
Hey, I'm
You
just
know
a
what?
crazy old guy speaking his mind. What can I say?
Tom, you're good. Don't feel. You know
No.
what? Your kindness and restating the way you were talking about that to Latina in Cali is that's a good kindness you gave to somebody, and I respect that. I think at a fundamental level, if we're honest about our circumstance, these countries are just lines on a map. They're not that they don't really exist in Earth, and they don't really exist in reality. A nation is its people. And if there are people who believe in the the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, and they believe that justice should be equal, and they believe that your speech should be free, and they believe that you should be able to defend your life and your family, and they believe that the government shouldn't be able to put troops in your house, then you're an American. And
Right.
for me, it doesn't matter how long you've been here. I don't care if you came here against the law, then we have to deal with that. But if you came here legally, or if you're born here or whatever, if you believe in those values, to me that's an American value. And the nation is the people. It's not the government. It's not the lines on the map. I live
Right.
in a state that was a good state until the communists brought all the money in and ruined Colorado. And they've wrecked the politics here. But the people
Yeah.
who are in Colorado, who dig out their neighbor when we have a snowstorm and jump their car when it's below zero, which it is tonight, they're still Coloradans. Even though the politics are kind of screwed up, anytime we get into these division things, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, because we're all children of God, trying to navigate this place as best we can.
Good to see you,
And
Moon.
and I'm Latina in California. I know Tom didn't mean to hurt you. Clearly, he said that many times.
Dear God, no.
But don't take it as a hurt. Take it as a chance for you to be able to express yourself in a group of people that want to hear you. And look at all the support you got. So we got a lot more in common than all of the people who think we have a lot of division.
It's
Right.
true. Yep. Well said.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
And
just
thank
so in
you,
awe.
Latina, for coming up also and being willing to share. I know that
Yeah, that was
takes a lot
brave
to
as that was
do.
brave AF.
That's what I was
Yeah.
gonna say. I'm just so in awe of how sweet
Hey,
she was when she came up and how gracious everybody was. And Tom, like, I get what you were trying to say, and I think that having that conversation back and forth and understanding that we're more together than we are apart was really important. I think this is why I like streams like this.
Hell, I've cried on a stream before. It's hard. It takes
Tom, if I
balls.
came across as
So,
disrespectful when I was talking about my grandfather, I apologize. I was not trying to be disrespectful to your opinion whatsoever.
Me?
No. I was saying when I said what I said to Tom about my grandfather, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I have a very deep love for this country. My father almost died for this country in Vietnam. My grandfather served in. I am the only male in my family that has not been able to serve because of my birth defect.
Mm-hmm.
And that that bothers me, but that's my cross to bear. But so when he made the comment that he made, I may have taken it the wrong way, and I felt I needed to clarify that. So if I did that in a manner that was disrespectful, I apologize.
Not at all. I took no disrespect from anybody here tonight.
has anyone read the book All Wars Are Bankers' Wars?
Oh.
No, but I've heard of that. I've heard it's a good read.
Yeah.
Smedley Butler, General Smedley Butler put that out in like 1952. So I'm glad you didn't serve personally. I mean, if you look at Vietnam forward, then Vietnam, my stepdad was in Vietnam. He got a mortar in the back. He's got a Purple Heart. He's got a Bronze Star, but he was drafted.
Bronze Star, but long story. But yeah, my dad was blown up by a mortar as well.
He was drafted. He didn't want to go.
My dad was already National Guard, and he just went regular Army. So
yeah, it didn't change democracy. It didn't solve things.
No.
It made Halliburton a lot of money. It made military contractors a ton of money. The wars that did liberate things and did fight for freedom have not been happening in our lifetimes. It hasn't
Appreciate
been.
you, Jan.
We didn't free anything in Iraq. We didn't free anything in Afghanistan. I mean, and I think at this point, most people are kind of seeing that. And it's almost like the COVIDs thing. They're like looking at it, it's like, I don't care what you guys tell us. We know better.
The Ukraine thing is strictly money based.
Yeah, it's a money laundering operation.
Absolutely, 100%.
If you remember back in World War II, people were isolationists. What they wanted was for us to work on, and this was before anything really popped off, but people were really concerned about what was happening at home, and nobody wanted to go to war.
Nope,
we were
not till Pearl
dragged into
Harbor.
that. Yeah, we were dragged into that war kicking and screaming.
Not till 9/11.
And I have to wonder. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Tom, did you see this comment from Latina? It's highlighted up on the. I just want to make sure you saw that.
Thank you,
sweet.
Latina.
I have to wonder, even with World War II, if that wasn't something that was planned.
Absolutely.
Simply from the standpoint of it brought us out of the Depression.
So was World War One.
Yeah, I don't know as much about World War One as I do World War II, but what?
Oh, sorry, I'm just having a laugh with the chat.
Until the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, we'd never had a world war. Humanity got along fine.
Woodrow Wilson, I love him.
There were regional wars and stuff, but until 1913 and the Federal Reserve Act, we didn't have world wars.
Right. Tell us more.
Because it wasn't profitable.
Yep.
War was horrible. It was devastating to nations. When they took our money system away from us and instituted the Federal Reserve, those guys made a ton of money off of war. And we had World War I and World War II. We had Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, it's just it's frustrating, and it's painful to even say it, because I feel like I'm like an anti-American or something. And I'm really not. I love the Constitution. I love the founding fathers. I think they did a brilliant thing when they took all of those ideas from the Magna Carta and said, okay, we're going to institute this into law that God gave us rights, and Creator God is the one responsible for this, and we're just going to tell you how it is. When the criminal bankers, and I don't want to say they all wear small hats, but most of them do, when they did that to the country, that's when it was profitable to have war. And I think of the untold millions of sons from families who were killed. It's literally biblical. It's biblical stuff that we see. I'm not versed in the Bible to tell you where to go look, but there's a spiritual war that's been in this place long before any of us were born. And we're watching it play out. We find our place where we can navigate, where we can sit. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm exasperated by being born into a demonic realm. And I'm at this point, I do my best to love the people who I love hard. I try to make friends and support people that are doing their best, like Indy and Tom, Mutt now, JM, MLP, everybody in chat. You guys care about the people you care about. And I try not to get caught up into the nonsense that they want my mind to be working on. Because they always want to capture my attention. They always want me to go support a candidate. They always want me to go fight a cause.
Right.
And none of that stuff helps me. And none of it helps the people I love. And
Yeah.
I'm worn. I'm middle-aged. I'm worn out from doing that. And so I'm trying to switch my focus to supporting things that I care about, which is why I clicked the thing, Indy, because I went to bed and I couldn't fall asleep. So I got up and I checked my email and I checked YouTube and I'm like, oh, Indy's live. And I've always hesitated to click your link, even though I support you tremendously. And I'm like, you know what? Just go say hi to your friend.
Yeah, I'm glad you came up.
Do
for
your
sure.
best. So
it's great chatting with you, and I can tell you've got really positive energy. I really like what you're saying,
Thank you, Sam.
and I hope to see you more here.
Thank you. That's nice of you.
Yeah, and now hopefully people are subbing up your channel too, so we can merge our communities a little bit more too. That's great.
That would be good. I kind of quit streaming on YouTube about last fall because YouTube hates me. It hates me. I only stream on Rumble now, and I do it every Thursday. And we get a good crowd, and we get some people that are something
What's
to
the
say.
channel over there?
What's that?
What's the name of the channel over on Rumble? I will make a point of going over after I get off of here and subbing up.
Yeah, it's The Algorithm.
No, I'm saying, what is the name of the channel over on?
That is the name.
The Algorithm. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No,
You're adorable, Matt.
I try.
That was classic right there.
That was. Who's on first?
Yeah.
Right.
What's on second?
That was cute.
Yeah. So I've got a personal question for you, Indy, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
How many shorts videos do you think you can strip out of this live stream?
Oh Lord, please don't let me be in one of them.
If you had
No.
unlimited time.
She could do it.
Yeah. I don't know, but I'm sure I'll find a few.
It's a rhetorical
I just
question.
gave you one.
Thank you.
You did, Matt. You did.
I did not yet. Stuck my
And that was
foot
a
in my
funny
mouth.
one too.
Yep.
Well.
So then, what do y'all think about the new AI / 2030 / alien agenda thing, and like people are talking? Yeah. Am I the only one? Like, I feel like people are like telling others that like AI is going to take everything down, and AI's the next wave, and the chat bots like Chat GPT are going to take us. Maybe I'm too simplistic, but I just feel like I give humanity way more credit. I mean, we're dumb people as a race. We are dumb people, but I
2020
just don't.
proved how dumb we are as a people.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, I don't know if I believe.
AI is man-made. Keep in mind,
Yeah.
guys.
Right. And programmed.
AI is man-made. We're all sitting in front of a computer or a smartphone right now at this very moment, it is not your God. It was made. It was made by man. It's man-made, and the AI is the same thing. It's all programmable, and I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't trust putting any of my family or friends in the back of a car that's driven by AI.
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
And that's not medical advice because certain censorship.
Not a
Personal
doctor.
opinion.
Yeah, Benjamin Kundari. Please, if I say that wrong, please forgive me. I think you're right. We're in a movie. I feel like we're in the Truman Show, and they're realizing that with the advent of the internet and all of these kind of communal systems that we've built up for ourselves, like, Indies channel, then you got, Facebook groups, and I feel like people are starting to see that there's a machine at play.
Much
Like,
love cutters.
1984 was correct. Like, if it's not this people in this land, we're going to fight for this war. It's, change the name and the location, and we're going. Like, I think Algo's right. Like, people have just kind of looked at each other and realized I'm not alone in what I think. I'm not alone in what I see, and what someone's telling me, I'm not buying. So whatever you're selling, I'm not going to take anymore, cuz I know there's someone else like me who's saying something's wrong and it needs to be fixed, and nobody around me is fixing it. Like, I don't see how they're going to have some, like, I don't believe in these alien things. I do believe that there's a spiritual realm and that
Yes,
there
I
are
agree.
really negative
Could
things,
be
but I
demons.
just don't think that,
Well,
first of all.
hold on 1 second. I want to address before we move on to the we're in a movie thing. That actually, I don't know what it is about that, but it rubs me the wrong way, because to me, when people say we're in a movie, it's like they're saying the things that, like, the consequences that we're seeing play out aren't real. So,
And don't
you know,
matter.
yeah, and don't matter. So, like, people can say, and also that's part of the cue. That's kind of a cue statement. We're in a movie, and to me, that's saying things are scripted, and that's part of the plan and all that. And I don't agree with that. I don't. If this is a plan, it's a horrible plan, and I think plenty of us can come up with a much better one. But
Well,
if I understand to some extent what you mean by that, but I don't want to negate the fact that there are all these deaths. Like we said, we're like 40% or whatever it is now over the all cause deaths. From previous years. Like, there are real consequences to the things that are happening, and unfortunately, it's not just a movie.
Well said,
Anyway.
because the movie thing's a cop out.
Well,
You
no,
know, they
I
used
took
to
it
use the
differently.
term preordained.
I took it as
And
prop.
I don't
It's
believe in that
sacrifice.
either.
It's a lot of it's sacrifices, in my opinion.
It is.
I took it as propaganda. Like the whole Truman Show, everything was about selling something. He was always selling a product. And if you notice, like, he would have that toothpaste and people would have the same toothpaste that he had. I feel like everything was built
So funny.
around selling us something material. And now that we have communities that we've built for ourselves, like little ants, you know what I mean? And we get other people that are like-minded that are saying, like, yeah, something's broken, like, this, none of this makes sense. Like, why are we constantly buying things that we don't need? Why are we running this rat race? Why are we paying taxes and we still don't have proper sidewalks? Like, what is, like, to me, that's what I took as Ben's comment, and I
Got it.
agree that a movie is scripted. When you're sitting in front, like, I remember sitting in front of the TV and believing my husband. My husband had to tell me there was this thing on, I don't know, Discovery or History, I don't know, one of those channels, and it was about mermaids. And I got up and I said, "Oh no, we got mermaids!" I was freaked out.
Hold
This
on.
A lot of
wasn't that
people
long
believe that. A
ago.
lot of
I
people
can
believe the
prove we have
mermaid.
mermaids here in Norfolk.
Yeah.
I have a whole playlist dedicated
to the Mermaids of Norfolk.
Well, let me tell you, I was terrified. And then my husband was like, no, 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 no. They're making you believe that it's real, but it's really like scripted TV. And I was like, I need to stop watching television.
That was on
And
the
let
History
me tell
Channel. I know exactly what you were watching.
yeah, so like this
Yeah,
was
well, I
like
haven't
what,
believed it
15
much.
years ago? And I now mind you, we only have one TV in the house. We have no cable. And this was like, I don't know if I don't even know if they do it now. But they used to give free cable like during the holidays. And let me tell you, my mom was laughing. She's like, she will believe anything. Like I was like, no, I can't. I can't.
Let me clarify that the mascot for the city of Norfolk is a mermaid, and there are like 80 of them. And yes, we are going on a mermaid hunt to find all 80 of the mermaids around Norfolk. Okay, no, I do not believe in mermaids. No, I do not believe in aliens. But I just wanted to clarify that.
This is like a Pokemon journey, right? Pokemon
Right.
Go. That's what the kids are doing.
T-Girl
Spot
in the
your
chat.
mermaid. But I just feel like people have, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the brightest bulb in the box, let me tell you. I can't even light my own match sometimes. Like, and I feel like I have a little bit of
I'll try
discernment.
Queen.
And I feel like, I don't think some AI or some hologram is going to tell me that Jesus is here. He said, we might not know the day or the hour, but when he comes, all knees
We'll know it.
will bow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I feel like now people are like, I don't want to buy that. Like the whole Instagram thing, I don't have one, but I hear people do like I see the memes and I hear like clips from people and they're like, "Oh, I'm Instagram famous." And I laugh because I'm like, I don't even know what that means. But
I thought Instagram was having my grandmother on speed dial. I don't know.
but like it's not like it's not relevant. Like I'm like, you're an okay, I grow my own food and I can my own food, so
Yeah, but
okay, you know what I
hold
mean?
on 1 second about this. So Benjamin says, I believe what we're seeing is purposeful or is purposely to wake up those asleep. Just my opinion. I'll bet I'm right when T-Man is reelected. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think if that's the case, then he has a lot to be held responsible for.
Mm-hmm.
True.
A
I'll say it like
lot.
that.
Very true. Yeah,
Because
and
I don't know how you have Fauci and you don't connect the dots with the AIDS epidemic in the 90s. Like I just
well,
don't.
we didn't connect that for years after.
That's
So
a rabbit hole we don't need to
It
go
took a
down.
while, but
I mean,
it's
I can give
connection
him
But that's
there.
just
slack
one. I mean,
because
that's just one of a list of things. But I mean, look at.
Yeah.
I mean, just across the board. And Benjamin, I know you're not alone in that belief at all, which is why I'm addressing it. I know there are several people that believe the same. To me, I believe that that is part of the plan of getting people to stay, much like I think they're possibly using the Bible and pretending like we're closer to end times than we really are. Because much in
Right.
the same way, people are going to think, well, okay, then it's God. If it's God's will, then who am I to intervene? If it's God's
Exactly,
plan
Andy.
or to have Trump, you know, be our man that's going to save us all like a David and Goliath, then trust the plan. You don't have to do
Hand
anything.
down. Trump's got it.
But
Yeah.
not only that, it's
Yeah.
a repeat of the fear mongering of the
Right,
60s.
Bonnie?
Remember? People were building bunkers and
That was in
stocking
the
up on
80s. That was
food.
in the 80s.
No, the
Bonnie, I've
60s, I'm
seen the
pretty sure it
weather
was the
report
60s
down there.
where
You
like
can't go
They were doing it in
nowhere
the 60s,
anyway.
though.
Just stay here.
Well, Andy.
yeah, but
So Andy, back to that real quick.
Yeah.
When
I'm sorry.
you said it really clear because Trump was a stand down mission for the people who were from the Ron Paul revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
wait,
Ron Paul
no,
revolution.
no. Explain that. A stand down mission. What does that mean?
Everybody sat back to let Trump fix it. And Q told you to trust the plan and don't do anything. And
Trust the plan.
Ron Paul revolution was a wide open, eye-opening thing for a lot of people, to where they started to learn about the Federal Reserve. They started to learn about the history. And then when Trump came along, I mean, Trump's an actor. He's a television actor, just like Reagan was. And
Mhm.
Reagan was a good president for 3 months until they shot him. Literally.
That's
I mean,
a
he
good
was. He was a
point.
good president for 3 months, and they shot him, and he wasn't. And I love people. I mean, I appreciate what people want Trump to do, but he's never going to do it.
He can't.
It's never going to happen. And so, Indy, when you talk to, I hear a little frustration,
Yeah.
and maybe, and I understand why, because I have the same thing. I want him to be a good person and to be Andrew Jackson, but that's not the case anymore.
Right.
So be careful.
Well, I mean,
if you
I
guys are
think
watching this, be careful if you trust Trump.
Yeah, I mean, the frustration just comes from seeing okay, so others can relate who might not agree with me. Okay, it's the same kind of frustration to me as, for example, being a Christian. Because I believe that Jesus is the only way to heaven, if I'm not going to speak that truth, then I'm doing a disservice to you because I believe that. That's my real genuine belief. So if I believe that Trump is compromised and just as much a part of the plan as everything else, then I feel like I'm doing a disservice to not speak that and not put that truth out there because, even though I know people don't agree, it's what I see is the truth. So I have to put it out there. That's just how I am.
And it's not
Anyway.
to diss anybody who is a Trump lover. It's
Right,
just like,
right.
look, pay attention. You guys
Yeah.
may be on the wrong track here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Key girl.
The thing that I liked
pick
about
nobody.
Trump was
Sorry, go ahead.
it seemed like he wasn't a politician to begin with. He wasn't a lifelong politician. Politics wasn't his thing. He built things, and that says a lot more than most lifelong politicians, and that's a big discerning difference. And I don't worship him at all, but I would much sooner vote for him than the alternative.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I hear that too.
because we
Right.
don't have very many good alternatives.
Yeah.
Well, I think for me, yeah, great, Trump, whatever. Yeah. Look, Andrew Jackson was great because he didn't have the deep state. Andrew Jackson was great
Oh
because
yeah,
we
he
really,
did.
yeah,
He had 5
no, but not
assassination
in the
attempts
same
on
way.
him.
We have people that you cannot fire today. We have people that are more concerned about being on a committee and raising that money and, having their hands out to special interest and lobbyists. Those are the people that we should really be concerned about. The Trump, it doesn't matter who's in the White House, as we can clearly see with Biden. It matters who's behind them, who's out there making the machine work. I think that's why I champion local, and that's why I champion, you know, states' rights, and that's why I think about things on the smaller scale. Because to be quite honest, the only way we can get rid of stuff is if we start cleaning the basement first and then go to the second floor and third. When you clean a house, you clean from the bottom up. And
Mm.
if you have a great, first floor and your basement's crazy, when they come to do a tune up on your, boiler, or your furnace, they're going to look at you like you have three heads, like your house looks great on the outside, but on the inside is super dirty. I think the only way we can clean that up is by really taking a hard look at like grassroots methods, things like this, having conversations with people that are all across the spectrum, being able to agree and disagree and, still have some commonality in the fact that,
Mhm.
we're still here and able to talk. But I'm
It's a good
sorry, but
start.
I don't have a faith in no man. No man is going to put this country together. You want to know
There you
who's going to
go.
put this country together? I'll never forget on 9/11, the most beautiful thing that I saw on 9/11 was real Americans, like everybody that was here in America helping one another. No matter, like nobody spoke. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my mind. I have never experienced it since. And God willing, I will never experience it again. But people were so beautiful to one another. Do you know that there were no crimes committed in the entire city of New York when 9/11 happened? That's when people really come together. And that's what I feel America is. Because if you look at Trump and you think he's going to do anything about anything, he's not. He has put in place some great policies. I won't deny that. He has put in place some pretty shitty ones too. I won't deny that either. But you know who I count on? People on this panel, people in the
Yeah, it's not
chat.
up to the politicians.
Yeah, my farmer, that I go and I trade, my baked bread that I milled the flour. That's who I trust because Trump is not gonna, pay my bills. Trump is not gonna help me harvest my
Samuel, can I
food.
cut you off for one quick second to say
Yeah,
goodnight
go
to Indy?
ahead.
I got to bounce, Indy.
Yeah, I'll go.
Oh,
Thank you so much for
Tom,
coming out.
Mud,
It's really
JM,
great.
MLP.
Oh,
It's
take
nice
care,
to
buddy.
meet all of
Really
you.
great to have you
Algo,
here.
what a
nice to
pleasure
meet
it was
you.
to meet you, sir.
Mine as
You're
well,
an
guys.
awesome dude, man. Keep it
Hey,
up.
thank you. I will, and you guys too. And I will see you next time.
Take care,
Have
Algar.
a good evening.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Oh, Lord.
Yeah,
Yeah, and JM had something he pulled up a while back. I want to get up here to share.
Hold on, let
Oh,
me put on my
is he
glasses.
trying to share? That's
Yep.
funny. Okay, go ahead, JM. What did you want to share about this?
I wanted to share that we need to be aware of that our eyes can deceive us. And, we're told we'll see signs from the skies, but the drone technology is incredible. So here, I'll.
This is That Drone Show guy, and we're here in Seattle, right next to the Space Needle. We're going to be putting on an amazing 500 drone show tonight. There's going to be fireworks, there's lights. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, make sure we're doing stacks of 6 so they're easier to count later.
With the New Year's drone show, it's pivotal that we get the timing right. There's no second chances to hit midnight. You only get one shot to nail it.
We just got all clear for full show, all clear for full show. Standing by for show control in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Stand by to launch drones. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go drones.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Yeah, pretty
Wow.
amazing. There's a lot of symbolism in there too, though. If you know what to look for, there's a lot they're telling us there.
And there's the reason I'm looking to get my drone's license.
The whole
Jay,
point of that was simply to be careful, and that's not the best drone shows. Like there's
Oh
some
no.
the
incredible.
China one I was gonna say was
That's right.
freaking unbelievable.
And so they can actually put images in the sky, and many, especially simpletons, will be mind
Right,
blown by it.
Steve.
They'll be like, "Oh my goodness, this is something that's real." But you got to be careful, and it for sure it's easily 100 times better than what we just showed there. But
Yeah. Yep. No, it's a good thing to be thinking about. But also, Steve-O's point. Now imagine all those drones armed. Sorry. How long would it take to wipe out a whole town? And I know that's probably the black pill look on it, but what do you think drones are for? I mean, that they're military tools.
You got to
So,
be honest.
that's where the money comes from, right? Follow the
yep,
money.
exactly. Yeah. No, Benjamin, you do not have to
Well,
keep your opinion to yourself at all. And you're not a loner at all either. You know, there are plenty of people who agree with you. But I have to be true to what I believe too. So, all respect to you, Benjamin. You are allowed to have your opinion.
well, I think the other thing too is it's coming up on the year of the
Thanks,
anniversary of
Tribe.
Christ's death. So I think what we're seeing is the media, the machine, or whatever, kind of ramping people up and like
Good to
talking
see you,
about
Oil.
civil war and rapture and all of this. When we get to 2033, what we think of as when Christ died, I think there's going to be mayhem, and it's not going to be from the people. It's going to be on the psyops that they're putting on people. That's what I think Agenda
Wow.
2030 is. I could be
Mm,
wrong, but that's what I think Agenda 2030, because Christ supposedly died when he was 33. So Agenda 2030 to me means we got to rush to input all of this crazy stuff so that we can lock
good
people
call, Latina.
down and ramp them up for some psyops type stuff. Again, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
No,
I don't even know
I
if I'm that. I just make threads where I don't know if there needs to be any, but I just think it's weird that stuff's ramping up with holograms and stuff when we're coming up on the anniversary of Christ's death.
I
I'm just
never
saying.
thought about that.
think you're right
Well,
to be
see,
skeptical, though.
yeah, no, I don't believe. Look, in the Bible says you will not know the day or the hour. So
Right.
but what I'm saying is there's going to be to my mind a psyop on that shit, because if you think of all the Abrahamic religions, the three major ones, everybody believes that he played some role, whether you're a Christian, you're Muslim, or you're a Jew, right? So that's a lot of people. That's basically, if we're not counting Hindus and Buddhists, that's basically like 60 to 70% of the world, right? So if they were going to do a psyop on that many people, I would think it would be on his anniversary. I'm just saying.
Hmm.
Wow.
I feel like I blew
That's
somebody's mind
crazy.
tonight.
Well, I mean, we know how important dates are, but then you get into the whole, idea of how accurate is our calendar and are our dates that we think they are actually the dates that they are. I mean,
I figure it's close enough, you know?
hmm
Close enough.
Yeah, I love that, Kurt. I'm happy for you and Justine for sure. Yep, that's the way to go. Yeah. Well, what a
Well,
great night, you guys. This has been a really great impromptu live. Thank you to everybody who's shown up tonight and hung out and shared your beliefs and just been here to be together. Appreciate you all.
Oh, thanks for allowing me up. Hope I didn't cause you
JM,
much trouble.
no, I love it
That
when
was
you
my
come
bad.
up. Um, JM, if you wouldn't mind, can you share a screen for me here at the end?
Sure. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm not quite ending quite yet, but just about. Do we have any final thoughts from anybody up on panel? Anything you want to share, or any, last words of wisdom?
I just appreciate you having an open panel and for putting up with my not knowing how to do all. I feel like this is magic. I don't know how any of this works, so I appreciate that and the grace y'all let me tonight. So I appreciate
Well,
that. I
I'm
love
so
y'all.
glad. MLP, I am so glad you came up. I've been wanting you to come up, and you are welcome anytime. I would love to have you up again. Just always great conversation with you, and I really appreciate you coming up and taking time to share.
Well, I'm on vacation this week, so that's why I had to stay up a
Nice.
little late. So I'm normally in
Mm-hmm.
bed by like 8. I try real hard to catch people's streams. I really do. I put on an alarm. I got the
Tomorrow
notify
night,
thing.
8 Eastern.
Where? What?
I'm doing my fiance and I do a show on Tuesday nights at 8.
Is it the Mutt or is it
No, it's
I
this
think you
one.
said you had another
It's
channel.
this one. It's the
Okay.
the Mutt's American Mosaic. So yeah, we're doing there's a town in Pennsylvania that has been burning underground since 1962, and
Oh, the tires.
No, coal.
Oh, the coal. Right.
Coal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to be discussing that. We do a lot of history stuff on our channel, because my fiance and I both firmly believe that if you forget your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And so we do a lot of history stuff. I mean, we do a lot of other stuff on there too, but that our Tuesday show is generally about history. I'd also like to ask one thing of anybody who is willing, for the believers out there. I am having some issues with my chemo. In fact, I missed last week's chemo session because my platelets have dropped, and so if you could just put that in, when you say your prayers tonight, if you could just maybe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my platelets.
Wait, why don't we pray right now?
I was just going to say, Tom, would you mind, as the senior male here, would you mind leading us in a prayer? Are you
Father
comfortable
in
with
heaven.
that? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Father in heaven, we're privileged to pause here in this group. We thank you for your blessings on us. We pray, Lord, that you'll touch Mutt and make his procedure successful. We understand it's in your hands, but we need Mutt. And I pray your blessings on him in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Mutt, can you shoot us a link here so that more of us can see what you're doing?
Hold on a second. I believe I shot it into private. Let me double check.
Is that what you just? Oh no, that's.
No, I'm looking to see if I put it in the private chat.
I see a email address.
That's
maybe,
my email. Yeah. No, shoot. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second.
Y'all, I didn't even know what this was.
Share channel. There we go. Copy.
Thank you.
Second. And I don't have a.
If you put it in private chat, then I can drop it down
Yeah, I
into
can
the.
do that. I can do that. That's what I was gonna do because I don't.
Yep.
I mean, it's already in there.
So how do we save the stuff that's here? Like I see I see Algo's email. Like, do I click on it? I don't want to touch anything.
You can copy it, or you can do a screenshot.
There you go.
However you want to. I don't know if that's the right. I don't think that's the right link there, but.
Really? That was.
Yeah, it's not.
Hold on a second.
It's not showing a complete
It's
link.
telling me to share channels, so it. Okay, copy. I'm gonna see. Let's try this.
Here, tell me really quickly, what is the name of your channel?
It's the Mutt's American Mosaic.
Okay. I just have to find it in my subscription. So hang on, I can find it. I'll grab it and put it in. And
What keeps coming up, and I don't know why. Because that's
I think you're sharing it in StreamYard, not in
I think that's what it is.
not
But
in
yeah, the
YouTube.
Most American Mosaic is the name of the channel, and there is an incorrect spelling in there. We actually we actually corrected it. Never mind. I
That's
forgot
right.
I went in and corrected it. Originally, it should be actually S apostrophe because my fiance shares the channel just as much as I do. So
Gotcha. Yep. Okay, hold on. Almost there. All right. There is his link, everybody. And I am saving it so that I have it ready to share.
thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yep, we do. I just went. We just went yesterday. I'm forcing myself to go out of the house even when I don't completely feel like it. We went yesterday to the Chrysler Museum and did about a quarter of the museum. We're going to do a couple of more visits over there, and then we're going to go across the street to the glass blowing exhibit that they've got going on right now. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we do a lot. Like I said, I do a lot of history stuff. I've got a Revolutionary War reenactment in there. Just check the playlists.
Oh, you do that?
Huh?
You do
Don't do
reenactments?
no. But
okay,
the town I grew up in, we had one of the first Revolutionary War battles. It was the Battle of Great Bridge, which happened it happened on December 9th, 1775, when we basically pushed the British all the way to Norfolk from Chesapeake.
awesome. That's in Virginia?
Yep.
Right on.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
cool. Excuse me just a minute.
Really quick, I want to share about this. It's actually good, Latina. Thank you for bringing this up. She said, Independent Mini United, y'all played a movie? Please tell me more. Okay, so there's a little video. It's about, I think, 10 minutes long or so that has the same thumbnail. It's the Backstage Speakeasy, and it kind of explains a little bit more about this too. But basically, sometimes we do Backstage Speakeasies where we're basically off YouTube, but I'll post it like I did tonight. I'll post it as a live, and then I had the StreamYard's link pinned in the chat so that you could come backstage. So for those of you who don't know, backstage pretty much looks like what you see on the screen right here, but there's also like a little rolling chat. And so you can come backstage. You don't have to talk. You don't have to go on camera. You can just come and hang out and chat, or you can come up on panel and talk. But we watched a movie tonight. We watched a movie called Snowpiercer. That's from 2013, and it was really good. And then we talked about it for a little bit, and then we went live and kind of talked about it a little bit here, and then just went into a live stream. But yeah, so if you see me post something that says the Backstage Speakeasy like tonight, just check the video description or check the pinned comments in the live chat. And then also, nobody really used it tonight, but the live chat is open. So even when we're backstage, the live chat on YouTube is open, which gives another place for people to come and just kind of hang out and talk if you want to. So there's a little explanation about the Backstage Speakeasies and what they're all about. If you are interested and want an invite to one of those, please just send me an email and let me know. We can only have 10 people at a time, including me, backstage. So it is limited, but I don't think we've ever had it be completely full in all the times we've done it. So reach out, let me know.
And
Hopefully
while we're talking about it, make sure you're subscribed. Sometimes YouTube unsubscribes people.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just double check.
I've had to resub to some people lately.
Yeah.
Charlie, thanks for being here.
It's also good to be subscribed because I know that when people's channels go down, I can go to someone else in the community and ask, like, hey,
Mhm.
what's their new channel name, you know? And somebody tells
Yeah.
you, which is nice.
Ronnie comes to mind.
Ronnie does
Yeah.
come to mind.
Ronnie.
What is he on, like the fifth or sixth channel now?
I love
Well,
Ronnie. He's awesome.
Much
Hawk's
love,
another
Lady
one.
Smith. Thank you for being here.
Hawk's mustard seed is on like his 24th too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Poor
Mhm.
Hawk.
right?
Paul just
He's
gets
a
beat up.
trooper.
Yep. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked catching up in the chat here. Now I'm caught up. We're good. All right. Well, thank you again, everybody, for being here tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for those of you who did come to the movie and hang out for that too. And some of you have been here the whole time. So much love to all of you. This final song I'm going to go ahead and play is by an artist that Imir actually shared with me. Her name is Laura Luisa, and this song is called Forever Home. It's an original of hers. She has a beautiful voice. I'll share her link in a minute in the chat. But I just thought this was a good song to kind of see us out tonight. So much love to everybody. We are stronger together. You guys all make me stronger. I appreciate all of your support. And I'm just really glad that we're here for each other and that I've gotten to know all of you amazing people because you all bring me hope in these crazy, crazy times we're living through. So much love and God bless all.
See the trouble with the world these days, it just can't stand still. Everybody's trying to find that thing and get that void filled. But what they can't see is what they're holding on to is the very thing that soon will be gone. After all these years, your hopes and dreams are still all the same. But next to your reality, they're two different things. So tell me now, why'd you let them go when they're the only things you've ever known? 'Cause at the end of the day, when I get on my knees and pray, who even cares what they say? I'm not promised another day. I don't live for the praise. It ain't money that I crave. I can't take that with me when I go. This ain't my forever home. I know days right now, they feel so long and like they'll never end. Or your heart's just so broken and needs a mend. But let me tell you, it won't last forever. And when the race is won, you will stand before your maker. 'Cause at the end of the day, when I get on my knees and pray, who even cares what they say? I'm not promised another day. I don't live for the praise. It ain't money that I crave. I can't take that with me when I go. This ain't my forever home.